which was sent to the wrong network because, of course, he's a contributor to NBC News, but similar in that vein. So, again, that is the extra detail we have on the 12th pledge.
Well, it's keeping in line, like you said, Ed, with what we've seen already so far. I know it's every once in a while as we discuss this whole thing. Sometimes we've discussed whether or not they can, copycats might pop up or not. But this seems like it's exactly like all of the others. Yeah. So I mean, I guess the real question is just how many more of these are going to pop up, and where else? But they all seem to be sort of concentrated mostly in this area.
It does seem to be that way, again, I don't want to go there yet, but there very well could be others that we hear about here in the next little bit that are suddenly popping up this morning. Why are they suddenly turning up now? That's unclear. Were they sent around the same time? I mean, that's possible in the time frame. Given that mail is consistently delivered to different places, but usually within a week or so. At least if it's going up and down the East Coast, since the focus of the investigation right now is in Florida. But, we'll just have to wait and see.
I'd be curious, Jeff Pegues, to know if the Department of Homeland Security and others are going to begin to consider this a national emergency as we see more and more of these packages. Yesterday, we thought to ourselves, in talking to some law enforcement officials, well, if we assume that the bombs were mailed between this date and this date, then that would mean that by the end of today, we should know whether or not all have been sent. But clearly, that's not the case. And the president has been talking about this migrant caravan that is over 1,000 miles away from the border with the United States as a national security emergency, where he's talking about sending troops to the border. But do you think, and are people starting to ask whether or not this is a national emergency?
I don't know if this case is at that point. We'll have to obviously follow up with White House officials on that. But clearly this is something that has grabbed the attention of the American public. There are people who are quite concerned about it. Even though that these packages have been addressed to specific people, you are terrorizing communities here across this country, and that's what we've seen. And when you talk about where these packages are showing up, Washington, Los Angeles, New York, Florida, and that's just the list that I wrote down. I think I have all of the spots, I'm not sure. But, this is a wide swath of this country, encompasses tens of millions of people. So whoever is doing this has created this atmosphere of fear. And that's what you see in these images. You have police there in New York. You have the images from Florida, obviously. And what we saw earlier this week with the initial suspicious packages. So this is an ongoing situation that continues to evolve. And frankly, you don't want to be in a position where you're speculating too much, because if you have someone who is motivated by the attention, you don't want to give them any more fodder for whatever they're up to. And so I think, we all have to be careful about what we say about this situation, because this is someone that investigators might see at this point as escalating his tactics. And, I keep saying this, but I think, the good thing is that no one has been injured with all of these devices, with this pyrotechnic powder in them. It is a good thing that no one has been injured. But again, there's a reason why officials aren't dismissing these incidents outright and saying, oh, you don't have to worry. There's a reason why they're doing that. And they want the public to remain vigilant, because you just don't know what can be coming next.
And I think that
we don't know if these were rigged not to explode,
right,
or if this guy's just real, or person is really bad at what he's doing, and he's going to get better.
And Anne-Marie, there's one thing, and we can get Paul Violas to weigh in on this. I know that because these figures that have been targeted are they have national stature. They are 2 former presidents. They are former Secretary of State, Director of National Intelligence, etc. But I keep thinking about the mail handlers. I keep thinking about the people in these facilities, and that's why I wanted to know from Jeff if this is being considered a national emergency, because those people are safe. They have security. They have people who look at the mail that they receive.
Yeah.
But the person who's handling that mail, the person who's that courier who delivered it to the Time Warner Center, those people are at risk. And if you don't know where it's coming from, then that can be certainly disconcerting if you work at the United States Postal Service, Paul.
No, you're absolutely right, Vlad. And really what that speaks to is the fact that law enforcement is analyzing very closely several things about these devices. One, they're taking a look and they're comparing the construct of the devices as it relates to the materials that are used, the method of the assembly, and most importantly, the ability for it to detonate. A, was it prepared so that it was lacking the necessary apparatus for it to detonate? Or B, does it have a remote microchip detonator that can go up at any time by placing a phone call into that device that we saw, down in Soho a couple of years ago? Or is it a time device? So when you ask the question, are we getting close to it for it to be declared a national emergency, it speaks really right back to law enforcement's analysis on the probability of these being able to detonate and how they would detonate. And I truly believe that law enforcement and forensics take a look at this and say, hey, listen, these things could detonate at any time, or they're more scheduled to detonate based on the timer. That's when you're going to see the threat level go up, and possibly the manner in which mail handling from the post office is going to be handled going forward by pushing that perimeter out. You'll probably see that happen in the days to come.
We're looking at I don't know if we have that shot yet, guys, but I can see through one of our cameras here in the newsroom, we see that bomb disposal unit.
Yeah, I think they call it the containment unit.
The containment unit, yes. Thank you, Anne-Marie. That is making its way, winding its way through the streets of New York. And again, something that we spoke about, Paul, earlier, that now New Yorkers are familiar with just one other aspect of terrorism in this country. Now the landscape has again changed, where we have seen that containment unit, and now when we see it, we know exactly what that means. Yeah. Jeff, I know you've got a... Sorry, Paul.
No question about that. But one thing, Vlad and Anne-Marie, to piggyback on what Jeff was saying, because he's so much on point about this, and with regards to the attention-seeking and the crowds, we're looking at this going to major cities. Why? Because they're major media markets. Why? Because they bring large crowds. Why? Because that gets this person or people attention. The other part about this that I can assure you what's happening, law enforcement is putting plainclothes detectives and officers in these crowds because the likelihood of the individual or individuals that are responsible for this being in those crowds behind the tape watching this is a very high probability. Sort of the same example of when you see an arsonist that will sit behind the crime tape and watch the fire burn because they enjoy it. This guy will sit back behind the crime tape and he will watch law enforcement because it's going to feed him. It's going to fuel him. He's getting exactly what he wants. So rest assured, we're looking to these people in the crowd right now.
Jeff Pegues, you're also with us. I know you've got to run in a bit. I just want to get some final thoughts from you. It strikes me again that as we look at this containment vehicle in New York, as we look at the scene in Opa-locka, Florida, as we start to understand the scope of what is actually happening here, because it seemed, as I said earlier when we talked to Mike O'Neill, who was a former captain at the counterterrorism unit here in New York City, that we were sort of wondering if this was going to be the end of it, and it doesn't seem as if it is the end. And so the question is, for law enforcement, where do we go from here?
Yeah, no, that is a good question. But they have this counterterrorism task force that is working overtime on this case. It's made up of the FBI, ATF, Secret Service, State Police there in New York, NYPD. Really some of the best investigators that you will find anywhere on this earth. And I can say that having worked in New York for 10 years on the streets of New York and also at a national level here. These are some of the best investigators you will find anywhere. And we saw that unfold with the Austin bombing case last March, where you had this task force that was set up and there was information sharing that later was applauded because it helped them track down the person that was responsible. Well, that's happening again in this case. They are working hard to track down these leads. Every time they get evidence like this, they transport it first. You know, here, this bomb disposal unit is going to take the device to the Bronx first, and then ultimately it will end up, we suspect, in that FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, with the other suspicious devices that are being deconstructed as investigators try to pinpoint where the components of these devices were purchased. Because once they do that, and I've said this numerous times, they will be able to track down who purchased these components and potentially when they were purchased, which of course leads to a suspect. So they are working hard at this because no one wants to see someone get injured or killed in the law enforcement community, and that's why they're working overtime to try to track this person down, whoever is responsible. Now, listen, you know, no one that we've talked to here at CBS News has ruled out that this is just one person.
Right.
This is a lot of activity, so it may be more than just one person. So that we don't know yet for certain either. But investigators are trying to track down that information as well.
No, you're absolutely right, Jeff. We don't know if it's one person or several people or groups of people. We don't know if it's male, female. We don't even know. You know, we know nothing. We know nothing.
But we're going to be talking to Marielle O'Toole later on.
She's going to help us paint a picture.
She's a former FBI profiler, and she can probably give us some insight.
Yeah, Jeff Pegues, thank you so much, Jeff, as always. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you just a bit later as you continue to do your reporting. I just want to, for our viewers who are just joining us here, recap what we are reporting right now, which is that an 11th and a 12th suspicious package has been found. These two addressed to Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. That has been found at that mail facility in Opa-locka, Florida, where Armani Bajorquez is there right now. So we'll check in with him a little bit later. Another package today was discovered, sent to James Clapper, but to the offices of CNN here in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan at Columbus Circle. So recapping how many people have been targeted by these bombs: George Soros, Bill and Hillary Clinton, a former president, a former secretary of state. Bill Clinton was at home when that package was delivered. Former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama at their home in Washington, D.C. Former Attorney General Eric Holder. Former CIA Director John Brennan. Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She received one in D.C. and one in Los Angeles. The actor Robert De Niro. The former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, he received two, one in Newcastle, Delaware, and another one in Wilmington, Delaware. And now today, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper. These individuals that you're looking at right now on your screen are all individuals who have either had words with President Trump or President Trump, as Jeff Pegues pointed out to us, has had words with.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting because we were thinking that these people were all sort of outspoken critics, but they're more than outspoken critics, most of them, perhaps with the exception of George Soros and the Obamas. They are people who have had Twitter spats with the president, where the language sort of deviated from, let's say, polite conversation, right? A war of words, name calling, the kind of stuff that we've been complaining about that is kind of stoking division here. So that's part of it. So then who would be interested in that? Who would be keeping score of who these people are, right? And we're totally speculating. So is it somebody who, you know, is a Trump supporter and doesn't like the way some of his critics have attacked him? But then, you know, you brought up the whole false flag argument that maybe it's actually somebody who's supports more liberal or democratic positions and is trying to sort of sow confusion leading up to the midterm elections. I imagine that the fact that the midterm elections are right around the corner has got to be something that law enforcement is considering. I don't know, Paul, do you think that's something that's going to be factored in as well?
100%, Anne-Marie. There's absolutely no question about it. The proximity to the midterms is center stage with respect to the core of this investigation. The fact that the people that are lined up are all, as you both have said, you know, are all major figures in the United States, national figures, and certainly people that are on the opposite end of the president and the president's views. So this is definitely the cornerstone of where this investigation is going from. There's no question about that.
All right, joining us also now, we've got the former Assistant Director of the FBI, Ron Hosko. Ron, I want to go back to something that we were talking about a little earlier, and we also talked about earlier this week. If you are someone who works at the United States Postal Service, or you work in one of these mail facilities, or you are a courier, what should law enforcement be advising those individuals to do? I know they already have protocols in place.
By now, law enforcement has certainly shared visual images with the postal inspectors that they can push to all their carriers. Joint intelligence bulletins commonly get put out on these events relatively quickly after they occur. And so they're going to be sharing as much information that is protective information with these folks as possible, because we know that if one of these devices gets into some postal carrier's backpack, that there is a possibility of a detonation. Now, we've been fortunate so far that nothing has detonated. No one has been injured, but law enforcement is still warning us of the possibility that a detonation could occur with one of these devices. Probably the only way it could occur, assuming they're all filled with black powder or something explosive, is some sort of aggressive handling, machine handling, concussion, percussion. But short of that, you want these postal carriers to know what these devices may look like before they put it in their bag or in their mail truck.
I just want to point out that James Clapper just did an interview on CNN, Ron, and again, it was the question that we were asking Jeff Pegues, our Homeland and Security correspondent, we'll play a little bit of that sound later on, but I just want to point out that the former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, believes, as does many law enforcement officials, I think even Ron, you and I talked about this, that he believes that this is an act of domestic terrorism.
Yeah, I think this certainly qualifies, and the fact that the FBI has taken a lead role, the Joint Terrorism Task Force is kind of front and center in this, shows you that that's a reflection of how the Department of Justice feels about it, how the FBI and law enforcement feel about it, that we can, it doesn't have to be proven at this point, but it certainly looks and feels like an act of domestic terrorism, and that is a role for the JTTFs across the country, working in concert with state and local partners. This is where they step up. It is suspected as terrorism, and JTTF takes the lead.
CBS News reached out to Cory Booker's office, and his statement was sort of very simple. It was that he did not want to give a statement and was referring all questions to law enforcement. And it occurred to me that we've heard from some of the people who have been targeted, Hillary Clinton, Wasserman Schultz, mostly because they were at events at the time and were speaking, and, they had to say something. But really, and we just heard from Robert De Niro, but really, most of the targets here have been mum. They haven't said much at all.
It could be. I mean, I wonder if it's because, law enforcement, Ron and Paul, are saying to a former president or two former presidents, look, you know what? Direct everything to us, because you saying something, who knows what that could do.
That's what I wanted to ask Ron about. We were talking earlier about this type of person who would do something like this, how they may be feeding off the attention. I'm looking up at the screens, here in our newsroom, we have all the cable channels on and a lot of the other networks, and it's literally wall-to-wall coverage of what we're talking about right now. I wonder, Ron, would the targets be advised, don't say much, because this might make it even worse?
I would think that the targets would be advised where they're capable of listening, where they would be advised, and you would think that their own best judgment may advise them to be mum for a period of time on these while law enforcement does its work. I see these. Look, after 30 years in law enforcement, I see these as a law enforcement job, law enforcement-centric response. The voices I want to hear from the most are law enforcement voices, not the voices of politicians. And we've heard a couple times in New York where it feels like the microphone in a law enforcement response is hijacked by Bill de Blasio or the governor. The police commissioner, the FBI assistant director, they're very capable of telling the public what they ought to be thinking about, how they ought to be responding, and kind of calming the emotions that occur during these times. I don't think it's a time for politicians to put themselves in the middle. Some still are and do. They can't resist the microphones, but I think it's preferable that law enforcement does the talking here. Certainly, we don't need to hear from victims who might say something that's going to trigger yet another mailing that puts other people at risk, as in addition to them.
Yeah, that's and again, Ron, because we have been talking about this all week, but I want every time we do a broadcast to sort of ask this question again of people like you who have the years of experience, just because there are people out there who will suggest that these suspicious packages are false flags, that something is being done that is not what we see with our own eyes or what the law enforcement tells us is happening. Is there any doubt in your mind that this is anything other than what we've witnessed here, which is acts of domestic terrorism targeting individuals who are high profile and have been, political in their lives?
I see nothing. I know of nothing that tells me otherwise. And so I think, look, law enforcement has to take this as it occurs. We have these events. We have an unknown subject or subjects. That's what this is. In the FBI, this is known as an unsub case. We have unknown subjects. The goal is identify the subjects. I don't care about their politics. I care about what they are doing. They are threatening. They are shutting down sections of New York City and other locations around the country. That is a crime. Their actions so far are criminal. My hunt is for the criminal. I'll find their motive as we refine the evidence and we move towards a suspect. We'll figure out motive. But for right now, these are acts of domestic terrorism. I'm going to treat them as such, and we'll take the facts as they come.
I just want to point out that one of our assignment editors just got off the phone with USPS, who's familiar with handling protocols, and this is what they told him. The first scan of a type of envelope that they have been seeing would occur after it's driven to the nearest mail facility. That may be why we're seeing all this activity in Opa-locka. Here's something interesting, Ron and Paul. They go on to say if this was dropped off at a specific mailbox, they wouldn't know.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Vlad. I mean, how would they know? And
Yeah.
that's the whole point. The other thing, too, Vlad, is when you look at the sheer size of that postal facility in Opa-locka and the amount of packages, over 100, maybe 200,000 packages that go in and out of there a day, the likelihood of them having evidence vis-a-vis CCTV evidence, camera evidence, facial recognition from an individual who brought this in there is highly unlikely, just given the sheer volume.
Yeah. We're all sort of looking at this packaging and it looks, the printing is exactly the same. The stamps are exactly the same. When you look at the pack, I don't know if you guys have seen what the images look like, but do you get the sense that these were all put together at the same time? And I would think that if they were all mailed at the same time, it would stand out.
I don't know that it has so much to do as to when they were mailed, Anne-Marie, as it does really the construct of the package itself and the consistency in the manner that it was put together. It's very safe to say that the paramount reason that we need to look at these things right now is to find consistency so that it can point to whoever or whomever is responsible for this. And also, it's more than foreseeable. As much as I hate to say this, it's more than foreseeable that we are going to see more packages in the days and even weeks ahead.
Yeah, that is something, again, as we, all of us, none of us are like the two of you, individuals with many, many years of law enforcement experience. And so we're just sort of looking at the packages. I mean, I think we just got an image of the one that was sent to CNN at the attention of the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper. Let's see if we can put that up there so we can take a look at it, because, again, one of the things that I noticed immediately, Ron and Paul, is that the state of Florida is misspelled. I know that that's usually a sign, I guess, right? Let me ask you this, Ron. If the state of Florida is misspelled, and it's misspelled on every single one of the packages that have gone out, what is it? Does that tell us anything?
I don't know that it does. That could be by design. That I don't know how to spell the state that I live in, because now we're talking about Opa-locka and possibly a lot of these things going through mail facilities in Florida. Is that to try to throw the investigators off the scent, to suggest, well, he can't be from Florida because he doesn't even spell his own state right? That could be design. That could be just sloppiness, repeated use of the same address model that he has been working with, the same address labels. He's put it on his computer. He's printed out a dozen of them on a page, cut them into segments, and starts to tape them on. It could be any of the above. But I agree with your earlier supposition. This may very well be someone who went out to the local drugstore and bought a 12-pack of mailing envelopes, went down to post office nearby and bought a sheet or a couple of sheets of Forever stamps, went down to the local hardware store, got a piece of PVC and some end caps, and started to assemble these in a kind of a mass production style. Maybe has more in his basement, maybe changes the packaging if he wants to go to a second wave, because now we're all looking for this sort of packaging. Not hard to change the exterior and have another wave that goes into the mail stream. Again, isn't caught because we're all looking for this. There's a lot of possibilities here.
When you buy, my dad's an architect. When you buy PVC piping, there's sometimes serial numbers printed on them. That's right. What does that mean? I never knew what they meant, but maybe that means something to you.
Is it traceable?
It's a barcode that can very often tell you the store. I bought PVC recently, not for the construction of any devices, but to do some plumbing for my son. And very often, all the PVC is barcoded. It allows you to go out to the checkout counter. They scan it. The price information is there. But if the FBI were to be able to recover a piece of barcoded PVC, anything with a price sticker on it, now that's gold, because it potentially takes you back to the outlet. Home Depot, Lowe's, Menards, any other store. Those are unique identifiers for that store, has pricing information. That would be a nice little nugget for law enforcement to have.
We have Matt Horace on the phone. Matt, you're a former ATF executive. In talking about these packages now, and Vlad mentioned just numbers on the piping, would there be anything else that would be components of this bomb that would be traceable?
Oh, sure. Well, the PVC pipe is a great indicator. I've actually done investigations where we nailed down exactly where the pipe was purchased, to the store. Now, the other components of the device can also be traced because certain stores carry certain goods. And quite frankly, the more devices that we find, the more evidence we have to work with. So I would agree with some of your earlier commentary. It's only a matter of time before we're going to piece this together, no pun intended.
And Matt, in your experience, how were law enforcement able to zone in on this facility in Opa-locka?
Well, several factors. Number one, anything that gets sent, package delivery, you can work your way back with the postal inspectors and determine where it went through. There are little stamps that go in the boxes. They can tell if it goes through Denver or through Opa-locka. So they did that. But we also don't know what investigators know as it relates to those date codes and shift codes on the PVC pipe or other goods. So it just, slow and steady wins the race in situations like this. It looks like they're making some good ground.
Ron, I just want to, when we look at the devices that are being sent right here in New York City, again, we don't really have the details as to how this particular package, the one that has been discovered here in New York City that was addressed to Cory Booker, and another one that was addressed to, the one to Cory Booker was in Florida, the one to James Clapper here in New York City. Just because if you haven't been watching CBSN over the course of the last couple of days, the NYPD, maybe this is a good question for Paul. Paul, the NYPD has got that, what did you call it, Emery, the containment vehicle?
Containment unit, yeah.
Where is that headed?
Well, really, it could go to 2 or 3 different places. It just depends on the type of ordnance that they picked up and how they X-rayed it, and where the safest place will be to examine it.
Yeah. Okay. And Ron, to you, the first package was one that was delivered to George Soros. That package was detonated, and I understand that was not, that was in a suburb of New York City in Westchester County, very different than, the NYPD. Are there instances where it makes sense to detonate the device before you apply the forensic analysis to it? Because it feels, at least as far as we understand, every other bomb has not been detonated, as the bomb disposal units and federal law enforcement agents have started to analyze it without detonating them.
So there's some terms of art here, Vlad, that are worth us knowing. First, what law enforcement is generally not trying to do is detonate the device. What they are trying to do, once they run their diagnostics on it, is an attempt to separate the explosive material from any sort of initiation system, typically a battery. So they may take steps to use sensitive techniques to separate that battery off so that no explosion can actually occur. Occasionally, and we've seen this happen before, I think it happened with the Chelsea bomber, where law enforcement, in their use of their techniques, they do detonate the explosive itself as they're trying to render it safe. But rendering it safe can occur without a detonation of the device, without the explosive material all exploding, and there could be a lot left to examine. That's what they've tried to do. And my understanding is with the Soros device that they tried to, and they did, render it safe, which means they probably still have the pipe. They may have, the battery in a separate location. They may have the other wiring relatively intact. But the goal is not to detonate these devices and say, okay, our job is done. They want to preserve as much evidence as possible in this render safe procedure.
Let me ask you guys a question. In just looking at the packaging, this is several years ago when I worked in Philadelphia. I was getting some odd packages, some gifts, some letters. The content started to become more troubling, and we went to security. It was being delivered to my workplace. What was interesting about it is that though it had an address, it was filled out, it had address, it had stamps on it. It didn't look like it had been processed. Like when it goes through the system, it turned out that the person that was dropping them off was a letter carrier.
Oh.
So I'm looking at these packages here, and I'm seeing the stamps.
There's one, yeah, we can see
and
that.
It doesn't look like, there's additional processing. So the question is to anybody who can really answer this: can a letter go through the postal system and not receive, some of these extra stamps that often we see? You might see like numbers being written on your letter.
Looking at this one, it doesn't look like it has it, does it?
No, it doesn't. So that's what I'm like, as soon as I saw this, I started to think about what had happened with me several years ago. So I don't know. Does anybody know a little? Who should I direct this at? Ron, we haven't.
Well, I think the goal of the post office is to cancel those stamps, particularly if you're using a stamp. If it's metered mail, you've paid for that metered stamp. If it is stamps, they're trying to cancel stamps to put a cancellation mark over them, so that those stamps can't be reused and reused. Otherwise, post office, easy enough for them to go out of business because everybody's reusing their stamps. So they cancel them, I think, in part for that purpose. It's a profit and loss motive. They don't want to give out free postage and free delivery. If you're to peel them off, I think it is certainly possible, as mail is being processed, where every stamp is not canceled and there's not an effective post office mark on it. But you can be assured, Anne-Marie, that the postal inspectors understand what marks are made by different pieces of machinery that sort mail, and that they're trying to track back to the different locations, the machine that processed a piece of mail and the time that it was processed. They're working their system very hard to understand how and when and where.
Right.
So that if we throw up that image again of the one that was just received by CNN, if these stamps do not have those
But Ron
markings.
said there's still a possibility that they could have been processed, and even if they don't have the markings.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. Well, so I mean, again, that's what makes this so challenging for law enforcement as they try and track this individual or individuals down. So we're getting close here to the bottom of the hour, and so I will briefly just reset for our viewers. If you're just joining us here on CBSN, here's what we know. An 11th and 12th suspicious package has been found. There is one package that was addressed to the former director of National Intelligence, that's James Clapper. That package was addressed to him at CNN. There it is right there. You can see the CNN addressed Time Warner right there. And again, strangely, that return address is from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz at her address in Sunrise, Florida. Florida is misspelled. There was another package that was delivered to the facility in Opelika, Florida, where a number of these packages law enforcement believe originated from, or at least were processed through, and that was addressed to Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. That makes it an 11th and 12th package delivered today. The press secretary to the President of the United States, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, has provided the following update to the press pool, and this is a quote: "The President is receiving constant information as it is available." Again, reminding you that this all started on Monday when a bomb was delivered to the home of George Soros, the philanthropist, billionaire, at his home in Westchester County, New York, followed by a Tuesday delivery to former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton at their home in Chappaqua, which is also in Westchester County. And then on that same day, a bomb was delivered to the home of former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama in Washington, D.C. And then in rapid succession, we saw deliveries to the former Attorney General Eric Holder, former CIA Director John Brennan, again to the offices of CNN. Maxine Waters received two, one in D.C., one in Los Angeles. Robert De Niro, the actor, received one in New York City at his production facility. And Joe Biden received two, former Vice President in Delaware, one in Newcastle and one in Wilmington. And then Senator Cory Booker today, James Clapper today. And that's where we are.
And who else? And then as the day unfolds, we thought maybe it had ended the day before yesterday, but obviously not. I imagine that at this point we're talking about sort of two levels of law enforcement. One group trying to head any problems off before they happen, trying to troubleshoot who could be the recipient of the next package, if there is another one, and then another group working towards figuring out who's behind this. The figuring out who's behind this is one thing, but how do you go about getting ahead of it and figuring out who could be the next recipient, Ron?
Well, that's a good question, and in my own mind, and I think we've discussed it in the last few days, I have some logical names that I assume the Capitol Police and local police and others, the FBI, are probably extra alert for. And in my mind, you think of folks who have been very vocal, anti-Trump, have had nasty exchanges with Trump indirectly. Elizabeth Warren comes to mind. Nancy Pelosi comes to mind. Others along those lines. Alec Baldwin up in New York, I think, has been made recently more famous by his imitations of Trump on Saturday Night Live. I would think that NYPD has that covered. And so I would look to redouble my vigilance outside the residence of, or at the mailbox of, or at the mail facilities of places that service those folks. I think law enforcement has to be looking at that right now with this series. Let's expect that it's going to continue, that we are still playing catch up. That may be one way to just get a step ahead, or at least try to keep abreast.
It's interesting. Yeah, no, I think that you raise a really interesting point. And yet the problem here, the challenge, is if you start to come up with names of people who have been critical of the President of the United States, either in a serious manner, in other words, other politicians or former officials, cabinet officials, and then you start to add comedians and talk show hosts and, you know, satirical programming. I mean, then the list will be as long as the day. I mean, you'll never get through it. Now, clearly, if somebody has all the time in the world to do something like that, and they're very motivated and they're highly dedicated, I guess they could spend the time to do something like that. And it goes to your point, Ron, that, you know, we may, for all we know, be at the very tip of the iceberg here.
Yeah.
That's right, and I think it speaks to the value of what you guys are, what we are all doing right now, which is, you know, putting out the word to the public. And if you're not paying attention and you're Elizabeth Warren or Alec Baldwin, well, you ought to be, and you may want to be calling in advance to your local post office or police department saying, is anybody looking here at this recent, at my local mail sorting facility, because I see myself as potentially being on the list. I would think and I would hope that law enforcement has already considered that and that they're already forward-leaning. Certainly now with the postal inspectors involved, you know, the word is progressively going out, but there's a value to what we're doing. We're not trying to hype this up, but, you know, people need to raise their level of vigilance, whether you're a postal carrier, working at a mail sorting facility, or a potential victim. Now's the time to be paying attention.
You're looking at a live shot right now of that bomb containment vehicle on its way out of Manhattan, out of New York City, where you were looking at that. Now this is a live shot of 9th Avenue here in New York City, where that other suspicious package was found, 9th Avenue and 52nd Street. Just a couple of things, our viewers, as we are at the top of the hour here, we will be looking out for the Attorney General of the United States, Jeff Sessions, is going to be making some comments very, very soon. We'll try to take that live. We also expect that Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the Congresswoman, the Florida Congresswoman, whose return address has been on the majority of these packages. Oh, we are looking. Is this the shot of right outside of our window?
Yeah,
this is right outside of our window.
Going to be going right past us shortly if it hasn't already.
We are so our viewers. Can we get the shot in front of the building?
Okay.
Yeah. So so it's happening right in front of our studios here at CBS News.
It really gives you a sense of just how close everything is here in Manhattan.
I know. So as soon as we saw that shot of 9th Avenue, I'm like, I ride my bike that
completely.
Like every day.
CNN offices are, you know, a 10-minute walk down the street.
Right.
They're taking this out of the city, obviously, to the facility where the bomb unit is based out of.
Yep.
Once they're out there, they have sort of a wide open area where they can start to dismantle this package, take a good look at it. There's an area if they sort of need to deliberately explode it, but it seems like, at least from what we are aware of with the other devices, they've been able to get a good look at the devices without having to destroy them.
Right.
Obviously, they don't want to destroy them because there's a tremendous amount of evidence that can be gleaned from the devices and from the package.
Man, I'm just looking at that traffic.
I think, Paul, I know.
It's going to be brutal.
How nerve-wracking is that to be in a car right beside the containment unit passing by you, right?
I guess the point of that thing is that it's like bomb-proof,
right.
So that we should be in good shape.
Right, totally.
The other thing that we're also looking out for, guys, is we expect that the President of the United States will be making some remarks this morning. At about 11:45, he will be speaking at the 2018 Young Black Leadership Summit. Obviously, for all the reporters there will be we'll be watching that very closely to see if the president delivers some remarks. My guess is he probably will. He'll have some prepared remarks about what is happening here. The question, of course, is if he starts to talk off the cuff or if he's asked questions about it, what his responses will be. We can already see that through his Twitter account, the president is essentially, you know, I find it sort of striking that all the remarks that we've seen from the president, both the public comments that he's made and the comments that he's made through Twitter, and even through Sarah Huckabee Sanders, that he has not yet named any of the individuals who have been targeted. He hasn't, and we do not know at this point. There have been numerous questions asked of the president if he's spoken to two former presidents and the former Secretary of State, not as political adversaries, but just from a presidential aspect of your role, which is, you want to inform your predecessors about what is happening, or at least to convey the condolences of, and the fortitude of the United States. We haven't heard that has happened
No,
yet.
he was up very early this morning, earlier than usual, tweeting, and, true to some of his other comments, he was, lashing out at CNN for blaming him for creating an environment that that would lead to something like this. And it's the same thing that he said in his speech as well, while he has also condemned this activity, condemned the targeting and the criticizing of political opponents and criticizing the morality and their character. He was clear to condemn that, but then he very quickly pivoted to blaming the media for creating an environment that brought out the worst in people, if you will. Paul, are you still with us? Because we haven't talked to you in a while.
I am, Emery.
Okay, good. Paul, I want to ask you, we talked a little bit yesterday about the nature of the environment, how, now leading up to the midterm elections, but even before that, the language that's being used has certainly been divisive. And now we see the president who delivered, a pretty good statement, but then sort of very quickly has gone back to kind of blaming the media for creating divisions, for stoking divisions. What sort of impact do these words have? You've been very careful to be unbiased. You've been very careful to not indicate whether or not you think this person is a Trump supporter or not a Trump supporter. I really appreciate that.
I just want to point out that the president has tweeted
tweeted?
while we're talking about this. We were just sort of wondering to ourselves what the president was going to say during his 11:45 press conference or meeting with those young black leadership Republicans. But here it is, Emery.
Twitter has removed many people from my account, and more importantly, they have seemingly done something that makes it much harder to join. They have stifled growth to a point where it's obvious to all. A few weeks ago, okay, I don't even want to finish reading this because I can't believe the president is complaining about the growth of his Twitter followers when we're in the middle of finding two more of these devices this morning.
His last words in this tweet are, a few weeks ago it was a rocket ship, now it's a blimp. Total bias.
All right.
So that's the tweet from the president. So let's direct our viewers' attention to what you're looking at here. And this is sort of interesting too, Emery. Did you notice how slow that vehicle is moving on the West Side Highway? That's kind of interesting to me because the speed limit on the West Side Highway is like 50 miles an hour.
Right.
I wonder, Ron or Paul, why that is. I'm not saying it should be speeding like it should be breaking the speed limit, but why is it going at like 25 miles an hour?
That's standard operating procedure. I mean, that's by policy. That's exactly how he's supposed to be transporting that. And this is, again, an example of the exceptional training and preparedness of the police department. And I don't want it to single out NYPD. I mean, police departments are trained for this, Vlad. So this is strictly policy and procedure. They're carrying an ordinance. They only know after X-raying it, what that ordinance composite is, and they're transporting it exactly the way they're supposed to.
Really fascinating.
So
we were talking about.
I mean, one of the moves that we're.
I think is I think is interesting. You're talking about the president, and you're talking about the use of Twitter. And Anne-Marie, you're right. I mean, I try to just shoot right at the facts, but the fact that you can't, that no one, whether you're on the right or left side of the aisle, that can deny, is the disdain that's built from some of this rhetoric and the division. And I don't care whether you're a Republican or an independent or a Democrat, division is bad. And division causes disdain, and disdain creates and begets people or several people that are creating what we have right now. When you start talking about Twitter, the one part that I think that would behoove us, especially the iconic CBS that we are here, is for our viewers to understand that there is a very high probability they can assist police. The individual or individuals that are perpetrating these acts of domestic terrorism are most likely communicating on social media. Mm-hmm. They're saying something or expressing views that oftentimes are disregarded by people that frequent social media. But rest assured, there is a high probability that this particular individual or individuals are communicating their feelings in a manner on social media that would point this to them. Also, if we take a look, and we covered Hodgkinson together, when Steve Scalise was shot in the Capitol on the 17th, the individual, when they investigated Hodgkinson, the FBI did a phenomenal job in this, Ron, right? They came back and showed how so many people knew what he was going to do based on what he had said and how he had communicated, but they didn't come forth. So I think it's fair to say that on the social media side, it's highly probable that whoever's behind this is communicating
Listen,
their thoughts
Paul,
about this.
I'm just going to cut into you for a second. The Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, is speaking now. We're going to go to that.
The president is firm on this issue, as you know. As I stated at the London conference, the United States views the poaching and trafficking of protected wildlife as a threat to good governance, a threat to the rule of law, and a challenge to our stewardship responsibilities to this good earth. Ending this criminality with its devastating consequences is a worldwide conservation imperative. Shortly after he took office, the president issued an executive order that identified wildlife trafficking as an important category of transnational organized crime.
All right, so that's the Attorney General of the United States. He made some very brief comments about this, that they're aware of the situation and they're monitoring it. But we do have some more information from the former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper. He called into CNN a short time ago. He is, of course, one of the latest targets of these suspicious packages. And Anne-Marie, you were talking about the environment in which we are living in currently right now. He said two things that I think are worth sharing with our audience. He said, I do think, and I'm quoting him here, I do think President Trump bears some responsibility for the coarseness and uncivility of the dialogue in this country, and that he needs to remember that his words count. His voice is the most important. He should think about that in the way he addresses the country. That's the former Director of National Intelligence. He also went on to say this. I think and this is, I think, something, Ron, both you and Paul were just saying to us. The DNI, former DNI saying, Paul was saying, I think anyone who has in any way been a critic of, publicly been a critic of President Trump needs to be on extra alert and take some precautions, particularly with respect to mail, but at the same time, we shouldn't get too overblown about it. So the message there from the DNI, former DNI, is look, be alert, especially if you're some of these people that we were talking about, comedians, talk show hosts, journalists, former politicians, former cabinet officials, be on alert, but go about your normal business. Don't be cowed.
Of course not. You don't want something like this to stifle criticism of our government.
Yes.
I mean, you know, I don't have to talk about freedom of speech.
Somehow I feel it's going to have the opposite effect if you're a comedian.
Right, yeah, that's true. Paul, you're still with us, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, Paul, before we sort of cut away, we were hoping that Jeff Sessions would maybe speak a little longer about these packages. You know, you were talking about the fact that we've seen it before where people express their views on social media and, you know, we can sort of trace things back. There's an incident that happens and we can go through their social media accounts and we can see, you know, the roots of their emotions or their ideology or whatever. The only thing is, Paul, I mean, everyone's spouting off on social media now. I can't imagine how you whittle it down to people who might actually be a legitimate threat.
It's really difficult, Anne-Marie. There's no silver bullet there, but the bottom line is that I think that it's the more blatant, it's the more overt. It's the people. This particular person, if he truly does fit the profile of someone that has deep-rooted disdain towards the left side of the aisle and people that are opposed to the president and the current administration, then that person's been vocal about it. And the other part that we'll see as this kind of vets out over the next days and weeks to come, this individual wants to be heard. You know, so they definitely want to be heard. I don't know that he so much wants to be caught, but he definitely wants to be heard, or they want to be heard. So the manner in which they're communicating on social media will send out red flags. Unfortunately, though, we just tend to blow a lot of things off. But I think that, especially given the demographic of our viewers with CBSN, be on more of alert for things that just upset you or alarm you based on certain views.
That's good. Mary Ellen O'Toole back with us again. Mary Ellen, you're a former FBI profiler. So now we have two more packages. They look pretty much exactly the same spelling errors. Another one delivered to CNN, but the primary focus is James Clapper. James Clapper is a contributor to CNN, so one could understand why it would be sent to him there. John Brennan which was the other person that the CNN received a package for, is a contributor, not for CNN though, but for NBC. But now we're getting sort of a little more with every package. We see a little more about this person, and there's a focus on this facility in Florida. Is it too much to assume that the person lives in Florida, or do you think that this is just a distraction?
I think it's too soon to say. I think at some point, this is not someone or somebody who are super sleuths, and so are they going to go to their local post office? They could, or maybe they're going to make a mistake someplace else in this game plan, but and that may be in how they post it and the forensics that they leave. So it's too soon to say if they are closely affiliated with that postal plant down there in Florida, but they can't rule that out at this point. But again, I would just reiterate that this is not the smartest person in the world, and so like all offenders, they really do think they are. Many offenders think that they'll never get caught, that they are the smartest people in the world, but they make mistakes, and this person is making mistakes in that he is sending so many devices, and the possibility for so much evidence increases with each and every device that it's just a matter of time, really, before law enforcement gets that one piece that they need. And most people don't really understand DNA. They just simply don't. And I think that's very likely where the answer could be.
That's really interesting, DNA. When you said that, Mary Ellen, I thought of bank robbers and how often people can get away with maybe one bank robbery, but they always go back for more. And every time they go back, they run the risk of leaving more evidence, messing up in some way, and eventually they always get caught.
Yeah, and the other thing that I've been thinking about, Mary Ellen, is already you're starting to see people who are politicians, well, not politicians, but people who are political, trying to point fingers. Some people are saying this is something, cooked up by the left. Other people are saying this is something cooked up by the right. My question is this: does it really matter? Because we've been talking a little bit about the environment that we're living in and the mood of the country. Does it really matter what somebody's political persuasions are? It feels to me, and this is something that we talked to Fran Townsend about, that throughout the course of history in this country, especially in recent history, Fran and I talked about the 2000 elections, Bush v. Gore, that went straight up to the Supreme Court. We talked about President Obama's presidency. We talked about the war in Iraq. All things that Americans have been divided over, right? They've been divided on issues. That's always been like that. But we've never been in a situation like this where now we are on the eve of a midterm election. Look, I was a foreign correspondent. I would be sent to countries where violence is expected on the eve of an election, right? In certain African countries, or in the Middle East, you'd say, this country is having an election, expect some violence, we need to be there to report it. Now we are about 11 days away from a midterm election here in this country, and we're seeing potential violence, something unheard of in this country, at least, before modern times. I'm sure in the 19th century, maybe there was some that existed. And I just wondered, this person or individual or individuals who are doing this, does it really matter what their political persuasions are? They somehow feel motivated to act at this point is sort of my question.
Well, you raise a really good point. And generally when we have a violent crime, the first question that is always asked is, well, what's the motivation? And that doesn't really matter to investigators initially because, as you say, it doesn't matter. What matters is to start to jump into the case and start to investigate it. You can make some preliminary observations about what you think could be the motivation. And I think you and I talked about this the other day, that motivations are dynamic and they change. But you're right. It really doesn't matter. So once they really are able to fold back this case and see what are the personal reasons that this person or persons decided to do that, then we're really going to understand the motivation. Motivation is a very personal thing. That's why it's easy to speculate on it. But in the end, what side they fall on at this point, it really doesn't matter.
It just feels like they're emboldened now.
Well, it's funny that you would talk about motivation being a personal thing, because then it occurred to me, how often is there another trigger when we've seen stuff like this. I mean, even when we think about the shooter at the congressional baseball practice of Republican
Congressman Scalise.
Yeah, you know, that gentleman's life had been falling apart, but he clearly had an interest in politics. You could tell by his Facebook page.
And he was left-leaning.
But he had all sorts of other things going on in his life. And I wonder, Mary Ellen, typically when you find these people, you can zero in on them. Do you find that they're having like a personal crisis as well?
You know, they certainly could. Not everybody does, but it's possible. I think it's more important to point out that if this, you know, person or persons feels that they are very frustrated with how the politics are going, they're very angry about how certain people's politics they feel are affecting the country, that the way that they handle it is so inappropriate. And that's what you also look for in their background. It's a pattern of inappropriately handling their frustrations in the past. Because if you know how to handle your frustrations, you send a letter to your congressperson or to your representative and you express yourself. You do things in a pro-social way. But this is so inappropriate. It's so antisocial behavior to send a pipe bomb, functional or not, to these individuals. My experience has been when you see their background, you're going to see the inappropriate management of other issues in their life.
Hey, can I ask, do we have the president's latest tweet in a full screen?
And we should provide this context. I just want to provide this context a little bit because, and we're going to report this and then that'll be it. So a short time ago on Fox News, a commentator offered this, and I'm going to quote here. One, we have the worst right-wing bomb maker in history, or we have a false flag operation, right? This is somebody positing. One, we have the worst right-wing bomb maker in history, or we have a false flag operation where it's a left-wing type of operation to create hysteria and to play on the hearts and minds of those who would be independents of undecideds come the midterms. Now the president's
This is the president's tweet just moments ago. Republicans are doing so well in early voting and at the polls, and now we have this, in quotations, bomb stuff. I know the president knows when you put something in quotation, you're suggesting that it's not real, right? That there's something more to it. Bomb stuff happens and the momentum greatly slows. News, not talking politics, very unfortunate. What is going on? Republicans go and vote. I think people can draw their own conclusions. That was reported on another network just moments ago in the last hour or so, and now we have this tweet. I just have to point out, we saw all of the members of law enforcement, here in New York City. I mean, and now we're showing you the containment vehicle, right, that has this, explosives in the back. They don't know what it is, right? All these people are putting their lives at risk, right, to ensure our safety. Right. To put the word bomb in quotation marks to suggest that perhaps it's really not a bomb, it's really not, a thing, and then it might be something other. It may be just sort of a distraction so that we're not talking politics anymore, and Republicans somehow won't want to go to the polls. I just think it diminishes the risks that these people are taking to keep us safe.
Exactly, and we've had former assistant directors of FBI, a former national security advisor to a president, a Republican president, tell us that what we are witnessing over the course of this week are acts of domestic terrorism. They didn't say domestic terrorism in air quotes or in quotes. They said acts of domestic terrorism. And so that is the reality. The people who are protecting us are risking their lives. The people who deliver our mail, who don't make a lot of money, are risking their lives. They probably do that every day because who knows what goes through that mail system. Really? Reporters get weird stuff all the time. But now, more than ever, their lives are at risk. And now we have that tweet from the president. So let's get to our Nikki Battiste. She is standing by in Manhattan for us because we now can report that that bomb containment vehicle has made its way out of Manhattan. Nikki, you are at the location where it was discovered. What is that location and what can you tell us?
It's been pure chaos here. We're right in Midtown Manhattan. We're on 52nd Street. This is 8th Avenue. That's 9th Avenue. Between here is the post office where they found this 12th package. They say it was addressed to CNN's offices, but specifically for former Director of National Intelligence under former President Barack Obama, James Clapper, it was pure chaos here again this morning in New York. It's honestly starting to feel like deja vu. People running, sirens everywhere, streets blocked off, and it was rush hour. So people were just standing around really confused and some locals in fear.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I am heartened by, Nikki, as all New Yorkers should be, is the very rapid response. I mean, I think I saw a tweet from the NYPD at about 8:40 a.m. this morning, 11:30 to 8:40, and then within minutes we saw the swarm of police officers, NYPD, on the scene there.
Yes, they reacted immediately, as they always do, but also they're obviously on really high alert after the last few days and several packages found here in this city. I got here about 30 minutes after that, and it was pure chaos. They were blocking streets up all the way down. They've since cleared it a little bit, but once again, this street has been completely blocked off. You can see some activity still down there. This morning, it was full of sirens, full of NYPD vehicles, and when that containment vehicle did come through holding that package, everyone cleared the way, and one of the NYPD officers actually warned us to get out of the way because they said, hey, look, we don't know, this could be a dangerous device in there. Let's get out of the way. Vlad?
Hey, Nikki, for people who aren't familiar with Manhattan, they might not know what the area is like. Just give us a sense of, what happens in that neighborhood.
Sorry, this neighborhood, we're right by Times Square. This is a busy neighborhood, a lot of residents here, but there's also a lot of tourists who, many of them probably not used to any sort of chaos like we are here in New York, but this is particularly busy, a little bit scary, I think, for some people. But New Yorkers are used to something like this. In the last few days, unfortunately, this has just become an all too familiar scene. Anne-Marie and Vlad.
Yeah.
All right, Nikki, it's very loud where you are now.
Looks like somebody started working on the
somebody
street
said,
there.
okay, a threat is over.
Yeah.
I got to get back to work or I don't get paid.
If you know anything about Manhattan, there's street work happening all the time, everywhere.
Especially on 9th Avenue, which is terrible. I can't stand it. But, Nikki, we appreciate it as always. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you a bit later. All right, so Paul is still with us.
Yeah, and Mary Ellen O'Toole as well. Hey, Mary Ellen, I want to direct this towards you because I find what you do so fascinating, and sort of trying to figure out who this person may be. I'm going to make an assumption here, but based on your background, are we probably looking for a male?
I would say probably, but you'll hear me always say you cannot rule out a female just because the majority of the time they are male, and the investigators won't. If the investigation points to a female or maybe a male-female couple, they'll pursue it. I mean, they won't, they won't ignore it. But yeah, probably we are, but that is only based on prior cases. Yes.
Could you foresee this person ever coming forward on their own? Is this the kind of person who would want to brag about taking credit for this?
Yes. At first I thought maybe you were asking me, do I expect this person to come forward and say, I'm the one and I'm sorry, which I would say don't expect that. But as this continues, my concern is that the motivation for this individual will change, and it will change in a bad way, and that's what I'm sure investigators are looking for. And when I say that, I mean that now that person, that offender, is getting off on the attention, the notoriety. He's thinking to himself, or they're thinking to themselves, look, I'm shutting down New York. All of these people are getting these devices, maybe not directly, but they know my device is getting to them, even if it's just through the media. And this feels wonderful. Look how much power and control I have over the country. And that can be an incredibly powerful motivator, and that may cause him to escalate.
Paul, the number of bombs that have now been sent through the mail, does it up in other words, to Anne-Marie's point, the sheer volume makes it more likely that this individual or individuals will make a mistake, right?
There's no question about that. There's absolutely no question about it, and that's why the composite of these devices are being examined so closely by the FBI and by the NYPD at this point, because that's going to show the consistency in the dates that they've been received, or lack of consistency. And as I pointed out earlier, what's so important for us to understand is, piggybacking on what Marilyn said, and she's clearly the expert here in this, this guy wants and is enjoying being fueled with attention. And we can't forget that. There's no question about that. So more packages to come, but and then the reason why is because of the sheer nature of this individual's desire to get attention.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we've sort of all been positing and wondering about, and it goes back to an earlier discussion point, which is, we haven't heard much from the targets. We've heard now today from James Clapper. Right. He's a contributor to CNN, so I'm sure that they probably pressed upon him the need for him to give some kind of an update as to what his thoughts are. But for the most part, other than Clapper and Robert De Niro and Hillary Clinton, who was at that event that she made a couple of comments on.
Sorry, Sharon, can you tell me what you said again? Okay. So,
right.
So James Clapper spoke on CNN earlier today. He is a contributor, so we spoke on that cable channel, and we have what he says. So let's just play that.
I guess more seriously, I'm really not surprised, and in some sense, relieved. My wife and I are away from home right now, and our neighbors have been retrieving our mail, been very concerned about them. So in one sense, it's kind of a relief, but it's not a surprise. And yes, this is, as I said last night on with Chris Cuomo, this is definitely domestic terrorism, no question about it in my mind. It's serious, obviously, but at the same time, knock on wood, thank God, there have been no injuries or deaths from this. And I guess from what I read, there is some question about whether these things are actually functional or not. You obviously have to assume they are. And whether or not this is just only intended to sow fear, intimidate, that sort of thing, or they're for real. And I actually don't know that. I do want to just echo one thing that John Brennan said, and that is this is not going to silence the administration's critics.
And, that's, I think as Americans, we would hope that they would not. If you have a disagreement on something that is happening in your country, you have a constitutionally protected right to express that opinion. And we should point out that Clapper went on to say that he does believe that at some level, the President of the United States bears some of the responsibility for, and I'm quoting the former DNI here, for the coarseness and uncivility of the dialogue in this country, and that he needs to remember that his words count. His voice is the most important. He should think about that in the way he addresses the country. Interesting that the former director of the National Intelligence, Clapper, who has been critical of President Trump, again, still understands. It's something that is really, something that I would tell people when I was living abroad about what makes America wonderful, in that you can disagree with somebody, but the way that the former director of National Intelligence is referring to the president is still in that respectful manner, where he says the voice of this president, our president, is the most important. He reminds us that the President of the United States generally speaks for us all. And in his third tweet, since we have discovered the announcement of this 11th and 12th suspicious package, the president did finally tweet about it, but he mentions what is happening in the last couple of hours and over the course of the last week by putting the word bomb in quotes. He puts the word bomb in quotes very shortly after a pundit, not a reporter, on another cable network mentioned that this may be a possibility. Momentum, the midterms. The president puts this in quotes. That voice is amplified. Now, if you are a supporter of the president and the president of the United States puts the word bomb in quotes, meaning not real, meaning perhaps fake, then that's how you're going to take it. To echo what the former director of National Intelligence said, words count.
Yeah, and very early on, after the largest number of packages were discovered, people were already floating this idea that this was a hoax. They were questioning how so many packages could be delivered, within hours of each other. It must be a setup. And, this is while people are still putting their lives on the line.
Right.
This is why we really don't know the extent. We don't know if the person who created these packages, if they deliberately created explosive devices that won't detonate, or if they just, haven't been being very good at it, but they might become very good at it.
And Mary Ellen O'Toole, former FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation profiler, this again highlights the President of the United States at odds with his own agencies, with his own law enforcement agencies, with his own directors of intelligence, not Clapper, who was a director of intelligence under Obama, his own people.
Right.
In other words, when you have the police commissioner of New York City, when you have other high-ranking officials in the Justice Department, the Attorney General saying, suspicious packages. He's got the FBI, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Secret Service, Postal Police, Capitol Police, local partners working tirelessly, I'm quoting the Attorney General, to follow every lead. Okay? Now the President of the United States, by putting that word, bomb, in quotes, you've just literally undermined thousands of hardworking men and women who are trying to keep us safe by saying,
there's no crime here.
There's nothing's going on. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Mary Ellen O'Toole.
Well,
I'm probably asking you to profile the president.
No, I understand your question, and I put myself in the mindset of these investigators and FBI agents. They will continue to, they know their business, they know what they're doing, they've worked cases before that have involved bombs, stalking behavior, predatory behavior, some of which you see in these cases. President's not an expert in criminal behavior, never has been. So these men and women will continue to do what they've been trained to do, and they do it very well, and they do it collectively as a group. So they're not going to change or waver, or they're not going to just kind of step aside from their expertise.
Paul,
that's a good point.
You're a law enforcement analyst. You know the men and women that put their lives on the line. When the president tweets something out and puts the word bomb in quotation marks, and we had this conversation about how language counts in the mood of this of this country, and how the wrong type of language contributes to a mood that could bring forth this sort of behavior. What do you think when you see bomb in quotation marks and it's coming from the president?
I'll tell you, Marie, I agree with Mary Ellen in that, law enforcement's going to stay entirely focused. I mean, they're extremely professional. They'll keep their eye on the ball. But on the other side of it, when they're in the car, they're shaking their head saying, what, are you kidding me? I mean, seriously.
Yeah. I can imagine if you're in law enforcement, you would think to yourself, you would think to yourself, does the president have my back or not?
Yeah, I mean, you're in that vehicle and you're looking in the rearview mirror and say, you want to know what I have in here? I mean, so that's the thing when you start thinking of the mobilization of containment of devices like this and how they're synchronized with 3 or 4 or 5 different agencies, the amount of time and energy and life risk that goes into this, and then to do something like that, to make a statement like that, with all due respect, and you need to think before you start writing, and that's just inappropriate.
Yeah, and you pointed out
I
something.
wouldn't like it.
You pointed out something about the number of agencies that are involved in this investigation, right? If this was a hoax, I think at this point we would know. At this point you would need the involvement of what? The NYPD, the FBI, the ATF. I mean, it's not a hoax.
The only thing you can draw from that tweet, and Paul, you're a former law enforcement official, Mary Ellen, you are as well. The only thing you can draw from that tweet, this has nothing to do with bias. You're drawing from that tweet is that you've got the Attorney General of the United States just moments ago saying that he's mobilized the ATF, Secret Service, Postal Police, Capitol Police, and local law enforcement officials. And that is the official line from the Department of Justice. The president watching cable television, and his takeaway is from what he heard on TV.
Right. So, I want to let's refocus and focus on the investigation, sort of moving forward. We know that every time there's another package dropped off, then it means more evidence, more stuff for law enforcement to work with. You certainly don't want to discover another package, but I imagine for the FBI, each package is a gold mine, Paul.
No question about that, because there's more information. There's more study with respect to the composite and the shaping of the package and how it was wrapped and the lettering, et cetera. And that goes to something, too, that you mentioned before. Ron brought this point up, and I want to come back to that real quickly, as you mentioned, Sam Marie, is that we keep talking about, there's a lot of talk about the misspelled word of Florida, right? But what we need to recognize is that he probably did, or they probably did go out and buy, a sheet of envelopes and, return messages and so forth. But you got to remember that the letter A is right next to the letter S on the keyboard. So maybe they just printed out a bunch and never even looked at it and put it out there. So I don't know that we should put.
All right, sorry, Paul. Let's just interrupt you real quick because Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz is set to address these bomb scares. Let's listen.
Directly in my own district office.
I would like to know. I haven't been able to work for 6 years. How might you help?
Hi, ma'am.
I haven't been able to work for 6 years. How might you help?
Let me connect you to my staff.
Your staff, will they be able to find work?
Well, we won't be able to. We can help you connect to resources so we can help you find a job.
And you think I'll be able to find work?
I hope so.
You hope so?
We'll certainly help you.
And if you're reelected, you'll be able to find everyone in South Florida work?
I'm not quite sure how that works, but we're certainly going to work on it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what this is all about. My job as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives and my incredible, brave, hardworking, amazing staff, our jobs are to make sure that we can take care of people that like the woman that I just spent a few moments talking to. Make sure on the front lines of my congressional district that when someone has a problem like that, whether it's seeking a job or getting access to their Social Security benefits, whether they're a widow or a Social Security beneficiary themselves, or the veterans that my staff every single day helps make sure that they can get their benefits. There are veterans that my staff works tirelessly to help them get the medals that they earned, that sometimes bureaucracy gets in the way of their receiving. Countless different immigration cases where people who are coming to this country simply to make a better way of life for themselves and their families have to struggle through the abomination of an immigration policy that is being made worse every day by this administration. And so what we are doing today here is exercising the greatest privilege that we have in our democracy, and that is casting our ballot. Coming here, and I've invited my constituents and friends and leaders and supporters to come and vote with me so that we can make sure we send a message about the values that this community stands for, and that this community will not stand for any attack on our democracy. Yay. We are not going to be knocked down by violence and by vitriol and by venom. Never are we going to allow violence, vitriol, and venom to knock us down. And so I just want to share with you how heartbroken I was to have my incredible staff, who are taking care of the people I represent every single day, have to deal with that kind of danger and deal with that kind of horror while serving my constituents. And so we're going to make sure. It's one of the reasons that we have to elect Andrew Gillum governor.
That's right.
Because we need a governor that is going to make sure that we stand up, that we can stand up for the values of this community, whether it's education or healthcare or immigration or foreign policy, all of which the person who is governor has some impact on. And we need to re-elect Bill Nelson, who I just proudly voted for, because we need to make sure that Senator Nelson is continuing to fight for us every single day. And at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to do the best job I know how representing this community. And you know what? There are times when people are going to agree with me, just like all the other amazing elected officials. I have mayors here, I have school board members here, we have city commissioners here, we have incredible candidates here who are standing up and offering themselves to the community to stand up for them. And whether you agree with us on any particular issue or not, our democracy was founded on coming together, on standing up for people who have no voice. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. That's what we'll all continue to do every single day. We're Democrats, and it's Democrats that are going to make sure that we can establish reestablish some sanity and some balance and some unity to the way decisions are made in this country and in this state of Florida. So thank you so much. Yes, I just want to say yes, and I was sort of talking about the bombing situation. It wasn't a bombing, so let's make sure that we're using a suspicious package. There are some questions I will not be able to answer because I'll have to refer you to law enforcement, but I'll do my best to answer the questions that I am able to answer. So
why do you think that somebody would put your name on the box, or how do you feel about that?
You know, obviously it's devastating, deeply disturbing to have my name used in that way. As you know, we received one of the packages in our office, and obviously any of the packages that had bounced back would have come to the return address. So it's disturbing, troubling, sinister, and we are going to make sure, and I have been in very close touch with, every level of law enforcement, and they are on top of it, making sure that they throw all the resources of the United States. I've been told by the FBI that this is their highest priority, and they're on top of it and making sure that they can get to the bottom of who did this heinous act.
Is there any reason why you would think you, of all people, would be on that return address and at the center of all of this?
I really don't know. All I know is that an attack on any one of us, the use or a potential use of any of us that are serving the public, or anyone for that matter, to attempt to harm people is sinister and horrific, and it is not something that we are going to tolerate. Whoever did this, whether it's one person or a group of people, you will be found, you will be prosecuted, and you will not knock us down. You will not stop us from making sure that we can continue to do the work that we do every day. And I'm so proud of my staff who were right back in our district office the next day. My district office was open for business the very next day. We did not change our schedule, and I'm so lucky to have the people working for me that I do, and my constituents are as well.
Have you had any recent threats to your office? You said that you won't be intimidated by this. Do you think this was an intimidation factor ahead of the midterm elections?
It's very difficult to know what someone who is clearly insane and who was that much of a madman, mad woman, whoever it is, that anyone that could do this, it's impossible to ascribe motives. It's sinister and evil, and they know that they need to understand that they will be found.
Have you had any recent threats, Congressman?
The president's response to all of this, what do you think?
I'm sorry?
What do you think about the president's response to all of this?
This is a time when no matter what your political persuasion is, we need to turn the volume down. We need to have a civil discourse. We need to be talking with one another. I regularly reach across the aisle to my colleagues, work with them on a daily basis, play softball to help breast cancer survivors on the same team as my female Republican colleagues, because they're not the enemy, and none of us should be treating our opponents like they are the enemy. And every one of us should lead by example. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, you?
Brandon.
Sorry.
Has your security changed in any way since all of this has happened? What can you share with us about that?
We're making sure that that we have the utmost safety. That we're working with law enforcement to ensure not only that I'm protected, but that my constituents, who I interact with every day, are protected.
15 a.m. An alert postal worker who was aware of a series of suspected pipe bombs and packages going through the mail recognized a package that postal workers across the country had been warned about and shown photographs of in the system here at Radio City Station. That postal worker was able to notify the U.S. Postal Police on scene here, who contacted the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the NYPD. This area was secured while emergency service and the NYPD bomb squad responded. The package was isolated in the post office. The bomb squad was able to use their equipment to conduct an X-ray. Inside, they saw what appears to be a pipe bomb consistent with other devices we've seen this week, contained in a package consistent with the packaging we've seen this week. It was addressed to an individual at a location in Manhattan. The bomb squad was able to safely remove that package with the device intact into the total containment vessel and transport that under highway escort to the NYPD range at Rodman's Neck, where it'll be placed in a secure storage area for the FBI, who will then transport it, along with the other suspected devices we've seen this week, to the FBI's lab in Quantico. With me, I have Chief of Patrol Rodney Harrison and Deputy Assistant Chief Frank Galla from the Fire Department, and Chief Harrison will address the logistics of this operation.
So once we were notified about the device, we put a frozen zone in place. We evacuated a couple of the residents as well as the educational facility, which is right across the street, as well as the post office. At this time now, since the device has been removed, everything will be back up in play and up and running. As you can see, the streets are moving, and we want to ask all New York City residents to continue to stay alert, and if you do see something, call 1-888 New York City Safe. Thank you.
Just here again, we had no injuries, but we're here, the FDNY, to support our partners in the NYPD and law enforcement.
Just a housekeeping matter for those of you who are aware of it. There was another suspicious package operation involving a suspicious box that was found leaning against a tree in Central Park. That's been resolved. It is not connected to this or similar to this. It is also contains nothing hazardous, so that has also been resolved if you were following the developments in that end. I want to especially commend the work of the postal inspectors, but also the work of the 600,000 postal employees across the country who have been working within the postal system to locate these packages before they're delivered and to alert authorities. And this is an example on the part of one postal worker who, when she saw this, recognized it, froze it in the system, and was able to resolve that before it got delivered to a location in Manhattan. So very good work here. We're not going to be able to take questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
You know, this update from the Deputy Commissioner on Counterterrorism, John Miller, and the Chief of Patrol, Rodney Harrison, was an interesting one, and I think a very valuable one, because they just told us the information, and they didn't take any questions, because this is the NYPD just doing their jobs. I think at this point, even though it's only been a couple of days, they know what their mission is. They know what they need to do. You saw the Chief of Patrol there, Rodney Harrison, essentially reiterating what we all know as New Yorkers. If you see something, say something, and we'll be there, and that's all you really need to know.
Yeah, and I thought it was really interesting that he pointed out all the hard work that's being done by the U.S. Postal Service, how, you know, there are people looking out for these packages. And then it occurred to me, Paul, that an awful lot of crime, or awful lot of criminals attempt at crime through the Postal Service. They must have a whole division dedicated to, you know, stopping crime before.
Paul is gone.
We don't have Paul?
We have
okay.
Mary Ellen.
So we'll save that. We'll save that.
Hi.
Hi, Mary Ellen. I know that you're a profiler, but maybe you're familiar with this too, that, you know, the Postal Service, they've got a whole crime division. They're not new to this sort of stuff.
Well, they're absolutely not new. They were to this kind of an investigation. They were pivotal in the investigation of the Unabomber case. I had several excellent postal inspectors that I personally worked with on the victimology project for the Unabomb case, and these are very well-trained men and women, and they bring a lot of expertise to a case like this. So law enforcement is very lucky that they are involved in this.
Yeah. No, that you know, and it's something else that bears repeating as well, Mary Ellen. And I'm curious from your experience as FBI profiler, do local law enforcement, and I'm guessing certainly, well, I don't even think I even need to guess, a huge department like New York City would also have profilers, obviously. But as they, for example, what happened in upstate New York and Westchester, some of these, how often does the FBI work with profilers at local law enforcement to try and paint a picture of this individual or individuals?
Well, local law enforcement agencies don't have profilers. Most of the profilers, we have police-trained profilers, and then we have FBI agents like myself who are profilers. So the group of us is actually quite small, and it's much smaller than what you would think.
That's really interesting. I didn't. So, does New York City have a profiler?
They did have an excellent profiler, but right now I don't believe that they do. But that is not to say, though, that, and I know John Miller, and that's not to say that they don't have wonderful resources like psychologists and doctors and so forth that they can rely on. And they have the New York FBI field office who has a profile coordinator, and those profile coordinators from the New York City, from the New York FBI field office will be working. They'll have an open line to the profilers down at Quantico. So it's being covered, but the way it's being covered is probably not known to the general public. So we've got profilers on board. So that I think hopefully is reassuring to people.
Right. Mary Ellen, stand by. Nikki Batista is down at the location where the latest explosive device was discovered. And Nikki, we just heard from the NYPD. You were listening into that press conference. What can you tell us?
We just heard from the NYPD what some of our own reporting confirmed. A 12th package was found here this morning at a post office just down the street. We're on 52nd Street between 8th and 9th Avenues here in Midtown Manhattan. We're right by Times Square. They confirmed it. They also spoke about a potential 13th package we had heard about. They confirmed it is nothing. There was a box found leaning against a tree in Central Park, but they have confirmed that it is nothing to do with these packages. That area is safe. They also said they will begin in a little bit to clear these streets. They have removed that 12th package from this area in a containment vehicle, which we saw earlier. So it's gotten a little bit quieter here, still a little chaotic, but nothing like it was a little bit earlier this morning. Vlad and Anne-Marie?
Right, Nikki, thank you.
Yeah, Nikki, thank you very much. So we're still on continuing our coverage here of what we now know to be an 11th and 12th package that was discovered early this morning. And I guess, while we await to see if we hear any more, we know the president's going to be speaking in just about 45 minutes. So that'll be happening very shortly. He's already been sort of active on Twitter, and we expect that he will perhaps make some comments about this. But I want to just reset again for our viewers the news that we've been covering all morning long here at CBS News. Which is that an 11th and 12th package has been discovered early this morning at about 8:30 in the morning Eastern time. There you're looking at an earlier shot of the bomb containment vehicle that has now made its way out of Manhattan. And here's what we know. The first package that was discovered was delivered to a postal facility here in New York City in Midtown Manhattan. That package was addressed to the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper. It was addressed to him at the offices of CNN, where Director Clapper is a contributor, a paid contributor to that network. Then later, a few minutes later, we discovered that in the same facility in Florida, where police and federal officials believe numerous packages containing those explosive devices were processed, another package was discovered. This one was addressed to Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. And so that raised the number of bombs, which is what we're calling them, to 12. And this goes back to the Monday of this week when one of those bombs was delivered first to George Soros, then to the Clintons, the Obamas, Eric Holder, John Brennan, Maxine Waters, Robert De Niro, Joe Biden, Cory Booker, and now James Clapper. So that is where we are today. The NYPD just gave an update. They asked the public to remain vigilant. This operation, if you recall, Anne-Marie, the operation when this first bomb was discovered at the Time Warner Center at CNN, took several hours. This one, the NYPD wrapping this up in just a little under about 2.5 hours or so before they were able to get that bomb containment vehicle on the scene and out of the city. And so that is where we are. We have heard from the Attorney General of the United States. He was delivering a speech. He reiterated the entire resources of the Justice Department are focused, galvanized to try and find the individual or individuals who is committing what every law enforcement and public official that we've spoken to has said very clearly are domestic acts of terrorism. We heard from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Congressman Wasserman Schultz explaining the same thing that we've heard from others who have been on the record about this, that they will continue to do their job. She did point out that she would like to see the tone ratcheted down a bit, that we all should be respectful as we engage in political discussions and political differences. So she reiterated that point. We did hear from Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro's message to people, the bombs are powerful, but there's a much more powerful tool. Go out and vote, the ballot.
So we're just getting a quick email. This is coming from our Jeff Pegues. Source tells CBS News an arrest has been made in the bomb threat case. So we don't have any other details than that. So what we're doing here at CBS is working further on that. We have one source, but here at CBS we like to get multiple sources to verify that information. So that's coming from one of our correspondents who's going to continue to work that and get more information to verify that it is indeed factual. We know another news outlet is reporting that. And so we want to make sure we triple check and our accuracy is on point.
Yeah, we have reporters working their sources, and so we'll be able to update our viewers at some point during our coverage. Again, there's one of the things that we were talking about, Mary Ellen, is the sheer volume of packages that were sent through the mail. I mean, it's a point that Anne Marie made earlier that, when you rob a bank and you get away with it, which in and of itself is a big deal, you might get away with one, but trying to do 2 or 3, you always raise the possibility that you will be tripped up and that you will get caught. And you had made that point, Mary Ellen, that as this individual or individuals watches the breathless coverage on cable television, on network television, through streaming devices and streaming services like CBSN, that they might potentially feel as if they are invincible.
That's exactly right. And if this person, and it does seem like this person or persons, they can become so tunnel vision that they are the only person that can send this message that to them is so important. When you become so tunnel vision that you suspend good judgment and common sense, which means you send 12 or 13 devices out there, all of which contain valuable forensic evidence, you're going to get caught. It's just a matter of time. You're going to get caught. There's no way you can stand up against NYPD, the FBI, the ATF, the Secret Service. You're standing in front of a massive amount of law enforcement resources. There's no way that this person is not going to or will not be identified.
Mary Ellen, we asked you about potential profiles of the individual or individuals. We asked you male or female. You said high probability of male, but you can't rule anything out. What about age?
I would put this person, well, there's chronological age and there's emotional age. So you can be 20 going on 15. So that's why age is so difficult to profile. But this shows really almost a lack of impulsivity. There's impulsiveness there, but impulsivity would be changing the bombs around, maybe sending a note in the bomb, taking stupid risks that you just don't see here. And it also shows kind of a real attention to politics, which may not necessarily be associated with someone that's youthful. But I don't see a lot of youthful traits and characteristics here yet. It could be in the bomb and how it was built, but there's a level of maturity here. So I would from a maturity position point of view, would make him a little bit older.
when we've seen cases like this before, you know, the police are just giving us limited information. So we've seen what the exterior of the package looks like. That's, you know, presumably to help us, members of the public, if we stumble on this, we know what it looks like. And they've given us a description of what the explosive looks like. But they haven't told us whether or not there was a letter inside the package or any further information. When we've seen cases like this, I don't know, do these sort of remote bombers, do they usually have some sort of manifesto or something, a letter that they slip inside the packaging as well?
Well, on that, I mean, they certainly could, but usually what like with the Unabomber, what happened was the manifesto came at the end of his criminal career, and he wanted that posted on the front page of the newspaper. But his devices didn't contain any paper documents that would explain what his motives were, and I don't believe that was. There wasn't any paper communication in the recent one down in Austin. And the reason for that makes sense, though, because if the bomb, you know, detonates, there's not going to be anything left of a piece of paper.
Hey,
Mary Ellen, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got to get to this breaking news right now that we can confirm at CBS News that one person has been arrested in connection with these various and numerous bombs that have been mailed to public officials over the course of the last week. Again, this is coming from the Director of Public Affairs at the Department of Justice. She just tweeted this out. Her name is Sarah Isgur Flores. She says this: we can confirm one person is in custody. We will hold a press conference at the Department of Justice at 2:30 p.m. So the breaking news, if you've been tracking this story with us all morning long, the breaking news right now, we can confirm that one person has been arrested in connection with these bombs.
Right. So here's the thing. We know somebody's arrested in connection with this bomb, but we don't know how many people are involved in this, right? We don't know if this is somebody who maybe purchased equipment but didn't know what was going to happen with that equipment.
Right.
What we know is that some sort of evidence within these packages, presumably, led law enforcement back to this individual.
Indeed.
And hopefully we'll be getting more information soon about where this individual is located and find out, you know, were they Florida based? Are they New York based? There's an awful lot of activity here in New York, but we know that most of these packages, it looks like, were all processed or at least delivered to one postal facility in Florida. They were able to find one this morning there that had not gone through the system.
Right.
You know, sorry, go ahead.
And I was going to say, what's further of interest to our viewers is that we can also confirm this not only through the DOJ, but also through our station, WFOR, in Fort Lauderdale in Miami, Florida. Now, what does that tell me? That tells me that if they are able to confirm that this activity in connection with this arrest is potentially in the state of Florida, where we have a reporter there, Manuel Bojorquez, who's working his sources at that facility where many of these packages were processed. So it's something that we talked about. If you recall, Mary Ellen, we were talking about this earlier in the week as we started to become aware that these had the return address of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. We posited, could this potentially be somebody who lives in the state of Florida?
Right, and the primary reason we were thinking that is because though Debbie Wasserman Schultz during the 2016 presidential election had then become a household name, I think most people would not have known about her. She sort of drifted off the radar after the presidential election.
She was no longer the DNC chairwoman.
No, and certainly, you know, when we look at the list of people here, certainly some of them have had pretty public spats, Twitter spats with the president, but Debbie Wasserman Schultz, they don't think was one of them.
And I can point to our viewers that we are getting some pictures that we're going to share with you at some moment, that there's a heavy police activity happening as we speak at this moment in Plantation, Florida. There it is. You can see heavy police activity in Plantation, Florida. So that, again, to the discussions that we were having as to the location, the potential location of this person, Florida, and now what we can see, what we're learning through the reports that are coming in, that police activity is centered around, you could see a wide shot of that auto parts store. That is where that police activity is happening at this very moment in Plantation, Florida, which is, I don't know if Floridians call them suburbs, but it is just a few miles outside of Miami.
Okay, well, it would make sense because that processing center, we heard from Manuel Bojorquez, processes mail mostly from southern Florida, so it would make sense that it would be sort of just outside of Miami. So we're hoping to get a little more information about this arrest and identify this person. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, and the information that is coming now to us from WFOR, our station there, local law enforcement tells CBS Miami, so that's WFOR, that an arrest was made in connection with the suspicious packages at about 10:30, so just about a half an hour ago, at this auto parts store, which you're looking at right now on the screen of your device here. A loud explosion was heard at the time of the arrest, possibly from a flashbang device being used by the FBI in the course of making the arrest. And so that's all we know right now. We don't know anything else about this individual who was arrested, but you could see that heavy police activity there. And if this happened about a half hour ago, my guess is that individual is probably not still on the scene, but we don't know.
Yeah, I'd really love to sort of like, we have 3 locations of interest here in Florida, right? Plantation, the location where the mail facility is, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz's offices. I would really like to see what the distance is between all of them. I'm very curious to see if whether Plantation is within her district or not, which would explain why she...
I mean, she is in Miami. Her district is Miami. I don't know if it extends as far to Plantation.
That, yeah.
Right, yeah. I think she's Miami and Fort Lauderdale. We need to have somebody check on that. But the reason why it was sort of an interesting detail in the course of the reporting over the past couple of days is my thought was, well, this person would go with somebody who represents their district, or at least that they're more familiar with, because as you pointed out, Anne-Marie, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was in the national limelight when she was the DNC chairwoman. Once she left that job, that role, she wasn't as nationally visible as she had been in the past. But and so that wouldn't be the first person you would think of if you were trying to target people who were Democrats or left-leaning, which every single person who's been targeted has been that. Although I should point out that James Clapper and John Brennan are not necessarily, we don't know if they're Democrats or Republicans, but they certainly have been critical of President Trump.
And just sort of looking at the map, though, Vlad, it almost seems like, I don't know, I have family in Florida. I think you have family in Florida, or you spent some time in Florida. It almost looks like Plantation is more of a suburb of Fort Lauderdale than it is Miami. I mean, some people consider Fort Lauderdale a suburb of Miami too, but it's quite a drive, and it looks like the closest big city that people would be familiar with would be Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah. So this is the information that's coming to us right now, and of course, all of us we are anxious to hear from the Department of Justice what they know about this individual or individuals who have been taken into custody in connection with these bombs that have been sent to various officials and public figures. And right now, we don't know. We don't know anything about this person. We do know that there's this activity happening in Plantation, Florida, at this auto parts store. We are obviously mobilizing our reporters, and at some point we expect to hopefully speak to one of the reporters from WFOR if they're available to talk to us about what they were able to witness.
So it looks like, from what I can see, this is in the same district that Debbie Wasserman Schultz represents.
Okay, right. So the 23rd.
All the pieces are slowly coming together,
exactly,
right?
Exactly. And while we look at this scene, so Mary Ellen, if you're still with us, this is the breaking news, and we have very little information to go on other than that an arrest has been made. It's in the state of Florida. It is in the district represented by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Just your thoughts.
Well, it's going to be interesting to learn how law enforcement got onto this person and what their role is. If the information came, say, from the forensic analysis, like looking at the container, if there were any markings, because I think you mentioned that this was an auto store where they're going to sell mechanical type equipment. So that's going to be very interesting if there's a connection forensically to that particular location, or if it came from a DNA identification, or if it came from somebody that called in and said, I think this person could be responsible. And then the other thing that's going to be interesting is the first thing that they'll want to know from this person is who else is involved and are there other devices. Those will probably be the 2 top questions that they will ask. Who else is involved and are there other devices?
If this is
it would appear that this person was taken into custody at their place of business.
Yeah, and if you've been to Florida and Miami area. It's sort of outside of Miami, though. I can almost sort of envision what this is like. Usually these are kind of like sort of buildings where there's a series of businesses. There might be like an auto body shop, a mechanic shop. Different people can rent them out.
Strip
right,
malls.
Completely. I have a relative who runs an auto body shop, and his shop is very similar. So, you can get in there, you can shut the door, and work away without anyone really knowing what's happening inside your facility. I mean, this would be sort of a great location if you were putting together a series of pipe bombs.
So let's get straight to CBS News correspondent Manuel Bojorquez. He is joining us now. He is in Florida. Manny, you were originally at the Opa-locka facility. Just give us a sense of where you are right now and what you're hearing on the ground.
Yeah, we are still at the facility here, that Mail Processing Center in Opa-locka. It's about half an hour away from Plantation where the arrest was happening, but clearly all the reporters who have been watching the developments here, everybody's abuzz with the news of an arrest here. What we know is that for really the last 24 hours or so, law enforcement officials have been indicating that they were zeroing in on Florida for many reasons. As you've mentioned before in our reporting here, the return address on those packages was the Florida office of Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And then there was evidence linking this processing center to at least some of those packages. And indeed, this morning we learned that at least one package was intercepted here. This is a very large facility. That one addressed to Senator Cory Booker, and we're told it was rendered safe. So clearly, investigators, after seeing that there was at least one more here, were able to somehow figure out possibly what postal facility it came from, because you can't drop things off here. This is just a processing center. And then we're able somehow to focus on the Plantation area. And now that's where the law enforcement efforts are focusing. I can tell you, as for this processing center here, things are rather calm. It seems like workers are able to go on the property and out as they would any other day. But a lot of people, you might imagine, here very relieved to hear of an arrest. Again, we're still waiting to hear who was arrested, whether this was somebody who's wanted simply in connection with the case, or whether authorities believe this is indeed the person who was responsible for mailing these things.
Manny, you are based in Florida. For our viewers across the country and around the world who are watching CBSN, just place our viewers in the scheme of things. We know that this is all happening in the 23rd Congressional District, which, as you pointed out, is represented by Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's a Democrat. That is in Broward County, if I'm not mistaken. That is a county that Hillary Clinton carried in the 2016 election. Donald Trump did not. But where is Plantation?
Sorry. I want to talk about that, but we just have a little more information about, it looks like the individual is a 56-year-old male. So getting a little bit of more information. A 56-year-old male is the person that has been arrested in this. And there happens to be some DNA evidence. I'm going to sort of dig through this right here. Yeah. I'll talk to Manny, and then we'll also talk to Mary Ellen, because we were asking about the age earlier. So Manny, where is Plantation in relation to where you are, in relation to Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office?
Yeah, it's all about half an hour away from this processing facility here, all north of Miami. Her office is in Sunrise, Florida. That's where we were earlier this week when there was one of those packages delivered there. Plantation not far from that. So all of this is happening north of Miami. But as you know, Miami is not the only populated area here. You have this entire strip of South Florida that really connects all the way from Palm Beach and West Palm Beach all the way down to the Keys. Very heavily populated area. And somehow they were able to determine that this is the place, Plantation, where they wanted to be, just narrowing down that information to this processing center, and then, as you're seeing now, to Plantation. So listen, this is the information that we're getting from our senior producer of our investigative unit. Like we said just moments ago, a 56-year-old male is in custody, and it looks like police were led to the suspect through DNA evidence. So I want to ask Mary Ellen O'Toole about that, because there's DNA everywhere, but you're not going to be led to a suspect unless it matches to somebody who's in the system. So I don't know if it's too much to presume that this person might have a criminal record, or there must be some other way that police were able to so rapidly connect the DNA, I presume, that they found on a package
to
look what they're doing.
Yeah, they're covering up a van, it looks like, in the same location where an arrest was made, or at least there was a lot of activity.
And I wonder, you know what's interesting, guys? And again, I'm sorry, Mel, and sorry, Anne-Marie.
Look at all that stuff in the windows.
Yes, I'm just noticing that the FBI, the picture that you're looking at right now is absolutely unbelievable. What they're doing is they're covering up this van, which I caught a very brief glimpse of it, and I, without 100% certainty, but I thought I saw a picture of Hillary Clinton in it, and derogatory stuff on the van. And so let's see if they zoom in.
Trying to zoom in.
And so, Mary Ellen, and that's why the FBI is covering it up.
I wish Mary Ellen could see these
I know.
pictures.
Wish you could see this, Mary Ellen, because it does look like. I mean, in New York City, you get people carrying signs, but these parts, some parts of the country are not walkable cities, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way you do that is you plaster your van with your thoughts and how you feel about things and how you feel about politicians. Well, give us a sense, Mary Ellen, of somebody, the people who generally walk around New York City or who drive around holding incendiary signs, spouting conspiracy theories. What kind of person is that?
Well, that certainly would be somebody who is very, I think, is a very concrete thinker, and they're very focused on that to the exclusion of other possibilities and other thinking styles. So it usually tends to be somebody that's white or black in their thinking. There's no gray area. And so if you try to persuade them, listen, there's benefit to thinking about an issue this way or considering it that way, they're generally not open to that. It is, no, this is the way it is. You cannot persuade me any differently. So they're very focused. They're very stubborn, and they tend to be fairly rigid thinkers.
One of the questions I was going to ask you before we start to zero in on this individual is whether or not he would stand out for his political views.
Yes.
I mean, would his neighbors know, oh boy, he gets really fired up when we talk about politics, so let's not even go there with so-and-so.
Right.
And when you look at, that van is not average. Most people don't cover their windows completely with
messages.
Yeah,
we don't know what they say,
exactly.
but with messages.
So I ask you, Mary Ellen, when we find out the name of this person, and I know, as soon as that happens, reporters are going to be going to where they live, going to talk to coworkers. Do you expect that we're going to hear people say, I'm surprised, but not that surprised?
I think you'll hear people say, I'm not surprised. You'll probably hear some people say things like, he was a nice guy, he didn't bother me. You'll get some of that. But I also think that with somebody like this, you're going to have other incidents in the past where he hasn't liked the way a next-door neighbor has done something, or he hasn't liked the way a street sign was placed, or how he felt it infringed upon him. And you're going to see other elements of his being very thin-skinned when it comes to being told, you've got to change your point of view. You have to think about things a little bit differently. So I think you're going to see kind of a pattern of behavior in his background that will make sense out of what he's doing now. This kind of passive-aggressive getting back at people because he doesn't like what they stand for. At that age, if this is the guy, this isn't the first time that he's behaved like this. Probably the most egregious time, but not the first time.
To the question you were asking, Anne-Marie, that I interrupted you, unfortunately, I'm sorry for that, but you were asking about DNA and being in the system.
Yeah, because I thought, okay, I could pick up your pen, Vlad, and there's DNA on it, but I'm not going to know it belongs to you unless there's something to match it to.
So does that mean that if
there's all kinds of ways I think that people, just the system, for lack of a better phrase, could have DNA because you were incarcerated, but there are other ways in which you might have your DNA registered someplace.
23andMe, Ancestry.com,
yeah,
those places, those types of...
Possibly, but those places have had to sort of deal with issues of privacy, and I don't think that without a warrant, police would be tapping into their databases, but you never know, because I did stories on that. But there's also, possibly if you were in the military, there might be something. You never know.
Yeah. All right, Jeff Pegues is standing by for us in Washington, D.C. Jeff, what are you learning about this arrest? We know that the Department of Justice is going to be speaking to reporters very shortly.
Yeah, and of course we hope to get more information at that time. But this has been an investigation that has been ongoing really since Monday. I think a lot of people forget perhaps where this all started, but it started in Katona, New York on Monday, outside of the home of George Soros, the financier who's connected to Democratic causes. And then you have the rest of these devices over this past several days stretch. And what it has led to is this arrest in Plantation, Florida, and this vehicle that investigators there are covering. But we've seen it. It is a white van with stickers throughout. And now it is a key piece of evidence for investigators. What they will want to know is these suspicious devices, were they being put together in that van? Is there evidence tying the suspect to these crimes in that van? And that's why they are so meticulously covering that piece of evidence. And they will load it, of course, onto that flatbed truck and get it out of there to a garage somewhere where it can be investigated forensically further. But this is obviously a positive development for the FBI, ATF, Secret Service, NYPD, and other law enforcement agencies who've been a part of this task force trying to get to this point where they have a suspect in custody.
So maybe, I don't know if you would know about this, Jeff, but, we were pondering the whole DNA connection and whether or not, if DNA led to this suspect, how would police be able to connect the DNA that perhaps they found on one of these packages to a person, to a name? Would this person have to be in the system somehow?
Well, perhaps there's a match somewhere that they saw, or maybe DNA was just one aspect of the investigation that led to this particular suspect. We don't know that yet. Perhaps we'll get answers to that question in a couple of hours when we have this, or we see this press conference from the Department of Justice. But there was a mountain, and we've talked about this, a mountain of evidence with all of these suspicious packages turning up in the mail. On the face of it, these packages, the manila envelopes, it looks like some basic piece of paper, but for investigators, you can get a lot from the stickers, the stamps, the document itself, or the packaging itself, and then the suspicious devices themselves. You can get fingerprints from that. You can then trace where the components were purchased from, and that's what investigators have likely been doing since the beginning of this, and what it has led to is this arrest right now. Now, we're learning more information as we go, obviously, about who this person is. We know he's 56 years old. We don't know if he's a resident of South Florida, of Plantation, or if he was just traveling through in that van. But again, just some of the questions that we have. But for these communities that have essentially been terrorized by these suspicious packages, this is obviously going to come as a relief to hear that this person is in custody, perhaps the person behind all of these incidents of suspicious packages turning up in the mail.
All right, Jeff Pegues is reporting for us. Jeff, I hope you can stand by. Stand by if you can. We want to bring in Pat Milton. She's a senior producer in our investigative unit. She's joining us on the phone. Pat, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I can just say that, investigators are, moving very quickly on this. We were hearing late last night that significant progress had been made, that they had possibly identified someone. And then we learned today that they have detained someone. Someone is in custody. The person has not been charged yet. They're in custody, and we've identified through sources that that person is a 56-year-old male.
Now, your note talked about DNA. Any indication how DNA plays a role here?
Our law enforcement sources have only said that, in part, investigators were led to this suspect through DNA evidence on one of the devices.
All right, Pat, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll check back in with you a little bit later, because I know you and your sources, you're working your sources, and you and the investigative unit are going to be delivering us some more information as we learn it. I guess the key question is right now, and it's one that we can't answer, which is this van that people are looking at on their screens right now. What is on the van? We caught a very, very brief glimpse of it. I couldn't see clearly what was on it. I thought I saw something. Who knows? I mean, I'm looking at the van, the pictures online right now, trying to decipher or discern what is written on it.
It's pretty blurry
it's
right
pretty
now,
blurry.
but if you didn't get a chance to see it before, police officers covered it with that blue tarp. The windows, the side windows and the back windows are almost completely covered with decals and stickers, and you wouldn't really be able to see out of the windows at all. And that's, you know, I'm not going to say that's odd.
Yeah.
That definitely stands out. What they say on those decals and on those stickers, we don't know, but it's certainly something that's out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and like I said, we have no idea. I mean, again, it was just we were trying to look at it. We noticed it out of the corner of our eyes as we were talking to Mary Ellen O'Toole, who's with us on the phone, and we said, "Oh man, there's some stuff written on there," and this obviously is going to be potentially of concern, of interest to investigators. Who knows if we'll ever know what was on it? But Mary Ellen, we were asking you about why people do those kinds of things, and the question again, I guess, if our viewers are just joining us, is you always hear at the end of these of situations like this, people will say, yeah, they did feel very strongly about this, or they did feel very strongly about that, or I learned not to talk to them about this one topic because they were, very adamant and narrow-minded in their views about it. And could that potentially be what we learn of this individual?
I think so. I've had cases before where people have loaded their vans up with pictures or photos, and in those limited number of cases, and in those cases, they were just so single-minded when it came to that one particular issue that there was nothing that I could say to dissuade them or push them off of that, even though you would say, look, this is going to get you in trouble. This is going to get you jammed up. You're going to get stopped. It's going to cause problems for you. They become so absorbed in that single issue that they, to the exclusion of even conducting normal everyday life.
So does it surprise you that it's a 56-year-old man, or is this pretty much, a middle-aged man is pretty much what you expected? And, let me just say this. I want to clarify as we go along, because we know he's been arrested in connection with these devices, and that's all we know. We don't know what the connection is, but so I'll go back to my question, Mary Ellen. 56, you talked about, there's chronological age, but there's also emotional age.
Yes, I would have expected him to be an older individual, only because youthful offenders do make more mistakes because of their youthfulness, their lack of experience, and their immaturity. So you can sort of see those mistakes in criminal serial cases when you have someone that's in their early 20s. But as somebody gets older, even if they're not that smart intellectually, there's still that maturity that kicks in. There's a patience that you can see in their crime scene. And so that impulsivity can still be there, but it blunts a little bit more. So here you just see sort of a stable, the devices are coming on a regular level. So you just didn't see that immaturity here that I would have expected from a more youthful person.
Mary Ellen, I know you've got to run. Your guidance, your analysis has been so valuable to us as we've been covering this essentially from the very beginning. In other words, not just today, but all the days that you've been with us here on CBSN. I know we're going to be talking to you, but you essentially joined us at about 9 o'clock this morning, and now it is 11:30, and all we've been doing is talking to you and learning as much as we can from you, from your insight, from your experience, and we are so grateful. Thank you so much.
You're very kind. Thank you all very much. Bye.
Yeah, we'll speak to you soon. Again, if you're just joining us, there's a lot that's happened over the course of the last 2 hours. I don't think we've taken a break at all since the news broke this morning, right before 9 o'clock in the morning, that an 11th and 12th package had been discovered, one in New York City, addressed to the former director of national intelligence, James Clapper, another one in Florida at a mail facility that FBI and other officials believed had processed other packages, other bombs that had been sent to various high-profile Democrats and public figures. And now the news breaking just about 10:30, an arrest made in connection to these bombs that have been sent to these high-profile individuals in Plantation, Florida. Looks like an auto parts store, some kind of a strip mall area. And what you were just looking at right there was a shot of a van, a van that is now being covered by the FBI and other investigators, other law enforcement. But that van had a bunch of stickers on it, and I was trying to make. We were both trying to make out what those stickers were, but anybody who. So let's see.
So we'll point out. Yeah, that looks like the president. It looks like a photo of the president.
Oh yes,
doesn't
look
it?
at, you can see CNN on the lower left. Look at that.
Yeah.
On the lower left, right at the window there, you can see CNN.
The Republican logo, the Republican
I see
logo.
President. I think I see President Trump at the top right-hand corner.
And it looks like maybe perhaps President Trump and Mike Pence photo in the middle, another President Trump photo.
And there's a little RC. If you look very closely at the bottom right panel there, there's a little RNC elephant. You see the little elephant?
I see it,
but also right below that, I think it could be the Democrat donkey, right? Is that the Democrat donkey there? Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, just because you see a photo of the president, we don't know what the words are.
I have no idea. We can't.
Yeah.
I thought I'd glimpsed a picture of Hillary Clinton, but I don't know if I see that now. So, I mean, again, we just don't know, but we're just trying to, just like if the rest of the public, everybody's looking. I mean, we're just like everybody else, trying to figure out what's on there. It certainly will give investigators a lot of information to go on.
So we know that it's a 56-year-old man that's been arrested in connection with these devices. This area right here, Plantation, it's really just 10 miles or so from Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office.
Yeah.
The district that she represents, Plantation, is within that district. And the facility that we were talking about, that it looks like many, if not all, of these packages were processed, is just a little further south, really just a bit of a drive south.
Yeah.
So all of this stuff is happening in the same area, and it's in the area that Debbie Wasserman Schultz does most of her work, not where the facility is, but where this location is, where you can see the van right now. And we had speculated a little bit earlier, Vlad, that it was interesting that all the return addresses went back to Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office.
Right.
We speculated that perhaps the person lives in Florida. It was curious that they misspelled the word Florida on the package, but it could have been on purpose. There were a number of spelling errors, people's names, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So anyway, so that's what we know right now. DNA apparently is what helped police locate this individual, or at least hone in on this individual.
We're expecting a press conference. Remind me again.
I think it's 2:30.
2:30, right, from the Department of Justice, where obviously we hope to learn a whole lot more information about the breaking news out of Florida. We also expect in 10 minutes the President of the United States will be speaking. One would expect that he would have at least a comment about this, about the arrest that has been made in connection, I should say, with these various bombs that have been sent to high-profile individuals.
Actually, you can see the shot where we're awaiting the president. He's meeting with young black men today.
Yes.
I believe, right? You can see that's why the crowd looks the way it is. And so, we've heard from him this morning in his tweets. His tweets, suggested that he was perhaps questioning the legitimacy of the incidents. He used the word bomb in quotation marks and basically suggested that leading up to the midterm elections, Republicans are doing very well, and this was a distraction, if you will. He didn't use the word distraction, but because now we on the news are no longer talking about Republicans and their successes leading up to the midterm elections. Now we're talking about this, in quotation, bomb thing. But I think at this point now we have somebody under arrest. I'd really like to see, I'm curious to see what the president's going to say. And in his defense, he has also, over the past few days, encouraged a more, a calmer tone. He has.
Right.
He in the way we speak about political opponents, while at the same time, blaming the media for encouraging a divisive environment, but he has sort of chastised many people about, speaking, the way we speak and the rhetoric that we use.
The only information that we have right now that we can really share with our viewers is we know that a 56-year-old man has been arrested in the investigation into these suspicious, now we can call them for what they were, bombs that were sent to high-profile Democrats and public figures. This man is 56 years old. We know that this happened at this AutoZone store, which is in Plantation, Florida. It's just a few miles away from that facility in Florida, where many of the packages were processed. And that's really all we know. We know that the Department of Justice is going to be making some comments about this at about 2:30 this afternoon. Now, the other question that everybody has, and this is taking up, everybody's, if you're looking at social media right now, this is the only thing people are talking about, which is what is on that van that you're looking at in the middle of your screen there. We were trying to look at some shots of it. When we first saw it, we tried to make out what was on it. The first thought to my mind was, as I was looking at it, was that there were certain political statements, slogans, images on the van, but we just don't know, and it's not clear that we will ever know. At some point the FBI and the Department of Justice may tell us what it is, but who knows? Because generally, in covering stories like this, if they're still looking for somebody and they discover this stuff, then they tell the public this is what we found and this is what is driving our investigation. But once they make an arrest, sometimes they don't want to share that information because, they don't want copycats or they don't want other people to be inspired by this.
And they're preparing, for prosecution, a court case.
Exactly.
So we have Mike O'Neill on the phone with us. Mike, you're the former head of NYPD terrorism unit. So it looks like now a 56-year-old man, Mike, is under arrest. I don't know if you've seen any images of this vehicle. Yeah. So when you saw all the stickers and stuff like that, what came to mind for you?
Yeah, I think, spoke about this yesterday, that you got to take into consideration what do the victims or the targets have in common, what's the commonality across them. And it was obviously a political ideology or political spectrum. And I think when you see the pictures today with that van, it kind of starts to support that hypothesis on what the motivation of this attacker might have been. So what I'm hearing on this individual is, that age in that area. I think what's of particular interest to consider, too, is that's very close to Congressman Wasserman Schultz's congressional district. I wouldn't be surprised if this individual lives in our district, and I think that was a clue that I looked at initially. Why was her return address? And then when I started focusing on South Florida, I think that probably helped investigators as well. And then they got a good DNA. I heard that they got some type of DNA hit off of one of the devices, which confirmed this individual's identity, which tells me he probably has some type of prior arrest history.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Why would they get a hit? Would it have to be some sort of prior arrest, or could it be another way in which your DNA would be in the system that law enforcement would be able to access?
Usually in a law enforcement system, unless you were a witness and you asked to submit a DNA sample, it's generally your arrest. I would assume that's probably what the connection here is, but we'll find out shortly.
So, Mike, what's always interesting to me in investigations like this is the media, while we are breathlessly reporting the 11th and 12th packages that, were delivered, and our attention and our focus is on what is happening right in front of us, law enforcement is zeroing in on the suspect. And, this arrest, although it happened at 10:30, my guess, and you can correct us if we are wrong, my guess is in the early hours of today, at least, officials of law enforcement knew who their target was and what they were going to be doing.
Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption. I mentioned this earlier yesterday that there's information we don't know, we shouldn't know, protecting the integrity of the investigation. Who knows what drew them to this individual? I think when you saw the focus on South Florida, the things I mentioned earlier, obviously with the trace evidence, the grab, it helps them focus. And I would assume, and I don't know this, that they were surveilling this individual. They took him off residence at his place of employment, so that all plays a role in here.
So, you've kind of had to work to track down these sort of people, hopefully before they send a package out. Who are we talking about? We were talking to Mary Ellen O'Toole, who's an FBI profiler, earlier about who this might be, but now we're getting a little more information. Who's the kind of person that, if would get riled up to the point where they might send out a package and the package is in the mail like this?
Yeah, well, I think the interrogation of the suspect, they'll create a profile. I mentioned, he probably has some type of social media presence. You'll start to learn a lot about him. But the what happens, I think what you're going to find out is, and it happens to a lot of people in society, it's a very polarized society. The rhetoric is really ratcheted up, and sometimes it pushes individuals that are on the fringe, and if this guy has a prior arrest history, it pushes them over the edge to do something really ridiculous like this and attack Americans.
Mike, we can just update our viewers on this. The President of the United States has tweeted. He just tweeted this: I will be speaking at the Young Black Leadership Summit in 15 minutes. I will address the investigation into the bomb packages. The president was scheduled to speak at 11:45. I'm guessing he's slightly delayed, but that is where we hope to get some more information. And of course, at 2:30, we'll learn a little bit more. What do you expect, Mike, that the Department of Justice will share with the public about what they know? I mean, how much information will they give us, and how much information will they retain for themselves?
Well, they're never going to want to compromise the investigation, right? There's going to be a prosecution soon. They don't want, so that'll never happen. But I think they'll give you some good details on what brought them to the suspect and what they're doing. And what they'll probably tell you is it's still an ongoing investigation, because it really is. They're going to have to interrogate the individual. I'm sure they're going to execute search warrants. They're going to have to recover a lot of evidence. And it gets to a point where the media coverage is intense, and it should be, and it's 24 hours. But the law enforcement professionals really have a methodical approach to this. They follow facts. They don't follow any type of emotion or ideology. And they'll get to the bottom of this. And I think that proves the case. We should be applauding them. They did a great job. They found this individual in a couple of days. They took this threat off the street.
It's very true. It's remarkable. I mean, this started on Monday with one package, and I can't believe there's somebody under arrest right now. We don't know what his connection is, but we know he's under arrest. We also have Jared Bernstein joining us on the phone right now. Jared, you're the former Obama administration counterterrorism official. So from where we are now, it looks like we have a 56-year-old man who's under arrest. Police are taking away a van that looked like it had a lot of sort of politically oriented stickers and decals on it. But frankly, I am stunned at how quickly we've been able to zero in on someone. Are you, as you've been watching this unfold, what have you been thinking about?
Well, I've been thinking about, first of all, thanks for having me on. I've been thinking about the fact that you have a tremendous amount of human capital, manpower being put against this investigation. It seems like, from what we can see right now, that this individual wasn't going about this in the most stealthy of fashions. He had pretty outspoken views, and like your previous guest talked about, there's likely to be a social media footprint or some other kind of footprint where once questions started to be asked, it became obvious to those around him. And we like to say that just like the Marines, everybody is in the infantry first. Well, in the United States of America, in the post 9/11 world, everybody is in the counterterrorism business. And we can't underestimate how important to have an engaged public who feel like they can come to law enforcement after an incident like this to let them know something is amiss here. We can't overestimate how important that is into solving a case like this.
Mike, before you go, and Jared, you can jump in afterwards. Mike, this is the concern or the question that a lot of people are going to have. You're looking at a live shot of this van being taken away by the FBI. On the right side of the screen is some of the imagery that was on the side of the van. Anne-Marie was talking earlier to Mary Ellen about, that neighbor, that coworker, that uncle, right? There's always that sort of that cliche, the stereotype that SNL does, drunk uncle who has all these very incendiary views about the world. And everybody just goes, that person's a nut job. Are we now in a, and we've been talking about you see something, say something. Are we at the point right now where when people see that kind of behavior, if it's somebody expressing their political views in an incendiary manner in the United States of America, that warrants a call to, if you're at the NYPD, to you, or Jared, to you, if you're at the federal level? First to you, Mike.
Yeah, I would tell you, it obviously depends on the circumstances. People have a right to free speech, have disagreements, absolutely. But when it starts to turn to violence or something like that, that's obviously a line that needs to be drawn. I think it's actually important when you expose something like this. We don't know. Maybe some family members might have gave these people tips. I think the trace evidence is what did it. But that's important in a case like this, where you expose it. Maybe someone in that person's chain says, my uncle is a little crazy, and I saw him with a bunch of pipe bombs one day, or bombs material in the garage, and that's the tip that law enforcement needs. But, threats evolve, whether it's terrorism or something like this, and this is a threat, right? It's a political threat, but if it's a definition of domestic terrorism, people shouldn't disregard that, and you need to take it serious. Like, just like you guys said, like, we're all in this together. You know, this isn't a political idea. We're all in this together. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt. You know, we should be talking to each other, not bombing each other.
Mike O'Neill, you're the former head of NYPD counterterrorism. Thank you so much for calling in. You were with us early yesterday at about 7 a.m. and I saw you before I went to bed last night on CNN. So you've been up all day, all night. Thank you so much for calling in. We appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate you having me. Thanks.
All right. Jared, to you, the same question. I mean, you just heard what Mike said. Of course, everybody has a right to free speech in this country. But when does somebody, and it's, I don't know that it ever gets to the point where somebody is threatening violence. I think for everybody, if you hear somebody threatening violence against a public official, that's a call. But there is a line right below that. And I guess my question is, what is that line that people should be looking for?
I mean, I think it's very incident specific, and people need to use some common sense. Like Mike was saying, and he's an utmost respected professional in the field. There's a difference between somebody being loud at the dinner table about politics and somebody who may have a garage that nobody can come in, where there's all kinds of strange behavior going on. That's the difference, where people in the community and people in family members need to key off for that person's own safety and for the safety of everybody in the community. It's not just about having somebody who you disagree with in family and politics. If that was the standard, we would be overwhelmed with calls on Thanksgiving in particular, right? But what it's really about is when something is out of the ordinary, when there are unusual behaviors like shopping excessively at a hardware store or things that might look good as shrapnel. There are indicators for behaviors outside of the mainstream that are beyond just having a political discourse, beyond just having a family member you disagree with, that cross some kind of a line that just makes you feel something irrational, something dangerous is about to happen. And that's really when you need to take that next step of calling authorities.
You talked about, somebody buying something that's akin to shrapnel or whatever, but, we were talking about how so many people are shopping online now, and I don't know if that's good or bad, if because there's always an electronic sort of trail to follow, or we're not going to our local hardware store to ask for something that might raise a red flag. So there isn't anybody to kind of call until we get to this point.
Well, I mean, I think that there's the changing in shopping habits has certainly made the investigative process for all kinds of crimes change. But just like they did when cell phones came on the scene and when landlines came on the scene before that, law enforcement professionals have always had to adapt and always adapted to the new way of life in our country, to revamp and evolve their investigative techniques. And I think this is no different in what we're seeing now with the rise of online shopping. It presents, as you pointed out, some limitations because there are less people involved in the transaction, but maybe it involves more opportunities as an investigator to have an electronic trail, a credit card trail, lots of other digital footprints that make certain parts of the investigation easier than they maybe had been before.
All right, Jared, stand by for us just for a moment. I want to go straight to David Begnaud, who's joining us from just outside of that auto parts store where police have arrested a man in connection to these bombs that were sent to high-profile public officials. David, you're on Skype. Thank you so much for reaching out to us. What can you tell us? What are you hearing?
So, Vlad, I am across the street opposite the AutoZone in the parking lot right now. I can see what appears to be police officers from the local police department, a couple of FBI agents. I would say there's a half dozen men actually in the parking lot of the AutoZone right now. On the actual street that runs in front of the AutoZone, which has been shut down right now by police, there's another dozen or so law enforcement officers who are here. This is a residential area where I am. If I spin around, I can show you there are various offices, community management office there, looks to be a doctor's clinic. Right behind me here, there is a motel, run-of-the-mill area. Nothing alarming, so to speak, if you were to come through this area. Right now, actually, I walked up here probably 10 minutes ago, and they were driving away with that vehicle that you saw the helicopter following. And there were 6 or 7 police cars that went behind the vehicle that is now being tailed by news choppers on the freeway here in South Florida. And things seem to be dwindling down here outside the AutoZone. In fact, I'm looking at some of the law enforcement officers smiling, sort of shaking hands, as if the operation here is done. In the parking lot, there appears to be only 2 vehicles in front of the doors of the AutoZone. There is another camper in the side parking lot with a few other vehicles in the background that could very well belong to employees. But again, as I talk to you now, it looks as though I see the police starting to move out there. The roadway may open and everything may return back to normal.
David, that auto parts store that is right behind you there, are you getting any indication at all that that individual worked there, or did he just happen to be there and that van was parked in that parking lot? I know they're not talking much, but...
No indication whatsoever. And it's interesting to note, Vlad, that of all the locations I'm looking at, a chiropractor across the street, a used car dealership right on the side of the AutoZone, it's a ghost town, nobody. So I don't know if they evacuated folks before they moved in, but I mean, you know what it reminds me of? When you come to cover a hurricane and everybody leaves town, it's as if everybody left this area. Now, granted, there are cars parked here, but I mean, there is nobody but police officers and news media.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting.
David, the other question I have for you is, you are in the Florida area, and as Manny Bojorquez was explaining to us, there is sort of a triangular notion to where all these incidences have been happening. There is that facility in Opa-locka, there is Debbie Wasserman Schultz's office, and now there is this AutoZone. They're all within about a half-hour's driving distance from each other. Am I right about that?
You are. In fact, Opa-locka, as the crow flies, would take you maybe 15 minutes. With traffic, it took me roughly 30 minutes to get here, and I was on Miami Beach when I got the call to head over here. So yes, Opa-locka is really close. The question is, and you guys have probably been talking about this, is the man who's now in custody someone who worked at the store? Was he just there? Did they trace him to the store? What is the connection to this AutoZone? As I speak to you now, the roadway has been reopened. In fact, I see a couple of officers talking to news reporters over here. It looks like they're taking down the police tape right now. Let me look at some of the officers.
Yeah.
Let me ask them.
Yeah.
Are there gonna be any statements made? Okay. Okay, but you guys are reopening the street and everything, back to normal. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, everything back to normal.
All right, David Begnaud, you are there on the scene. I'm guessing that as information comes out, you and other reporters will be racing to the location and locations of this individual once we learn a name. And so we're going to leave you to that. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you just a bit later. Appreciate it, my man. All right, so this is Florida. It takes a long time to drive places in Florida, so we're going to have, unlike the New York City bomb containment vehicle, which once it leaves Manhattan, it's already in the Bronx, which is where that facility for figuring out and the forensics of an explosive device are in the Bronx. It's not a long drive. This vehicle, which has a van on the flatbed there, has been driving for quite some time. It was taken from that parking lot where our David Begnaud was just reporting from. And on the side of that van were a lot of decals and stickers. And now, of course, Twitter is lighting up with people who have seen images of it. And we have to sort of vet all that to make sure that we provide.
Some people feel they've gotten a close-up look at the van. So we need to find out if it's real or not.
This is from the vantage point of one of the news cameras that were there at the moment that the FBI covered that up.
And it certainly does look, there's a decal with an image of the president, the circular decal. You can find it online. You can probably buy yourself something very similar to that. And you can kind of see the outline of some of the party animals, right? The elephant and the donkey. But in terms of what that means, we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah,
so, but I was curious if Jared's still on the phone with us. They're taking this van away. Jared's not on the phone. I wanted to ask him, because I know they're taking the van away. Obviously, they're looking for evidence. I wondered just how much space you really needed to put together pipe bombs, and whether you could do it in the back of a van like that, or if you needed a facility. But no doubt, we have heard that it was DNA that helped to link this 56-year-old man to that helped police link the two. And so usually when there's a DNA hit and you're in the system, Jared said, you know, most likely it's because of some sort of criminal activity before.
That's exactly
so
right.
So he most likely has a record.
All right, so we are almost at the top of the hour here at CBS News, CBSN. Let's reset for our viewers. If you are just joining us, the developing news, the breaking news, a 56-year-old man has been taken into custody in connection to those suspicious packages that what now, for all intents and purposes, investigators are calling bombs that were sent to high-profile Democrats, high-profile critics of President Trump, high-profile public figures. That campaign of terror, because it is being considered domestic terror, that campaign of terror began on Monday with a bomb being delivered to the home of billionaire philanthropist George Soros. He is a funder of democratic institutions and campaigns
and
causes. That was sent to his home in Katona. The next day, Tuesday of this week, 2 more packages delivered to former President Barack Obama at his home in Washington, D.C., to the home of former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State, and candidate for the presidency of the United States, Hillary Clinton, at their home in Chappaqua. And within hours and then days, packages delivered to the former Attorney General, the former Director of the CIA, John Brennan, to the offices of CNN here in Midtown Manhattan. To the point where, and then other various officials. Maxine Waters received 2 of them. The former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden, received 2 packages. Cory Booker today, the former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, received received one today, but this one was also addressed to CNN, but that was discovered at a postal facility just a few blocks away from CNN, but it was addressed to CNN. And now the news, the quick work, 5 days. That is very quick police work by law enforcement, both federal and local, to now have a suspect in custody. The President of the United States is expected to speak momentarily. We will be watching closely. He says in a tweet that he will address the arrest that has been made in connection to this campaign of terror. We also expect that at 2:30, Department of Justice officials will also bring us up to date as to what they know, who the suspect is. And finally, the image you're looking at on your screen, the van belonging to the person that was taken into custody, being transported to we don't know where, but that is a FBI vehicle, or at least it was loaded onto that flatbed truck by agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That van with numerous stickers, political commentary, political stickers on the side of it. Not very well able to see what is written there, but you can make out a couple of things, including, let's just point out one institution that was targeted during this campaign of terror. You could see very clearly on the left side there, CNN.
Yeah, indeed. And so the other sort of interesting thing about this location, the fact that it's in Florida, is that the arrest was in Plantation, Florida. That is the same district that is represented by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. So it might explain why the return addresses for all of the packages were her offices, her campaign offices. It's really just a handful of miles, maybe 10 miles or so from her office where she had a press conference not too long ago, perhaps about an hour ago. The location for the sorting facility, the postal facility. So we're posting this now. So we saw this a little bit earlier on Twitter, Vlad, but we were waiting for some sort of verification that it's legit, and I presume that, you know, it's been vetted. So this person right here, Tyler Harding, on Twitter, sent this picture out. He believes that he's seen the van close up before, that he spotted it at a stoplight and took a picture of it. So if you can see it, you might not be able to see it from your screen, but you can see clearly CNN sucks. You can see Top Youth Soccer recruits for Trump. There's a picture of, the documentary filmmaker.
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore with the crosshairs over him.
There's a
right?
crosshairs over Hillary Clinton.
Right. It looks like Barack Obama on a tricycle, maybe.
Now,
like
here's
a
one
little...
thing I want to point out. First of all, 2 things I want to point out. One, this was taken at an earlier date. This was not taken today.
Right.
This person on Twitter, Tyler Hartling, says that he took this photograph when he saw it at an earlier time before the arrest was made today in connection. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, can you see there very closely in the middle, at the top of that window, it says Native Americans for Trump. So we don't have the name of the individual who has been arrested, but you can see at the very top of the van there, the window, that there is that one thing there that maybe gives us a little bit more insight. Another thing, the swamp. You see the photo of the swamp. I see Barack Obama. I see Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, I see Eric Holder.
I see Eric Holder, right. And so various, there's also Van Jones on the very bottom left. He is a commentator, a former Obama administration official who is who works for CNN, has his own show at CNN. Dishonest media, CNN sucks. You see President Trump on what appears to be a tank of some sort with the name Trump on it. And you can then see, as you move further along down the side of the screen, more images of President Trump, including the at the end of a political ad, the president or anybody who's running for office will say, I'm so-and-so, and I approve this message. You see there, I am Donald Trump, and I approve of this message. My president, there's just a lot of stuff.
There's a lot there, yeah. So we have Jared Bernstein back. So Jared, we're getting a closer look at what we believe is at least one side of this vehicle, probably not the side that most of us saw.
Yeah.
But the other side, yeah, so I don't know, have you been able to see this picture at all?
So I did just get a look at the picture.
Okay.
It definitely has some imagery that is particular to one part of our political spectrum. I think that's consistent with who was targeted thus far in this attack. But again, this is one arrest of one person. Obviously, the authorities need to question him. Make sure, see if this was indeed the person, look at other potential suspects, and run every last lead through to the finish line before making, going forward with a criminal indictment. And I think it's also worth mentioning that, most, if not the, overwhelming majority of people whose political views are in line with the stickers on this van are law-abiding, nonviolent, and good people who just happen to disagree with the Democratic ideology. But this person who clearly this looks like a case of ideologically motivated violent extremism.
And so, I mean, it's so, people have always been very vocal about their political views in this country. It's, one of the country was founded. Yes, exactly. The country was founded on people having, sort of radical views from the status quo, which, allowed people to throw off the shackles of the monarchy and ultimately even the shackles of slavery in this country. But when you see something like this, what people are, I'll share with you, Jared, what you probably are aware of this, what people are saying on social media is just saying, well, crazy person.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy person. What do we want? This has nothing to do with politics. This has nothing to do with the environment. This is a nut job. What do you say to that?
I think that there's a lot we don't know about this individual. I think we've heard the political discourse in our country change in a way and become much more radicalized than certainly ever in my lifetime. And politicians, particularly in one party, talk in a way now that they just haven't talked before. And to discount that, is irresponsible. Nobody's saying that the president or anybody else called this individual and said that this kind of behavior was okay. But the political dialogue, the chance of lock her up, the condoning of violence against reporters, we haven't heard that in a long time, if ever, in our country. And so, if that's what the quote mainstream today, it sort of moves the fringe one standard deviation to the right of that, which just the political dialogue today is something we haven't ever heard before in American history. The way our political leaders, our president, talk about the press, talk about the other party, and so that can't be discounted as we have this national conversation about what's okay and what our political discourse should be about.
And we're hearing a lot of people talk about bringing the temperature down, and I really hope that after this, that's what happens. We're moving forward to, in a couple of weeks we have midterm elections.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and at the end of the day, Jared, Look, one of the things that we've been talking about, we spoke about this with Fran Townsend, who I know you know is a former, national security official in the Bush administration. She was the national security advisor to George W. Bush. We talked about the fact that there's always been heated rhetoric in this country. People disagree, and sometimes they disagree, vehemently about certain things, and that's what makes a vibrant democracy. But something over the course of the last 2 years, 4 years, however I would just wonder, in your experience, you probably have seen that. I mean, right? The FBI monitors, various police departments in this country monitor the ratcheting up of, for example, social media activity or people in chat rooms talking about things that looks a little different than it would have looked like during the 2000 election, when some people really thought that Al Gore won that election and some people really, really thought that George W. Bush won that election, right? And something changed over the course of the last couple of years. In your analysis and expertise, what do you think it is?
Well, I think that you have leaders of the Republican Party who have made it okay to say certain things. I think you can take it back, unfortunately, to the questioning of President Obama's birth certificate. Was really the beginning of this sort of underbelly of our body politic that we had not seen, at least in the mainstream, for a very long time. You bring up Fran Townsend. She is as honorable and patriotic American as I've ever come across in public service. She and I agree on almost nothing politically. But I know that when she was in office and when she was responsible for our nation's safety, she was doing her best every single day to do right by the voters of every political party. And she would, on her watch, not allow the rhetoric that is going on today to become part of the mainstream, or she wouldn't be associated with it. And I think what we're seeing today is people who are in elected and appointed office who are either condoning this kind of behavior or complicit in this kind of behavior. And that is a signal to the public at large. Well, if our elected leadership can get away with saying and doing things, then everything else is fair game. And I think and let me ask you this, Jared. I mean, look, when we looked at that picture of that van, and we live here in New York City. Anne-Marie lives in Philadelphia. We see people holding up weird signs all the time. But when you put a crosshair on an individual, on a former Secretary of State, you put one. All right, I can see one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anne-Marie. I'm getting old, but is that President Obama at the bottom?
That's President Obama as a child on a tricycle with crosshairs.
Okay,
yes.
And then Michael Moore.
Yeah.
I can't see who that is in the white hair there, and then Van Jones, who's an employee of CNN. This van's been driving around. I mean, we say see something, say something. Isn't that see something, say something? It's that's one of the great questions of our society, right? Is where does your First Amendment right become not a right anymore and become an actual threat? I don't like a society where people are going to be reported on just for their political views. But this is not. I totally get that, Jared. I totally get that. But I just don't. I mean, I'm not even saying that people shouldn't be able to do this. It's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you see that, shouldn't you call somebody and say, hey, you guys want to check this guy out and see what's up?
I think it would have to, the imagery alone is probably not enough for me personally if I was walking around to make a police report. I've been to plenty of political conventions where I saw some pretty off-color political memorabilia displayed, sold, and even people be proud of. I think that what you have to look for is when it takes that next step, when it's coupled with suspicious activity, buying of odd things in a hardware store, hours alone spent in a garage where nobody else can come see. That's when it crosses some kind of another line. When we start reporting people for the kinds of stickers they have on their truck, even if it's something that is repugnant, I think that is a dangerous path for our society to go down. But they're going to be mistakes are going to be made, and sometimes it's we're going to make errors and being too quick to report things. And that's something we're going to have to grapple with as a society long in the aftermath of this individual case.
No, you make a great point. I'm glad you're here to talk to us about that, because I think a lot of people who watch this coverage and watch coverage on other networks are going to see this and they're going to go. They're going to wonder. I mean, generally for us as reporters, we talk to people like you who are experts because we have questions that the general public usually will have, which is you see something like this and you think to yourself, well, isn't this step in the line over the line? But then you are there as somebody with your years of experience and your understanding of things that you've probably seen that we've never seen, that you say to yourself, okay, that really crossed the line. And for other people, this is going to be, I'm exercising my First Amendment right.
I just want to point out, so there's a couple more details about the person who was arrested, our Pat Milton, once again saying what we sort of suspected, that he has a criminal history, which we figured because there was a DNA hit. You're only going to have a DNA hit most likely because you have a criminal record. Also that he has ties to New York. There's an arrest record listed at his place of birth as New York. So it looks like he may have lived here for a while, maybe in Brooklyn, and then eventually made his way down to Florida. So those are sort of the bits of information. Once again, he's a 56-year-old man. There's some stuff floating out there about his name, but here at CBS, we like to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's before we put stuff out there. So we're waiting to get some verification, but we know that he has some sort of criminal history.
We can report the name of the individual our producers are telling us through our ear. His name is Cesar Sayoc, born in 1962. That's all. Okay, sure. Thank you. So Cesar Sayoc, he was born in 1962. He is 56 years old. That would make him. He is the person that has been taken into custody. Sharon, our producer, do we know where he was born? He does have a criminal history in Broward County.
But it looks like there's an arrest record that has his place of birth as Brooklyn.
Oh.
So, like I said, he may have been born here in New York, moved to Florida at some point. His criminal record is based in Florida. How extensive that is or what it's for, we don't, at this point, we are waiting to confirm the details of his arrest record. But
that tells you a lot already, right?
That tells you an awful lot, and explains why I think, possibly explains why there were so many packages sent to New York. He probably has a familiarity. Who knows? He might still have relatives here. May have grown up here.
Right,
Jared.
Well, they say 40% of the United States population is not more than one generation removed from Brooklyn, and this case is not that fact that he was born here or spent some time here is not on its face a surprising fact, given the connections between New York and Florida and how many people go back and forth and have family in both places.
Yeah. So, of course, one of the things that we were talking about earlier with Mary Ellen O'Toole was about DNA. If he has a criminal record, Jared, does that mean that at some point law enforcement would have had his DNA in some kind of a file?
Not necessarily. It really depends upon when his criminal history started. DNA is a relatively recent invention, and it depends upon the jurisdiction that he has a criminal history in. Different states and different jurisdictions only take DNA from offenders with different kind of convictions. So the relative amount of people with DNA files in the police and law enforcement databases is relatively small compared to the population as a whole. Again, a serious question for our society to debate as we move into the 21st century around civil liberties and DNA and how much, should a parking ticket get you a DNA sample? Should a misdemeanor? And those are conversations that we're having, in law schools all across the country, today and into the future.
All right, you're just looking at our viewers. If you're just joining us, you're looking at a van here that
and there's a lot of
suspect.
stuff on the dashboard there, just a lot of stuff. So that's the front of the van. You can see the tarp has been pulled back because of the wind. So we're getting a little bit of, it just looks really junky, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, for sure. Again, the news, you're seeing it across the screen there. Cesar Sayoc is the name of the individual who has been taken into custody by law enforcement. He is 56 years old. He does have a criminal record that is from Broward County. That's in Florida. And according to Pat Milton, our senior investigative producer here at CBS News, he does have some ties ties to New York. And so that's all we know. But now, of course, Jared, as you know, we're going to be, not only, reporters are going to be digging into this person's background, his history, where he lives, his family members, his political views. All that is now sort of going to be sort of split open for the rest of the public to know.
Yeah, and that's why the joint terrorism task forces that exist in different cities around the country are really important, because when you're investigating something like this in New York, the FBI they have manpower, but compared to what they have on hand versus the local authorities, in this case the NYPD, vastly more resources available at their disposal to really do a thorough investigation of what the nexus is to the New York area. And those task forces exist all around the country for exactly this reason, so the Bureau can bring in local resources in a very organized and coordinated fashion for investigations like these.
So then moving forward, where are we going? I mean, we know this van presumably is going to some sort of FBI location. What are they going to be doing when they unwrap this van?
Well, they're gonna take it apart. Well, first they're gonna get a warrant, which I'm assuming they already have, that the van's already been impounded. Then they're gonna impound it, take it to a secure location, take it apart piece by piece, looking for explosive trace elements, any other kind of fiber, DNA, even hazardous materials, to see if there's any kind of one of the packages received had some kind of a white powder. That lead needs to be chased down, compared with any kind of dust that may be found in and around the suspect's vehicle, and ultimately, once there's a search warrant for his home, in and around the home. So it will be poured over, typically in a large open space like a garage or even a small airplane hangar, taken apart piece by piece for any shred of evidence that can help in making this case.
Can I just point out also, something that there's news happening all around us as we look at this van. The Dow Jones Industrial Average was down over 500 points and is still down today. Again, there's been a lot of uncertainty in the market, and so you can rest assured that anytime something happens in this country that disrupts the business or has investors and analysts feeling uncertain about things, the market takes a hit. And so the market is down significantly. It's given back all of its gains for the year. And this is the 7th time in 8 days. So that's something significant as we look, just a little bit of news out there for people who are not just fully just and watching this, invested in the story that we've been covering for the last couple of hours.
So let me ask you, Jared, is the age 56, a middle-aged man, is that sort of pretty typical?
I mean, I think that, there is no typical when it comes to this. There's certainly a profile, and the FBI employs a lot of people. And I think earlier you had a former FBI profiler on talking about how you would construct a profile. I think that that's very much part of it. This individual certainly fits a profile, but again, there's a suspect in custody. That much we know. There's a lot that still needs to be determined. They need to question this individual. Is he going to cooperate? Is he potentially proud of what he's done? And all while making sure that his rights are preserved. So when it comes time for a criminal indictment and a criminal trial, that there is no misstep here. You want to make sure every I is dotted and T is crossed on every case, but particularly a high-profile case like this, because justice needs to be served. And if you're one of the investigating agents or officers, you don't want to be the reason that a conviction was unattainable or overturned on an appeal because of some kind of a process error. And so they're going to proceed very methodically, not take anything for granted, not his profile, his bank account, his political affiliation, and and go from there in a very methodical way.
All right, the van there again. That tarp, they're stopping the. I can see the FBI. I mean, it's just the way. Yeah, it's the tarp is blown off. I think they're stopping the vehicle, Jared, because they probably want to. Yep, they're going to cover it up again.
And that's the side that we saw the close-up of, right?
It is indeed. And I guess, the FBI is obviously aware that there are news cameras that have been following them for the miles and miles that they've been driving, and they want to now cover it. So what you just saw there is somebody using the camera to take a picture of the of the vehicle. And so that's what your viewers are looking at
So
right
the
now.
suspect's name is Cesar Sayoc. He's 56 years old. He lives in Florida. The arrest was made in Plantation, Florida. I think his address may be listed as Fort Lauderdale, though, but it's all basically in the same area. It's in an area that is the area that is represented by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. All of the packages had return addresses to her offices, which makes sense. Everything's sort of interconnected. Things are really not that far apart.
Right.
It's a 15, 20-minute drive from the postal service that sorted most of this stuff, from her offices, from where the arrest was made. And then Fort Lauderdale is sort of the biggest city in and around Plantation and sort of in that area.
And we're waiting the president. He was supposed to take to the stage at 11:45 a.m. Eastern. You're looking at a live shot there. He is going to be meeting with young conservative African-American Republicans. It's a leadership conference there that he's going to be speaking at, but just about a half hour ago, he tweeted that he would be addressing the arrest that has been made in connection to this campaign of terror, this bombing campaign, this attempted bombing campaign that this individual has now been taken into custody for. And so the president is delayed, and so we're keeping an eye on that. But you can see the room there has become fairly crowded.
Yeah.
And, you know, people, so we had received this picture of the mugshot here of Mr. Sayoc that perhaps other news outlets had. We are now able to confirm that this is indeed a photograph of Cesar Sayoc. I'm not sure, though, and maybe the producers can tell us if this is his current mugshot or this is an... We don't know. Okay. So we do not know when this picture was taken. This is an undated photograph of the 56-year-old suspect, Cesar Sayoc, who was taken into custody a short time ago.
And we call it a mugshot. You know, I should say, for all I know, it could be his driver's license picture, right? But we do know that he has a criminal record, and it's because of that criminal record that police were able to zone in on him so quickly. They were able to find DNA evidence on these packages. We talked about the fact that the more packages out there, the more evidence there is to collect. So they found DNA, they put it in their system, and they got a hit, and that's how they were able to zone in on him so quickly.
The one thing, Jared, if you're still with us, that I will be curious is just because they have a suspect in custody, given the fact that we came into work this morning thinking that the packages were, had stopped, and then we saw that 2 were delivered today, could there still potentially be other packages out there?
I think there are 2 hazards you need to be talking about now. One is packages that could already be in the mail system, and the second is copycat crimes.
Right.
There are people who could have been contemplating an attack like this or were inspired. And so we need to be very much on guard for similar, first of all, packages with the same MO, as well as packages that are inspired by this. The trend in terrorism, domestic and foreign, over the last 5 years or so has been high concept, low technology, individual actors inspired by an ideology, but acting primarily on their own. And this potential for a copycat or an inspiration attack is something that's a very real threat at this stage.
It's just remarkable how things have unfolded since Monday. The fact that they found him in really just sort of 5 days. This is what I wanted to ask you before, actually, as they were sort of taking the van away. I wondered, could somebody have manufactured or put together all of these pipe bombs in the back of that van, or would you need sort of a larger area to work in?
I mean, I think anything is possible, depending upon how much time you had to work. It's certainly possible to put together a pipe bomb in the back of a van, but it probably would be easier in a little bit of a larger space like a garage. But certainly, even if they were assembled somewhere else, there's a very good possibility that those bombs were in that van at some point, even if they weren't assembled there. And there is potentially chemical trace evidence, black powder and otherwise, that may still be there.
You're looking at a live shot of the van that was the vehicle belonging, we believe, to the suspect arrested or taken into custody, rather, in connection to these various bombs that were sent to high-profile figures. That man's name is Cesar Sayoc. He is 56 years old. He has connections to New York. He does have an arrest record. He lives in Broward County, Florida.
Listen, we just want to alert people to this. We've got some video that we believe that this is Cesar Sayoc. He's at a Trump rally.
Take a look at these people. You study these
Let's take a listen. It's undated, so we don't know when this happened, but you can hear Trump speaking in the background there, and it certainly looks like Cesar Sayoc, the guy in that mugshot.
Wow.
In that photo. So we're getting more and more. You know, we had talked about the idea that he would have a social media presence. As you've been talking, Vlad, I've been trying to scour Facebook and Twitter to see if I can find if he has a page. But sort of bit by bit, we're getting photos of him. We're getting a little bit of video of him. And there's probably, you know, some social media stuff out there. And Jared, you know that a lot of time, well, you can tell me, I expect that, you know, a guy like this has probably shared his views online at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the trend that we've seen both in foreign and domestic inspired attacks of late. The people of all ages and all demographics are taking to social media to air their grievances with one ideology or another. Social media is a tool. It's not bad or good, but, you know, bad or good people can take it and use it for whatever they're inclined to do. It's certainly democratized America in a way that we haven't seen in a very long time, but it also has an outlet for people to become inspired by others with extreme ideologies and take those ideologies to a very disastrous or potentially disastrous conclusion.
So, Jared, talk to us about what kinds of questions investigators are going to have for Mr. Sayoc.
Well, so I think it's up to the individual in the room, whoever the interrogator is. You know, they're going to try and establish a rapport with that individual, get him comfortable. Obviously, make sure he's given his Miranda warnings, offered an attorney, and then go through and give them, you know, try and go through and figure out, are they comfortable and do they want to confess? Because confession is always the easiest way to find out what happened. And from there, if that's not happening, sort of confront the individual with the pieces of evidence they have in a very methodical way to try and do that.
You're looking at a live picture there on the left side of your screen of the White House, where we expect in just a few minutes President Trump will take to the podium there to address a group of young African-American conservative Republicans. It's a leadership council event that he is going to be addressing them, but he has also tweeted that he will also address the breaking news out of Florida, Plantation, Florida, to be exact, that a man has been taken into custody. His name is Cesar Sayoc. He has been taken into custody in connection with that wave of packages of those improvised explosive devices that were sent to various Democratic officials and high-ranking public officials over the course of the last 5 days. So we expect that the president will talk about that. He has tweeted about this already. But we expect that he will make some more comments, and we'll be obviously bringing that to you live when it happens.
Yeah, it's been a really remarkable week, and I really have to sort of give it to law enforcement for how rapidly they were able to hone in on this individual. Now he's just a suspect, and we actually don't know what the connection is, right? But all signs are pointing to, you know, a significant connection to these crimes.
So one thing we should clarify: I'm being told that his name is not Cesar; it is Cesar.
Cesar
Sayoc.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. So where do we go from here, right? I presume that we also want to make sure, Jared, that there aren't any other people involved or any other people that assisted. And I'm wondering, you know, if he had assistance in purchasing any of the items that went into making these pipe bombs, allegedly, could somebody else find themselves on the hook too? Could somebody else find themselves being charged in connection with this?
Certainly. One of the parts of that investigation will be to make sure that any known associates are questioned, innocent or not, to make sure that there was no malintent, that nobody else is criminally culpable in this act, and that'll be part of the investigation. And probably the quiet that you'll hear on this investigation for the next week week on, because that will be a methodical process. People will get lawyers and, go through that process with the federal and state authorities.
Right. What kind of charges is this guy facing?
Any number of charges. There's a federal terrorism statute. There are a number of state statutes involved. There are threats. There are specific threats related to threatening elected officials.
Hey, Jared, we're going to cut right into you now because it looks like the President of the United States is about to take the podium here. So we're going to dip in and listen to what he's saying.
Thank you very much. What a group. What a group. Thank you very much. What a great honor to have you. Thank you. It is a great, great honor to have you in the White House. Thank you very much. They call this, as you know, this is Young Black Leadership, and it's the summit. And to have you here is truly my privilege. And we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to talk. We're going to meet. But before I do, I'd like to begin, and you are leaders. You're real leaders. I'd like to begin today's remarks by providing an update on the packages and devices that have been mailed to high-profile figures throughout our country and a media organization. I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law. We must never allow political violence to take root in America. Cannot let it happen. And I'm committed to doing everything in my power as president to stop it. And to stop it now. To stop it now. I have just concluded a briefing with the Department of Justice following the apprehension of the suspect. I want to applaud the FBI, Secret Service, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the NYPD, and all law enforcement throughout the entire country, incredible partners. These people have worked so hard, and to have done it so quickly, it's looking like it's a needle in a haystack. How do you do this so quickly? They've done an incredible, incredible job, and I want to congratulate them. But the bottom line is that Americans must unify, and we must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony as fellow American citizens. There is no country like our country, and every day we are showing the world just how truly great we are. So you are really very special people. I wanted to say that before our little talk. And I appreciate the time you've given me. And boy, one day, one of you is going to be standing. It could be 3 or 4 of you, actually. But you're going to be standing right here. You're going to be standing right here. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Who in this room wants to be president someday? So it's an ambitious group. It's an ambitious group. That's great. Anyway, thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. For the media, thank you very much. I thought I'd do that. And We feel very strongly. Again, congratulations to all law enforcement. We have the best in the world, and they just showed it. Thank you very much. Now to the subject at hand. And it is my great honor to be with so many brilliant, and that's what you are, brilliant, courageous, patriotic, and proud Americans. Seeing all of you here today fills me with an extraordinary confidence in America's future and the great, great future of our country. Each of you is taking part in the Young Black Leadership Summit because you are true leaders on your campuses, in your churches, and in your communities. You are leaders. Leaders of the future. You're leaders of the present also. Remember that. You're leaders of youth. But it's really something to be your age. And where are you standing? In the White House. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. And each of you is playing a historic role in making America great again.
Okay, so there we're hearing from the president, and he applauded law enforcement for rapidly making an arrest just for the 5 days in connection with the series of explosives that have been sent to high-ranking and high-profile Democrats who have also been very critical of the president. This is the man that has been arrested, a 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. We know that part of the reason that law enforcement was able to hone in on him so quickly is because when they got DNA from any one of these packages, they were able to get a hit in their system, right? So there's a DNA connection, which means that he had a criminal record. And what we're learning right now we've got Pat Milton. Okay, great, Pat, that's fantastic. Pat Milton is our senior producer in our investigative unit. You've really been on it, giving us more information and details about this suspect. So what's the latest? What do you know?
Well, we are learning that the suspect has ties to New York, was born in New York. He's registered as a Republican in 2016, and he does have a criminal history.
Do we know any other details about his criminal history and where it stems from, whether in New York or Florida?
Yes, it was a state charge in 2002 that he was charged in the state of Florida with threatening to throw, place, or project a destructive device. And then he was convicted and sentenced in November 2002. He also has some history of theft.
Destructive device. It makes you think of perhaps an explosives. Do we know any details on what that destructive device might have been?
No, we're trying to get more details on what that incident entailed.
All right, Pat Milton.
But it wasn't a federal charge. It was a state charge.
It was a local charge in Florida. Thank you, Pat Milton, as always. Thank you for the work that you're doing in trying to understand and figure out who this individual is. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you just a bit later. Do we still have Jared with us? I guess we don't.
Yeah.
All right, so the news. Again, we are at the 12:30 mark. The picture you're looking at of the individual who was taken into custody, his name is Cesar Sayoc. He is the man that police and law enforcement officials believe is responsible for that wave of suspicious packages that have been sent to various officials, including 2 former presidents, a former Secretary of State, former Attorney General, members of Congress, and
Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro, right. And so the question that we were asking Jared before the President of the United States began to speak is if there is a potential for more of these packages to be within the mail system.
Right.
And so just because you've arrested somebody doesn't mean that this will stop. So obviously people are going to still remain vigilant. The president applauding law enforcement efforts, not just in Florida, but obviously here in New York City and in the state of New York, because some of these packages were delivered to Westchester County, and applauding the efforts, because if you think about it, and the president was right in saying this, if you think about it, it only really took 5 days for law enforcement to track this individual down. We talked throughout the course of our coverage over this week about other mail bombing campaigns that have taken sometimes very years to figure out who is doing them and where they are and actually bring them into custody.
So we have a reporter from our local affiliate in Miami, WFOR, who's joining us on the phone. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So listen, we've been sort of watching your Twitter feed, and I know you've got the very latest. What do you know about the suspect? Where is he now?
Sure. Right now, the suspect is at FBI headquarters, where he's being questioned by FBI agents and investigators in this case. We believe the van is also headed in that direction. And right now, what we can tell you for sure is, obviously, as you know, the arrest was made around 10:30. Broward Sheriff's Office was involved, ATF or FBI, also NYPD. There was a flashbang device used, which concerned some folks in the neighborhood. They thought it was an explosion of a different type, but it was a flashbang that was used to stun the subject and take him into custody without any real further incident.
Well, that's pretty good. Jim, Jim DeFede. Can you give us an idea of what that area is like? We had one of our reporters down there. He said it was basically, when he got down there, it was sort of almost a no man's land. But what's it typically like?
Yeah, I mean it's an area where you would expect to go find an auto parts store. I mean it's a commercial district more than a residential one. I think that what my sources told me was that once they identified who it was through forensics by analyzing the packages out of Quantico, that they were then able to figure out and start a search for this individual. When they found him, they simply followed him until they could find a location that they thought they could do the takedown in a fairly safe manner. And again, so the isolated area, that parking lot, provided the law enforcement a good opportunity to move in and end this.
Jim, obviously, as you well know, once we know the name of the suspect, and now we do, Cesar Sayak, once we know the details of his background, reporters and law enforcement obviously are going to be converging upon his residence, talking to family members, talking to people he may have worked with or come into contact with. What do we know about that? Do we know where he lived, where he worked, we do know from our Pat Milton his political affiliation, at least as of 2016, but what else can you tell us?
Well, we know that there are multiple addresses for him, some in the Aventura area, which is in Miami-Dade County. There are other addresses where we're all trying to hunt them down right now. I am told that as of this moment, they have not identified an actual location, like a home for him. So unless they've done something different, I don't think they've found his actual house. One thing that I can tell you that's been really interesting to us in learning about this individual is that we've been getting phone calls. I've been getting, even messages, text messages from individuals. This van that he was driving with all of these markings all over it about Donald Trump. There's a picture of Hillary Clinton in crosshairs. There's dishonest media, CNN sucks. There's pictures of Michael Moore with crosshairs. There's a lot of stuff in there, a lot of imagery, very positive towards Donald Trump. Things on the van talk about chain migration. This van became very popular in South Florida. It was memorable to people in South Florida. So that now that they're seeing it on TV, we're getting reports of it, people regularly seeing it at a shopping mall in the Aventura area. Somebody else sending me pictures of the van when it was at a VFW in Fort Lauderdale, because people just thought it was a remarkable sort of thing and wanted to have their pictures taken with it. So I think that more people are identifying the van and recognizing him through that than they are actually through his picture being released right now.
Yeah, and Jim, we did have a little clip of a video that we can probably throw up on the screen there for our viewers that showed allegedly Mr. Sayak at a rally, an undated rally with President Trump. There you can see him in the foreground of your screen there. Oh, there we go. We got the
2016 Cincinnati.
There we go. We've great reporter in there. 2016 in Cincinnati, Ohio. So, yeah, it's interesting to us, Jim. As soon as that video of the van being covered up by FBI agents went out on the airwaves, we started to see on social media people sending their pictures of the van, just as you say. People had noticed it many, many times.
Yeah, it's a fascinating sort of detail, and unfortunately, nobody noticing it in a negative way, just sort of as a curiosity, which sort of bespeaks the state of our politics today. Because some of the messaging on there is clearly, somewhat disturbing, but yet it was an oddity and just something that people wanted to take pictures of or take pictures even with.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, Vlad. You were talking about, up here in New York, if you see something, say something. It's plastered everywhere, and it's sort of just drilled into you. But there are still questions, as to what is it that you see that makes you want to say something. What's the line?
When you listen to Jim's reporting, I think what it says, is that, there are a lot of people who have strong views about things, but when you see stuff like that, you think it's just a goof. You don't think it's anything serious.
Right. But I think also, what Jim said was a really sort of good point, that, you know, the way we talk about politics now, the intensity of our language, things have ratcheted up so much that this is not entirely out of the ordinary, what we see on this man's van. You know, this is what the dialogue has come to a certain degree.
No, you're absolutely right. Of course, it's free speech, and there's nothing there in and of itself that would suggest that this person was going to commit an act of violence. You know, but at the same time, it is disturbing, and it's seen as sort of a novelty, and that's where I sort of became. I think it's going to be an interesting part of the discussion, not in the first 24 hours. I think sort of down the line, and I think we should also be very careful. Just because the van has this imagery on it still does not necessarily, we want to be careful not to jump in conclusions as to what the motivation of this individual was, why they wanted to do this, if, you know, whether they saw this as being in support of a political view or another, whatever that may be. You know, the van itself becomes an interesting side note.
Yeah, definitely. So just curious, Jim, as people are tweeting at you about being familiar with the van and everything, did anybody say that they had actually spoken to him?
We're trying to, right now, the people who have spoken to him are reluctant to speak. And so we're finding, so that's one of the things that I was working on before I got on the phone with you, was trying to convince some of them, you know, to sort of talk about their experiences with him, whether it was it sitting at the bar at the VFW, was it being somewhere else, and sort of share that. And I think there's a little bit of you know, concern on their parts that, like, geez, I guess I didn't report anything suspicious with this van. You know, do I really want to come out and publicly talk about that? But again, I think that we want to try to draw as complete a picture as possible and hear from those who interacted with him, those, you know, to hear what his views actually were.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Jim DeFede, you're at our station WFOR in Miami. Thank you so much for your reporting. Thank you for calling in. We know you're really busy right now. We appreciate
anytime.
it. All right.
Anytime.
Thank you, sir. All right, Jeff Pegues is standing by. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Jeff, we just heard from the President of the United States. We expect a briefing from the Department of Justice at 2:45 or so p.m., 2:45 p.m. Eastern. What more can you tell us about what we're learning?
Well, I thought it was interesting that the president called this political violence. There have been many experts who've seen this case unfolding who've called it domestic terrorism. So we'll see what Justice Department officials have to say about that. The FBI does have a specific definition of what domestic terrorism is, and that's, in this case, the way we've seen it unfold, it certainly fits that definition. So I thought that was interesting, but also what we're seeing on the man's van. I think that is notable, especially, you know, I don't know if you could see that there was this image of Democrats mired in a swamp, and some of the people who, according to investigators, were targeted with these suspicious devices, their images are in that picture on the side of this van. You also have pictures of Vice President Pence, Donald Trump. And we are also hearing that the suspect may have attended some of President Trump or then candidate Trump's rallies. And so there is still a lot more to come here, especially as we try and investigators try to determine the motive behind, you know, these acts. These 12 suspicious devices sent mostly to people who have been critical of President Trump or people that President Trump has criticized. So when you see this van, and that's why the FBI went to such great lengths to cover it up and then transport it to their warehouse here as part of their evidence collection, you know, this van is an important part of this investigation.
All right, Jeff Pegues, you're in Washington for us. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be talking to you, especially after we do hear from the Department of Justice about what they know and what they've learned. Thank you very much. Our Chip Reid is standing by to talk to us as well. Chip is at the White House. Chip, look, the president just made some comments about this. They were very brief, but he made it at the young leadership of African Americans, conservative African American in the White House. It's interesting. His tone was a little bit different than what we had been seeing on Twitter earlier today. What can you tell us?
very much so. You know, he often has two tracks going at the same time, one on TV and the other on Twitter. And on TV just now in the East Room of the White House at the Young Black Leadership Summit, he talked about what a great job law enforcement did finding a needle in a haystack. He congratulated them over and over again, which certainly those congratulations are due. But on Twitter, he's talking more about the politics of this. In one tweet about 2 hours before he came out to speak at the summit here, he said, "Republicans are doing so well in early voting and at the polls, and now this bomb stuff happens, and the momentum greatly slows. News not talking politics. Very unfortunate what is going on. Republicans go out and vote." So before the arrest was made, or at least before he learned about it, he was more concerned about the politics. He wants this to be over because he really believes that issues like immigration and the caravan are going to carry Republicans to victory on Election Day in the midterm elections. And he wants this story to be over, not just because it's a danger to America, but also because of the politics of it.
And we should point out that bombs was it was in quotation marks,
yes,
suggesting it wasn't real bombs, you know.
And no law enforcement official we spoke to took those bombs to be fake bombs.
Right.
They took them to be real bombs. Chip, it's interesting. So the president seemingly indicating in his tweets that he wishes that the media focused more on the caravan, even though that caravan is over 1,000 miles away from the border of the United States. It's almost like saying, let's put somebody in Secaucus, New Jersey, and let's see what happens when they get to California.
To Florida.
And where we were facing sort of what people who we spoke to, including Fran Townsend, which was domestic terrorism happening right now, right here today.
Yeah, and let me clarify, he did not specifically say caravan is what he'd like people to be talking about, but he has made clear repeatedly before that this is the caravan election. He believes that him talking about the caravan and that being on the front pages and leading the news is what he thinks will carry him to victory on Election Day, or Republicans to victory on Election Day. And he made clear in this tweet where he said, very unfortunate what is going on, news not talking politics, and saying that the momentum for him in early voting has slowed because of this story. He clearly would like to get back to leading the news with immigration, caravan, and other issues that he believes help him. This issue, clearly, he believes, does not.
Indeed. Chip Reed, thank you so much. Chip at the White House.
So it's been a very long morning.
Yes.
We are about to hand over to our colleague Rena Ninan. She's going to be taking over coverage of this story and many others right here on CBSN. Thank you for watching. I'll see you on Monday with Anne-Marie at 7 a.m. for CBSN AM, right?
You got it.
Have a nice weekend. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. An arrest has been made in connection with a series of bombs mailed to prominent critics of President Trump. The Justice Department will hold an update at around 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But here's what we know so far. 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc has been taken into custody. We know that he has a criminal record. He was picked up at an AutoZone in Plantation, Florida. This appears to be his white van, which, as you see, is covered in all sorts of political imagery. After the arrest, police quickly covered it up with a tarp before taking it away as evidence. But before today's events, a Twitter user took a closer picture of the van. There are photos of President Trump and messages supporting him, along with images of Hillary Clinton and others in the crosshairs. Well, the suspect appears to have attended events sponsoring the president. In this video, you can see what looks to be him actually at a Trump rally in 2016. He's right there on the left. He's wearing a Make America Great Again hat. This all comes after 2 more bombs were discovered this morning. This was the scene in New York earlier where a bomb meant for former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper was discovered at a mail facility. It was addressed to him via CNN. Another bomb was found at a mail facility in Opa-locka, Florida. It was intended for New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker. Well, this brings the total number of bombs that have been discovered to 12. They are addressed to 10 separate people. All of them have been frequent targets of President Trump. And in tweets this morning, the president blamed the media and suggested that the bombs could have an effect on Republicans ahead of the midterms. He struck a very different tone during an event at the White House just a short time ago.
I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law.
CBS News correspondent David Begnaud is on the phone now. He joins us from Plantation, Florida. David, what's the latest? What have you learned?
I'm looking at a vehicle that 2 FBI agents have just gotten into, and these appear to be the 2 FBI agents who were inside the AutoZone a short time ago. If, in fact, they leave, which appears to be the case, that would mean there is no longer a law enforcement presence at the AutoZone. The AutoZone is in Plantation, Florida, on a somewhat quiet drag. Traffic goes both ways. There's chiropractor clinics. There's a used car lot. There's a community management property agency. Busy, but just random America, right? And then there's the AutoZone. The operation seems to have gone off really without a hitch. The FBI moved in. We're told by a witness who saw some of what happened. There were FBI officials, some people wearing NYPD shirts, what appeared to be dozens, as many as 50 or 60 law enforcement agents that moved in and took the man into custody really without incident. We're told that a flash bang was used to stun and distract the suspect, and the authorities moved in and took him into custody. His van was then put onto the back of a truck and hauled away, presumably to an FBI location, and the suspect was taken away, apparently unharmed, to an FBI facility to be questioned. As of right now, from what we know, the man appears to live in the area of Aventura. It's about 30 minutes, as the crow flies, 30 minutes or so from the AutoZone. And from Aventura, it's about 30 minutes to the Opa-locka mail facility that the FBI had been searching within the last couple of days. So you put a triangle, and it's a pretty close distance from all 3 facilities. Other than that, we saw AutoZone employees being interviewed. Several of them appeared to have come back to work and walked inside. I actually went inside the AutoZone. The FBI said, whoa, we didn't mean to leave the door open. We need you to leave. And as soon as I walked out, they locked it.
But it seemed to be pretty quick here, Rena. Nobody had a clue that they were coming. Agents moved in. There was a former law enforcement official who works right across the street from the AutoZone, and he did an interview with one of my colleagues, and he said, I heard the bang, I saw the smoke, and then I could tell that the man was being taken into custody. And apparently this happened right around his van. His van was parked in the AutoZone parking lot, and from what you've been showing and reporting, Rena, it's pretty hard to miss this guy, not to mention his van.
Yeah, it's very apparent that folks in the area were familiar with this van. Have you heard anything further, David, from law enforcement in South Florida? Do they believe that this was the sole suspect? Is this part of a wider thing? Do we know if they're looking for anybody more?
They haven't said. The agents here have not said anything to us on scene. The president did not allude to that. I can tell you a little bit more about the suspect in question. My colleague, Al Ortiz, spoke with a man who apparently represents the suspect and has represented him in the past. And some of what he said is that Mr. Caesar always expressed emotion about the institutions of America and felt oppressed by them, but not necessarily in a political way. The lawyer said that was 10 or so years ago. The lawyer also pointed to what he saw to be a bizarre reason, is he just didn't think Mr. Caesar was quite right in his mind. That's according to the lawyer. The lawyer also said Caesar wanted to look younger, so he had his date of birth altered. This lawyer who we spoke with, whose name is Ronald Scott Lowy, the lawyer said that he represented Caesar in a few cases, one which involved making a threat against the FPL, the Florida Police League, and the case involved a false identification card or driver's license. And the lawyer ended the interview by saying, I felt that he wasn't always right in his mind. He always wasn't in his right mind. And so anyway, things are starting to trickle in. We've got crews in the Aventura area right now looking for his home, looking to talk to some neighbors. But Marina, I've covered a lot of investigations like this where the FBI moves in and takes a high-profile suspect into custody, and things don't quite move as quickly as this is. We're getting a lot of information on this very quickly. In fact, the suspect seems to have a social media presence, and so we're getting more information from there as well.
All right, our David Begnaud on the ground in Plantation, Florida. David, we will check in with you throughout the afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I want to bring in CBS News Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Pegues. He joins me now from Washington. Jeff, what more does law enforcement know? How were they able to track him down?
Well, apparently DNA played a role in this. We don't know exactly how at this point, but perhaps we'll find that out in about an hour and a half or so when I go to this news conference at the Department of Justice. As we've been saying all week long, with all of this evidence, you have all of those suspicious packages, the packaging itself, the device itself. Investigators have been able to piece this case together to the point where they arrest a suspect, as they did a few hours ago. But as we've noted, they were able to get control of these suspicious devices. And what is happening now at this FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, is that they are deconstructing these devices, trying to figure out where the components were bought from, purchased from, who purchased them. But also, if you look at the stamps there and the packaging, we have been told by multiple sources that this is the kind of packaging where you can get fingerprints, where you can get DNA samples. And so what we're hearing from our law enforcement sources is that Mr. Sayoc was arrested in part. DNA played a role here. So we're going to have to ask more questions about that as we go forward.
Jeff, you mentioned those packages. Is there still a chance that there might be more packages found in the mail?
Well, yeah, I don't know if we're going to get anybody to say at this point that it's all clear. We thought after a pause early this morning, there was about 24 hours between the discovery of suspicious packages, and it seemed to suggest that perhaps all of these suspicious packages had been accounted for. But then, as soon as we thought that, you have the two that showed up this morning, the one addressed to James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, the other addressed to Cory Booker, Democratic senator from the state of New Jersey. And so, I don't think you're going to get any public official at this point. And perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't think you'll get any public official to say, hey, this is the all clear, we can all relax. all week long, they have been in this posture of, telling people that if you see something, say something, and to remain vigilant, because even though there have been no injuries, you still have these devices floating around out there, and the components of which could lead to injuries, could lead to fatalities. And so there has been that concern out there.
Jeff Pegues, we will look forward to hearing more from you, Jeff, as you go to that press conference in just a short while. Thank you, Jeff.
My pleasure.
You bet. I want to bring in Ron Hosko, who's a CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, based on what you've heard so far about this suspect, what strikes you?
Well, this looks like the profile that might be built. Somebody who is vigorously, at least by the outward appearance of this van associated with him, vigorously pro-Trump, pro-right. Reports of him having prior conflict and interactions with law enforcement, reports of prior threatening behaviors. As you know, Rena, that's one of the things we've been discussing for the last few days, is as law enforcement is working through all the forensics on this, they were also looking at threat streams, whether that was in possession of the FBI, the U.S. Capitol Police, NYPD, the Secret Service, or local police. With the attention on this, it would be expected by me that other recently threatening behaviors and communications would be studied very hard by law enforcement, and probably with people saying, look at this guy. That happened. So you had the forensic stream, you had the digital evidence piece, cameras around all of these facilities, the Postal Service. One of those was likely to pop, and the advantage here is with somebody with a prior history with law enforcement, great likelihood that fingerprints are on file and or DNA is on file, so that when comparisons are being made by the FBI lab, it's great if you can get a fingerprint. It's even better if that fingerprint matches with something on file.
We heard from our David Begnaud on the ground, a CBS employee who spoke to an attorney who once represented this suspect, who said, told CBS that he felt oppressed by institutions. He wanted to look younger. He was obsessed with looking younger. He felt, this was according to the lawyer, that he wasn't always in his right mind. What do you read from that?
Well, that to me is immediately the warming up of a mental stability, mental capacity defense. I would think a judge, based on what we've heard so far, is maybe going to order a competency hearing, a competency evaluation fairly quickly with this person. It would depend on how he presents himself in court. Does he have the capability to understand the nature of the charges and participate in his defense? All of those things. But with that bell already being tapped a little bit or rung, I would think we're going to hear more about that in the coming days.
Ron, we're looking at that van. We are already getting folks tweeting out pictures of it saying, we knew this van. We've seen it in the South Florida area. We're familiar with it. All of this reminded me of Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the Boston bombers, who were hiding in plain sight. One of them returned back to his dorm room to the University of Massachusetts after the bombing. It was ultimately the FBI. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Ron, but it was a photo that one of the attendees at the bombing, at the marathon had taken that helped get that lead, that tip, right, to tracking them down. What is it about people who conduct some of these, or are suspected in this case of conducting it, and are hiding in plain sight? Why?
Well, these folks are in plain sight, Rena. We're a country of, 3.25 million people with very diverse views. Some people are very, very agitated about our world, and they express it outwardly. Here are the outward signs, right? So when we say, see something, say something, when we talk about active shooters where pre-event indicators are out there for the world to see and family and coworkers to see, these may be some of the pre-event indicators, that are decorating his van. How vehement he was, how loud he was in expressing his views, how vitriolic he might have been are probably going to be considered as some of these pre-event indicators. Who saw him kind of going out of his mind in plain sight? Maybe some of those folks called law enforcement and gave tips and clues over the last couple of days. I hope so.
That's interesting you say that. You know, you look at the political imagery on this. You see Mike Pence, you see targets at Hillary Clinton, Democrats clearly. The president is there, obviously not targeted, but postered up there. It's not exactly something, would it be something that someone should call in and phone, or is it just somebody expressing their political views and support?
You know, there is the balance that law enforcement very often has to strike. Coming from the FBI, we had to strike. We gave great attention to the free expression of thought and beliefs, and that was, it wasn't a third rail, because you could do things that exceeded the boundaries and triggered an investigation, but there's a fine line between just expressing thought and speech and freedom in America, which we all should enjoy, and crossing that line. And in today's America, to put somebody's image on a target or put crosshairs on their image like we see on his van, it'll be interesting to see how many of those images on his van match up with people who receive these packages or who are addressed packages. But we get to express those views, and very often they're hateful views, they're divisive views, they're controversial, but they're lawful views, according to the judges in the federal circuits and the U.S. Constitution. And so you can go pretty far to express very hateful and ugly views and still be within the law, and nobody can or should arrest you for them. It just, typically law enforcement is looking for actions. They're looking for, is there a plot? Is there a plan? Have you crossed a line because you're now engaged in a conspiracy to do harm, or you're taking steps in further of doing harm, great bodily harm to somebody? And so law enforcement's really looking for actions, not just thoughts and words. They're really focused on deeds as well and the planning. So yes, this van gives us a lot of indicators. He's probably not the only one with images like that on his van in America.
That's right. So we know that the suspect, Cesar Sayoc, is now in FBI custody. What are the kind of questions they'll be asking him?
Well, first, when they made the determination, and we don't know what led to the probable cause to decide to arrest, whether it was a piece of forensics, whether it was a tip, whether it was a combination of things, video evidence. Once they made that decision to arrest, that he was not going to be free to go after this contact, he's in effect in custody. And so the Miranda warnings are going to be triggered when they start to question him. That is custodial interrogation. That is what Miranda talks about. So they're going to have to give him those warnings. Now, there is a public safety exception that the FBI has worked with and looked at the law about, and it is known as the Quarles exception. It goes back a couple of decades where there might be an immediate threat or risk to public safety, where they can just push past the Miranda warnings and ask him questions. And I think there's probably been discussions about the Quarles exception today and yesterday because of the potential that additional destructive devices are out there in the mail chain. So it'll be interesting to hear how this plays out. It could be, and I've had this happen in cases of my own, where somebody you think is going to tell you, I have nothing to say, let me call an attorney, and they will sit and lay out the entire scope of the case and their criminality and confess. Others are different, and they're going to invoke, and the FBI will proceed on. They'll be getting search warrants and executing them today. They'll be looking at his digital footprint. They will be building this case apart from a confession. My guess is they don't need a confession. By the end of today, they will have a mountain of evidence that points at the person in their custody.
Ron, if you don't mind standing by, I want to also bring in CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang, who joins me now from the White House. Weijia, we heard from the president today. What was his reaction to the arrest?
Well, today his reaction was a firm one. He took an aggressive stance, applauding law enforcement immediately, cheering them on, saying that they worked so quickly to apprehend a suspect. And he once again called for unity and said that Americans must unify. We must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony. But, Rena, this is just his latest. And what we have seen since the president first publicly making started making remarks about these waves of bombs is a fluctuation, which began on Wednesday night in central Wisconsin during a Make America Great Again rally. And as someone who has been to several of his rallies, that one was very different because he stuck to the issues. He used a almost conciliatory tone. He talked about unifying and condemning violence and calling for peace. And he acknowledged himself that the tone was very different, saying, "I'm behaving so nice. Have you ever seen this before? Let's all be nice and get along." But then he got on Twitter, and in the days following, the past couple days, we have seen him this morning at 3:15 in the morning tweeting about one of the recipients of these suspicious packages, CNN, talking about how they're low rated and that they are blaming him for the current spate of bombs. In another tweet, he very much more bluntly said a very big part of the anger we see today in our society is caused by the mainstream media that I refer to as fake news. And then this morning, not so long before he made these remarks, Rena, in the East Room, he was tweeting and he put quotes around the word bomb, quotes, bomb stuff. And so that certainly does not translate to the seriousness of what we are experiencing here, what these victims are experiencing, what the country is experiencing. So he seemed to sort of make light of this somehow by putting quotes and referring to this crisis as bomb stuff. But certainly in his most recent remarks in the East Room, where he is here at the White House, he was firm and committed to finding the suspect and to holding them accountable.
So do you think it erases sort of the critics who have been so harsh towards the president, saying he hasn't been sensitive enough on this issue if he's still tweeting all this out?
Well, it's hard to make that argument because it wasn't that long ago that he was using that very different tone. And so that's what we'll be watching now, is after making these remarks in the East Room, how his behavior will be going forward as law enforcement works diligently to try to piece what happened together as they try to confirm a motive for this. Because as we have seen, obviously it is politically motivated, just based on, what we saw of his van, the different stickers on his van, his commitment to the Trump campaign. And so, when there is a time of crisis like this, that's when people are watching President Trump even closer than usual. And what we have seen is a discrepancy in his language and how he is treating this. So we can only wait. But I certainly do not think just because he took this more firm approach just now, it washes away the other remarks that he has made and the sort of blame game that he is playing, trying to blame the media for what has happened here.
The president suggested that the focus on this is really hurting Republicans ahead of midterms. What's his argument?
Well, he said that there was a lot of momentum and that everyone was talking about politics and the midterm elections and sort of the growth that he believes Republicans have heading to the polls. And he said that clearly changed and that the news cycle was taken over by this story. And so that was his argument, and he was encouraging Republicans to go out and vote. Of course, he has several other things that he is trying to call attention on, including sending troops to the southern border, as he has made immigration one of his key campaign issues heading into the midterm. So I think we were seeing so many images of the caravan and understanding what he was doing, what actions he was calling for in order to handle that situation. But I think he feels like those were replaced by stories about tracking down whoever was responsible for sending these suspicious packages. And so perhaps that's why he used the quotes bomb stuff. We can never begin to analyze why he says what he does. But certainly it's clear he was annoyed that attention was being taken away from the midterm race.
Weijia Jiang. Weijia, thank you very much for joining us.
Sure.
We're going to take a quick break. We've got more coverage of this new arrest when we return. We are continuing to follow the apprehension of this suspect who was arrested, 56-year-old Cesar Sayak. He was picked up in the Plantation, Florida area. We are continuing to stay on this story and bring you the latest. I want to bring back in Ron Hosko. He's a CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, do you think that the authorities will rule out that he didn't have any help? Is there a way to tell this early on?
Well, I think, Rita, they will be looking very closely at what his communications have been. If he really got onto their radar yesterday, I would think they would have issued subpoenas for telecommunications providers, internet service providers yesterday. When he started looking better and better to them as a subject, and they are poring over his communications. That would be to include any kind of electronic device that allows them to track where has he been in the last week, 2 weeks, has he communicated with, looking at friends, family, coworkers, to understand what does his network look like, try to interview all of them as quickly as possible to see, is there a possibility that he was very close to somebody who was like-minded, that was always with him, that would have been trusted enough to, engage in this sort of a plot. They'll be looking at that with great urgency. Probably started, as I said, as soon as he started to really warm up on the list of possibles, they would have been looking at the, to issue those subpoenas and start looking at that quietly as soon as they can get it. And so they'll know, I think, very quickly, are we dealing with a person who is acting entirely by themselves, or is this person in regular communication? Have they been texting with somebody? What do those texts look like? Law enforcement, depending on the device, has the tools to take a cell phone and exploit it very quickly. Take a look at at a high level. What are we dealing with? Who are the communications? What's the frequency of communications? And at least give themselves some level of confidence that this is likely a person acting alone.
Ron, are you surprised that law enforcement was able to apprehend a suspect so quickly?
I was just hearing somebody comment this morning, an anchor asking a guest, when do we start to get impatient? And actually that question indicated that he was starting to get impatient and that he suspected others would be. And I know there's been predictions out there. Look, the FBI has dealt with the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, that took years to unravel and figure out, and ultimately took his brother and the publication of his manifesto to read that and say, I think I know who this is. It's my brother. And then you have cases like down in Austin earlier this year that took about 3 weeks from beginning to end. And so, I had great confidence law enforcement would find the subject and apprehend them. But the timetable is always dicey, even with 10 or 12 devices. If he didn't leave enough clues, if he didn't leave fingerprints, if he worked in a sterile environment from beginning to end, that could have been accomplished. Fortunately, it likely wasn't accomplished.
Ron, if you could hang on for just a second, I want to bring in our next guest, Brad Galvin. He's the retired resident agent in charge for the ATF. He's also an independent security consultant. He joins me now by phone. Brad, as we're talking about this investigation, what happens now at this point?
Well, now the investigators are they're going to try to tie him to the devices. All the components, all the evidence that has been collected from the numerous devices that they recovered will be matched up to see if they can find any additional or similar components either at his residence or in the vehicle or the van, and they're going to tie all those links together. I'm not sure what they have already. They must have enough that they were able to arrest him, either some forensics and DNA. And so at this point, they're going to start putting all the links together. They're going to tie everything together. There's still a lot of work to be done. They have to catalog all the evidence from the devices that have been recovered. They have to walk those back, and then the search warrants that they're going to serve at his residence, any storage facilities he may have, and his vehicle, they're going to look for similar components to try to tie them to any of the components, the packaging, the internal components, the explosive filler that may have been used, any of the wiring to see if the wiring matches up. So there's a lot of work to be done. The PVC piping that was used, they're going to see if they have some similar devices.
Brad, you talk about tying the bombing components to the suspect. If you were questioning him right now, what would you want to ask him?
Well, I mean, you want to ask him, if he's going to talk to you, you want to ask him, how he made it. I mean, you have a pretty good idea because you have intact devices. But you want to know if there are any additional devices. Did he send any others out there? Are there still other devices that are in the mail system that potentially could harm someone? You also want to know what his intent was. Was his intent to actually detonate a device? Because as of to date, we have no detonations, which is unusual. So did he create these devices with the intent of functioning them, or was it more to terrorize, which he was very successful at? So I would want to know that. Are there additional devices out there? Who were they mailed to? Who were they sent to? And then you try to get those out of the public area as fast as you can.
There were those pipe bombs, supposed pipe bombs, that were also sent. What do you make about the nature of those particular pipe bombs?
Pipe bombs are, in my experience, the most common type of explosive or improvised explosive device that I saw throughout my 30-year career. They're simple. They're unsophisticated. You can make them from things that line around your house, go to the Home Depot or any hardware store or electronics store. Very crude and unsophisticated, but extremely lethal and dangerous. And you can make them as sophisticated as you want to if you add electronic componentry, circuit boards. But at its very base level, they can be a very simple and very unsophisticated, but yet a very lethal device.
You talk about these devices, simple, unsophisticated, but potentially very lethal. In your experience, why do these suspects put these out in the mail?
Well, that is one way of creating distance. Generally, these individuals don't do this with the intent of getting caught. So they'll send them in the mail, and they'll try to use deception, fake addresses. They may drive out of their local area to mail them, to try to disassociate themselves with those devices. Other times they'll use, instead of the mail, they'll just drop them off, as we saw in Austin. He actually employed both methods, both common carrier, and then he would place them, created a victim-activated device and functioned when someone touched it. But the mail system is just trying to create distance and not get caught.
Brad, very grateful you can join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rena.
You bet. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We've got much more coverage of the arrest out of Florida. It'll continue in just a moment. You're streaming CBS Net. We are continuing to follow the investigation into the bombs delivered to top Democratic political figures and critics of the president. Today, speaking at the White House, the president called the mailing of bombings terrorizing acts that have no place in our country.
I'd like to begin today's remarks by providing an update on the packages and devices that have been mailed to high-profile figures throughout our country and a media organization. I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law. We must never allow political violence to take root in America. Cannot let it happen. And I'm committed to doing everything in my power as president to stop it. And to stop it now. To stop it now. I have just concluded a briefing with the Department of Justice following the apprehension of the suspect. I want to applaud the FBI, Secret Service, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the NYPD, and all law enforcement throughout the entire country, incredible partners. These people have worked so hard, and to have done it so quickly, it's looking like it's a needle in a haystack. How do you do this so quickly? They've done an incredible, incredible job, and I want to congratulate them. But the bottom line is that Americans must unify, and we must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony as fellow American citizens. There is no country like our country, and every day we are showing the world just how truly great we are. So you are really very special people. I wanted to say that before our little talk. And I appreciate the time you've given me. And boy, one day, one of you is going to be standing.
This morning, the president took to Twitter to criticize the media coverage. He tweeted, "Republicans are doing so well in early voting and at the polls, and now this bomb stuff happens, and the momentum greatly slows. News, not talking politics." Well, this comes after he slammed CNN on Twitter in the middle of the night for criticizing him for the bombs. He says comparisons to 9/11 or the Oklahoma City bombing are ridiculous. Joining me now, Julia Manchester. She's a reporter for The Hill. Julia, thank you for joining us. I want to start on the president's latest comments today. He tweeted out a little bit earlier that the bombs were a terrorizing act, and he praised law enforcement. What stood out to you from his comments this morning?
You know, I think you're seeing really two sides of President Trump and how he's reacted to these developments over the past week. You know, we've seen earlier in the week when he first addressed the bombings at the suspicious packages, he essentially said, you know, he repeated this call to unify and that we need to tone down the rhetoric. However, he then appears at campaign rallies, which are really where he feels most comfortable, where he's unscripted, where he can say whatever he essentially wants, and he really goes after his critics and CNN, which is a news organization that has, you know, tangled with the president, and the two enjoy a very contentious relationship. So you're seeing two different sides of the president today, but it was interesting to watch these remarks today because he was calling for unity. He was calling for toned down rhetoric to really come together. However, he didn't really name anyone who was shipped a package over the past week who received these packages. You know, he referred to them as public figures. He referred to CNN CNN as a media organization. So very interesting how he would address that. And it would be, I would wonder how that would play out if it were Republicans or a more friendlier news organization to the president who had received such packages, how that would play out with him.
The president didn't really go into detail about the suspect, the images on the van that were taken by the feds, the images of him at a rally that show him side by side, right behind him. What questions does that raise? And how much liability, if anything, should the president of the United States have for a man who randomly shows up at his rally with a white van of images?
Well, clearly the president can't control every single person who appears at his rallies. However, he probably doesn't want to, for political and publicity purposes, really tie himself to this person or give any illusion of connecting the two. He doesn't want to publicize those connections. So I'm not surprised the president didn't bring that up, because I don't think it would play well for him in the public eye.
You mentioned that you don't think it would play well in the public eye, and that could be a reason why he's not mentioning this. But do we have a sense of how an event like this, a person who really feels, identifies closer with the Republican Party, appears to have some animosity towards Democrats, how can that affect midterms at this point?
I think it really shows how divided this country at this point, and it's nothing new. We saw that with the congressional baseball shooting over a year ago. That was violence from the other side. So I think these events show how deeply divided our country is and how visceral I think politics has become to so many people. So, it'll be interesting to see how voters approach midterms. I don't think this is going to necessarily drive down turnout, but I think it's going to be eye-opening for a lot of voters who, might be sick of the constant, intense negative rhetoric coming out of our political discourse these days. I think they're going to take note of that.
The two bombs that were found today were addressed to James Clapper and Democratic Senator Cory Booker. When you look at all of these different mailing bombs, what are really the targets here? Are they similar to the other packages that were sent?
Yes, they are similar. In these, James Clapper and Senator Cory Booker have been critical of the president publicly, and the president has been critical of them. This is what all of these recipients of these packages have in common, whether it's the former president, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, as well as the Obamas and the Clintons, as well as, other James Clapper, John Brennan, Eric Holder, Maxine Waters. They all have that in common. In terms of CNN, clearly the president, as I said before, enjoys a very contentious relationship with the network. So these are figures in an organization that has more so of a negative relationship with the president.
The Attorney General vowed to dedicate every available resource and bring those responsible to justice. So through all of this, have we seen a confident administration response?
I think it depends who you would speak to on that. At times when President Trump is calling for unity and more of his scripted responses, I would say that's more of a confident response. Clearly, the Justice Department is giving a very different response. However, it really does not compare to the president's response to all of this on Twitter, calling it the bomb thing, saying it could distract from midterms and it's distracting from positive coverage to the Republican Party. That really plays differently from the rest of his administration's responses. So once again, you're seeing two different sides to the administration's responses. It's the formal response and the Twitter response.
I want to play some sound for you from Democratic Senator Mark Warner. This is what he had to say on CBS this morning.
I've been very concerned about the president's tone, not being willing to call out and call up, for that matter, the two former presidents who were going to be victims of this kind of attack. And one of the things about this president is I don't think he understands that words matter.
You say words matter. The president's critics have really been critical that they wanted to see more of a response. Could phone calls to Obama or the Clintons have really made a difference here?
I think it would have shown an attempt to unify and an attempt to really reach across the party lines. However, we understand that the president has a very negative relationship with former President Clinton and former President Obama. There's a lot of bad blood, especially, I would say, with the Clintons and coming so close off of the 2016 elections. So it's not, to me, we haven't really seen the president reach out to them much over the course of his administration, so this isn't surprising. However, with something that could have been, I say could have been, the attempted assassination of two former presidents of the United States, that's something that's very serious, and I think with another administration, you would have seen more of an outreach.
Julia Manchester, grateful you could join us to discuss all this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, coming up after the break, we have the very latest on the suspect in custody for mailing a series of bombs across 5 states. We'll hear from a security expert ahead. This is CBSN, always on. Police have a suspect in custody in connection with a series of mail bombs sent to critics of President Trump. Here he is, 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. He's being questioned now by the FBI. We know he has a criminal record for a previous threat in 2002, and we also know he does have ties to New York. He was picked up this morning at an AutoZone store in Plantation, Florida, just north of Miami. Law enforcement sources say he was found partially through DNA evidence. Police also seized a van, which appears to belong to Sayoc. Pictures of the van posted before today's events show that it's covered in complete pro-Trump imagery. There are also photos of Democrats like Hillary Clinton in the crosshairs. Well, this comes after at least 12 bombs were mailed across the country to prominent Democrats and Trump critics. Devices found this morning also targeted Senator Cory Booker and former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper. Joining me now, Paul Violas. He's a CBS News law enforcement and security analyst. Paul, we know that law enforcement has him in custody now. What will happen next?
Well, Rena, now comes the case-building portion. And what I mean by that is law enforcement has already sought to begin the process of securing search warrants for the subject's home, vehicle, which obviously they have in custody, they have in possession right now, any computer, any phones, any devices that he may have, to start seeking solid evidence regarding what will firmly tie him, to the packages, the suspicious packages, the bombs that had been sent out over the last several days.
So when you look at this, is it possible that there could potentially be more bombs out there? Could these still keep showing up weeks on end?
Most certainly, Rena, and that's something we need to be very careful about. we firmly believe that this is the person. This is a person of interest. Apparently, law enforcement has secured a certain amount of DNA evidence, which would tie him to one or more of the devices. But that doesn't mean he's the only person. It doesn't mean we're free of copycats at this point. And we don't know how many he sent. So clearly, we are going to be, very, very cautious in the days to come about others that may come up.
When you see the political imagery that this van was completely covered in, images of the people who were targeted by the bomb, specifically in the crosshairs, what does that tell law enforcement?
What it tells us, honestly, what it tells us is really it's a reflection of the divide that we have in this country and the disdain that one side has against another. That's what it tells us. I mean, we see this all the time from a law enforcement perspective. This is apparent every day. It's not just in politics, it's in our daily life. So to see that we have someone that's that right side of the aisle, or a left side of the aisle for that matter, that just has this much disdain, and in this case, this much disdain for the people of opposite views is discouraging, but it's also quite alarming because it really spells out what we have up against us right now in our country, and this is an example of it.
How will investigators go about piecing through some sort of a motive for this suspect?
That's going to come from the evidence that we're looking at right now, and that's going to be his computer. It's going to be his home. Now, someone like this, you put him at 56 years old, the chances of him being a social media giant are probably slim, but they'll still scour to see if there's any traces of him on social media. A lot of this, I would tend to think, is going to come from the search warrant of his home or homes inside the van, hard-written paper. Oftentimes, especially when we saw the pictorials that were plastered all over this individual's vehicle, it would not be uncommon to find a plethora of evidence inside the person's home, even mosaics built up on walls that showed disdain and even hatred towards the individuals that we saw these bombs go to.
Paul, at this point, if you were part of this investigation, what would you be looking to? What would you be asking?
Well, the comment that I certainly, based on my experience, for me, it's going to be the interview. Now, clearly, there's a lot of evidence to be gathered, and agencies will work together to do that. But for me, it's going to be the interview. It's going to be that solid conversation between this individual and investigators, and establishing a rapport with him. And then once that rapport is established, to see how much he's willing to talk. I mean, the interesting part, Rena, about individuals like this is they typically like to talk. Now, if he doesn't lawyer up, the chances of him, if we get a good, solid group of investigators talking to him, or even one that he relates to, the chances of him wanting to brag about what he's done are pretty good.
Interesting to hear you say that they often like to brag about what they did and talk. Paul Viollis, we will be checking in with you throughout the afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
Well, over the past week, we've been hearing from some of the intended recipients of these explosive packages. Here's how 3 prominent former Obama administration officials reacted to the threat.
We've got to turn off this hate machine. We've got to come together. The American public have been all over the nation. People want us to be more civil. People want us to choose hope over hate. They want us to choose for real. I mean, it's guttural. People understand that, and words matter, folks. Words matter. And our children are listening.
It's disturbing to think that political figures are having to deal with this issue. It's personal, obviously, for me since one was addressed to me, but I'm also concerned about 2 former presidents who had things directed at them, and it's unfortunately, I think, a sign of the time. There's something that we need to figure out who did it, and then try to figure out a way in which we can get beyond these kinds of things.
Oh, this is definitely domestic terrorism, no question about it in my mind. It's serious, obviously, but at the same time, knock on wood, thank God, there have been no injuries or deaths from this. And I guess from what I read, there is some question about whether these things are actually functional or not. You obviously have to assume they are. And whether or not this is just only intended to sow fear, intimidate, that sort of thing, or they're for real. And I actually don't know that. I do want to just echo one thing that John Brennan said, and that is this is not going to silence the administration's critics.
Actor and outspoken critic of the administration, Robert De Niro, released a statement earlier saying, "I thank God no one's been hurt, and I thank the brave and resourceful security and law enforcement people for protecting us. There's something more powerful than bombs, and that's your vote. People must vote." Well, after the break, we have the very latest on the mail bomb suspect. Officials from the Justice Department are also holding a briefing, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll have full live coverage ahead. You're streaming CBSN, always on.
Python, finally!
These are Asian carp.
Oh my god. You're gonna get hit. Oh.
Some took them in as pets, but were overwhelmed and set them loose in the Everglades.
Ooh, we got one! Woo-hoo! Ready? Go for the grabs.
This is actually very, very good.
You got that on the camera?
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. An arrest has been made in connection with a series of bombs mailed to prominent critics of President Trump. This is a live look from the Justice Department, where we expect Attorney General Jeff Sessions to hold a briefing at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, just about half an hour's time from now. We're going to bring this to you live, but here's what we know so far. This is the suspect, 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. He was picked up at an AutoZone Plantation, Florida. He does have a criminal record, including charges related to a previous threat in 2002. We also know that he does have ties to New York. This appears to be his van, and as you can see, it's covered in political images. After the arrest, police quickly covered it up with a tarp before taking it to a nearby FBI field office. A Twitter user took a closer picture of the van before today's events. These are photos of President Trump and also messages supporting him, along with images of Hillary Clinton and others in the crosshairs. The suspect appears to have attended events supporting the president. In this video, you see him on the lower left there at a Trump rally in 2016. He's wearing a Make America Great Again hat. This all comes after 2 more bombs were discovered this morning. This was the scene in New York City earlier where a bomb meant for former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper was discovered at a mail facility. It was addressed to him via CNN. Another bomb was found at a mail facility in Opelika, Florida. It was intended for New Jersey Democrat Senator Cory Booker. This now brings the total number of bombs that have been discovered to 12. They were addressed to 10 separate people. All of them have been frequent targets of President Trump. It's not clear if more bombs were sent, but have not yet been found. In tweets this morning, the president blamed the media and suggested that the bombs could have an effect on Republicans ahead of midterms. He struck a different tone again at an event at the White House a short time ago.
I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law.
CBS News correspondent David Begnaud is on the phone now. He joins us from Plantation, Florida. David, what's the latest? What have you learned?
I'm looking at a vehicle that 2 FBI agents have just gotten into, and these appear to be the 2 FBI agents who were inside the AutoZone a short time ago. If, in fact, they leave, which appears to be the case, that would mean there is no longer a law enforcement presence at the AutoZone. The AutoZone is in Plantation, Florida, on a somewhat quiet drag. Traffic goes both ways. There's chiropractor clinics. There's a used car lot. There's a community management property agency. Busy, but just random America, right? And then there's the AutoZone. The operation seems to have gone off really without a hitch. The FBI moved in. We're told by a witness who saw some of what happened. There were FBI officials, some people wearing NYPD shirts, what appeared to be dozens, as many as 50 or 60 law enforcement agents that moved in and took the man into custody really without incident. We're told that a flash bang was used to stun and distract the suspect, and the authorities moved in and took him into custody. His van was then put onto the back of a truck and hauled away, presumably to an FBI location, and the suspect was taken away, apparently unharmed, to an FBI facility to be questioned. As of right now, from what we know, the man appears to live in the area of Aventura. It's about 30 minutes, as the crow flies, 30 minutes or so from the AutoZone. And from Aventura, it's about 30 minutes to the Opelika mail facility that the FBI had been searching within the last couple of days. So you put a triangle, and it's a pretty close distance from all 3 facilities. Other than that, we saw AutoZone employees being interviewed. Several of them appeared to have come back to work and walked inside. I actually went inside the AutoZone. The FBI said, whoa, we didn't mean to leave the door open. We need you to leave. And as soon as I walked out, they locked it. But it seemed to be pretty quick here, Rena. Nobody had a clue that they were coming. Agents moved in. There was a former law enforcement official who works right across the street from the AutoZone, and he did an interview with one of my colleagues, and he said, I heard the bang, I saw the smoke, and then I could tell that the man was being taken into custody. And apparently this happened right around his van. His van was parked park in the AutoZone parking lot. And from what you've been showing and reporting, Rena, it's pretty hard to miss this guy, not to mention his van.
Yeah, it's very apparent that folks in the area were familiar with this van. Have you heard anything further, David, from law enforcement in South Florida? Do they believe that this was the sole suspect? Is this part of a wider thing? Do we know if they're looking for anybody more?
They haven't said. The agents here have not said anything to us on scene. The president did not allude to that. I can tell you a little bit more about the suspect in question. My colleague, Al Ortiz, spoke with a man who apparently represents the suspect and has represented him in the past. And some of what he said is that Mr. Caesar always expressed emotion about the institutions of America and felt oppressed by them, but not necessarily in a political way. The lawyer said that was 10 or so years ago. The lawyer also pointed to what he saw to be a bizarre reason, is he just didn't think Mr. Caesar was quite right in his mind. That's according to the lawyer. The lawyer also said Caesar wanted to look younger, so he had his date of birth altered. This lawyer who we spoke with, whose name is Ronald Scott Lowy, the lawyer said that he represented Caesar in a few cases, one which involved making a threat against the FPL, the Florida Police League, and the case involved a false identification card or driver's license. And the lawyer ended the interview by saying, I felt that he wasn't always right in his mind. He always wasn't in his right mind. And so anyway, things are starting to trickle in. We've got crews in the Aventura area right now looking for his home, looking to talk to some neighbors. But Marina, I've covered a lot of investigations like this where the FBI moves in and takes a high-profile suspect into custody. And things don't quite move as quickly as this is. We're getting a lot of information on this very quickly. In fact, the suspect seems to have a social media presence, and so we're getting more information from there as well.
All right, our David Begnaud on the ground in Plantation, Florida. David, we will check in with you throughout the afternoon. Thank you for joining us. I want to bring in CBS News Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Pegues. He joins me now from Washington. Jeff, what more does law enforcement know? How were they able to track him down?
Well, apparently DNA played a role in this. We don't know exactly how at this point, but perhaps we'll find that out in about an hour and a half or so when I go to this news conference at the Department of Justice. As we've been saying all week long, with all of this evidence, you have all of those suspicious packages, the packaging itself, the device itself. Investigators have been able to piece this case together to the point where they arrest a suspect, as they did a few hours ago. But as we've noted, they were able to get control of these suspicious devices. And what is happening now at this FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, is that they are deconstructing these devices, trying to figure out where the components were bought from, purchased from, who purchased them. But also, if you look at the stamps there and the packaging, we have been told by multiple sources that this is the kind of packaging where you can get fingerprints, where you can get DNA samples. And so what we're hearing from our law enforcement sources is that Mr. Sayoc was arrested in part. DNA played a role here. So we're going to have to ask more questions about that as we go forward.
Jeff, you mentioned those packages. Is there still a chance that there might be more packages found in the mail?
Well, yeah, I don't know if we're going to get anybody to say at this point that it's all clear. We thought after a pause early this morning, there was about 24 hours between the discovery of suspicious packages, and it seemed to suggest that perhaps all of these suspicious packages had been accounted for. But then, as soon as we thought that, you have the two that showed up this morning, the one addressed to James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, the other addressed to Cory Booker, Democratic senator from the state of New Jersey. And so, I don't think you're going to get any public official at this point. And perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't think you'll get any public official to say, hey, this is the all clear, we can all relax. All week long, they have been in this posture of, telling people that if you see something, say something, and to remain vigilant, because even though there have been no injuries, you still have these devices floating around out there. And the components of which could lead to injuries, could lead to fatalities. And so there has been that concern out there.
Jeff Pegues, we will look forward to hearing more from you, Jeff, as you go to that press conference in just a short while. Thank you, Jeff.
My pleasure.
We heard from the president today. What was his reaction to the arrest?
Well, today his reaction was a firm one. He took an aggressive stance, applauding law enforcement immediately, cheering them on, saying that they worked so quickly to apprehend a suspect. And he once again called for unity and said that Americans must unify. We must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony. But, Rena, this is just his latest. And what we have seen since the president first publicly started making remarks about these waves of bombs is a fluctuation, which began on Wednesday night in central Wisconsin during a Make America Great Again rally. And as someone who has been to several of his rallies, that one was very different because he stuck to the issues. He used a almost conciliatory tone. He talked about unifying and condemning violence and calling for peace. And he acknowledged himself that the tone was very different, saying, I'm behaving so nice. Have you ever seen this before? Let's all be nice and get along. But then he got on Twitter. And in the days following, the past couple days, we have seen him this morning at 3:15 in the morning tweeting about one of the recipients of these suspicious packages, CNN, talking about how, they're low rated and that they are blaming him for the current spate of bombs. In another tweet, he much more bluntly said a very big part of the anger we see today in our society is caused by the mainstream media that I refer to as fake news. And then this morning, not so long before he made these remarks, Rena, in the East Room, he was tweeting and he put quotes around the word bomb, quotes, bomb stuff. And so that certainly does not translate to the seriousness of what we are experiencing here, what these victims are experiencing, what the country is experiencing. So he seemed to sort of make light of this somehow by putting quotes and referring to this crisis as bomb stuff. But certainly in his most recent remarks in the East Room, where he is here at the White House, he was firm and committed to finding the suspect and to holding them accountable.
So do you think it erases sort of the critics who have been so harsh towards the president, saying he hasn't been sensitive enough on this issue if he's still tweeting all this out?
Well, it's hard to make that argument because it wasn't that long ago that he was using that very different tone. And so that's what we'll be watching now, is after making these remarks in the East Room, how his behavior will be going forward as law enforcement works diligently to try to piece what happened together, as they try to confirm a motive for this, because as we have seen, obviously it is politically motivated, just based on, what we saw of his van, the different stickers on his van, his commitment to the Trump campaign. And so, when there is a time of crisis like this, that's when people are watching President Trump even closer than usual. And what we have seen is a discrepancy in his language and how he is treating this. So we can only wait. But I certainly do not think, just because he took this more firm approach just now, it washes away the other remarks that he has made, and the sort of blame game that he is playing, trying to blame the media for what has happened here.
The president suggested that the focus on this is really hurting Republicans ahead of midterms. What's his argument?
Well, he said that there was a lot of momentum and that everyone was talking about politics and the midterm elections and sort of the growth that he believes Republicans have heading to the polls. And he said that clearly changed and that the news cycle was taken over by this story. And so that was his argument, and he was encouraging Republicans to go out and vote. Of course, he has several other things that he is trying to call attention on, including sending troops to the southern border, as he has made immigration one of his key campaign issues heading into the midterm. So I think we were seeing so many images of the caravan and understanding what he was doing, what actions he was calling for in order to handle that situation. But I think he feels like those were replaced by stories about tracking down whoever was responsible for sending these suspicious packages. And so perhaps that's why he used the quotes bomb stuff. You know, we can never begin to analyze why he says what he does, but certainly it's clear he was annoyed that attention was being taken away from the midterm race.
Weijia Jiang, Weijia, thank you very much for joining us.
Sure.
We're going to take a quick break. We've got more coverage of this new arrest when we return. We are continuing to follow the apprehension of this suspect who was arrested, 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. He was picked up in the Plantation, Florida area. We are continuing to stay on this story and bring you the latest. I want to bring back in Ron Hosko. He's a CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, do you think that the authorities will rule out that he didn't have any help? Is there a way to tell this early on?
Well, I think, Rita, they will be looking very closely at what his communications have been. If he really got onto their radar yesterday, I would think they would have issued subpoenas for telecommunications providers, internet service providers yesterday. When he started looking better and better to them as a subject, and they are poring over his communications. That would be to include any kind of electronic device that allows them to track where has he been in the last week, 2 weeks, has he communicated with, looking at friends, family, coworkers, to understand what does his network look like, try to interview all of them as quickly as possible to see, is there a possibility that he was very close to somebody who was like-minded, that was always with him, that would have been trusted enough to, engage in this sort of a plot. They'll be looking at that with great urgency. Probably started, as I said, as soon as he started to really warm up on the list of possibles, they would have been looking at the, to issue those subpoenas and start looking at that quietly as soon as they can get it. And so they'll know, I think, very quickly, are we dealing with a person who is acting entirely by themselves, or is this person in regular communication? Have they been texting with somebody? What do those texts look like? Law enforcement, depending on the device, has the tools to take a cell phone and exploit it very quickly. Take a look at at a high level. What are we dealing with? Who are the communications? What's the frequency of communications? And at least give themselves some level of confidence that this is likely a person acting alone.
Ron, are you surprised that law enforcement was able to apprehend a suspect so quickly?
I was just hearing somebody comment this morning, an anchor, asking a guest, when do we start to get impatient? And actually that question indicated that he was starting to get impatient and that he suspected others would be. And I know there's been predictions out there. Look, the FBI has dealt with the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, that took years to unravel and figure out, and ultimately took his brother and the publication of his manifesto to read that and say, I think I know who this is. It's my brother. And then you have cases like down in Austin earlier this year that took about 3 weeks from beginning to end. And so, I had great confidence law enforcement would find the subject and apprehend them. But the timetable is always dicey. Even with 10 or 12 devices, if he didn't leave enough clues, if he didn't leave fingerprints, if he worked in a sterile environment from beginning to end, that could have been accomplished. Fortunately, it likely wasn't accomplished.
Ron, if you could hang on for just a second, I want to bring in our next guest, Brad Galvin. He's the retired resident agent in charge for the ATF. He's also an independent security consultant. He joins me now by phone. Brad, as we're talking about this investigation, what happens now at this point?
Well, now the investigators are they're going to try to tie him to the devices. All the components, all the evidence that has been collected from the numerous devices that they recovered will be matched up to see if they can find any additional or similar components either at his residence or in the vehicle or the van, and they're going to tie all those links together. Not sure what they have already. They must have enough that they were able to arrest him, either some forensics and DNA. And so at this point, they're going to start putting all the links together. They're going to tie everything together. There's still a lot of work to be done. They have to catalog all the evidence from the devices that have been recovered. They have to walk those back, and then the search warrants that they're going to serve at his residence, any storage facilities he may have, and his vehicle, they're going to look for similar components to try to tie them to any of the components, the packaging, the internal components, the explosive filler that may have been used, any of the wiring to see if the wiring matches up. So there's a lot of work to be done. The PVC piping that was used, they're going to see if they have some similar devices.
Brad, you talk about tying the bombing components to the suspect. If you were questioning him right now, what would you want to ask him?
Well, I mean, you want to ask him, if he's going to talk to you, you want to ask him, how he made it. I mean, you have a pretty good idea because you have intact devices. But you want to know if there are any additional devices. Did he send any others out there? Are there still other devices that are in the mail system that potentially could harm someone? You also want to know what his intent was. Was his intent to actually detonate a device? Because as of to date, we have no detonations, which is unusual. So did he create these devices with the intent of functioning them, or was it more to terrorize, which he was very successful at? So I would want to know that. Are there additional devices out there? Who were they mailed to? Who were they sent to? And then you try to get those out of the public area as fast as you can.
There were those pipe bombs, supposed pipe bombs, that were also sent. What do you make about the nature of those particular pipe bombs?
Pipe bombs are, in my experience, the most common type of explosive or improvised explosive device that I saw throughout my 30-year career. They're simple, they're unsophisticated. You can make them from things that line around your house, go to the Home Depot or any hardware store or electronic store. Very crude and unsophisticated, but extremely lethal and dangerous. And you can make them as sophisticated as you want to if you add electronic componentry, circuit boards. But at its very base level, they can be a very simple and very unsophisticated, but yet a very lethal device.
You talk about these devices, simple, unsophisticated, but potentially very lethal. In your experience, why do these suspects put these out in the mail?
Well, that is one way of creating distance. Generally, these individuals don't do this with the intent of getting caught. So they'll send them in the mail, and they'll try to use deception, fake addresses. They may drive out of their local area to mail them, to try to disassociate themselves with those devices. Other times they'll use, instead of the mail, they'll just drop them off, as we saw in Austin. He actually employed both methods, both common carrier, and then he would place them, created a victim-activated device and functioned when someone touched it. But the mail system is just trying to create distance and not get caught.
Brad, very grateful you can join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rena.
You bet. Coming up, we're awaiting a briefing from the Justice Department on this arrest, and this comes as we learn that there's been an additional target, one package sent to the Bay Area addressed to billionaire donor Tom Steyer. He's the man behind the Need to Impeach project, which calls for the president to be impeached. We're also trying to verify reports that Senator Kamala Harris was also a target. For now, we're going to take a quick break. Much more to get to. Stick with us. We'll have the latest when we return. We are continuing to follow the investigation into the bombs delivered to top Democratic political figures and critics of the president. Today, speaking at the White House, the president called the mailing of bombings terrorizing acts that have no place in our country.
I'd like to begin today's remarks by providing an update on the packages and devices that have been mailed to high-profile figures throughout our country and a media organization. I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law. We must never allow political violence to take root in America. Cannot let it happen. And I'm committed to doing everything in my power as president to stop it. And to stop it now. To stop it now. I have just concluded a briefing with the Department of Justice following the apprehension of the suspect. I want to applaud the FBI, Secret Service, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the NYPD, and all law enforcement throughout the entire country, incredible partners. These people have worked so hard, and to have done it so quickly, it's looking like it's a needle in a haystack. How do you do this so quickly? They've done an incredible, incredible job, and I want to congratulate them. But the bottom line is that Americans must unify, and we must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony as fellow American citizens. There is no country like our country, and every day we are showing the world just how truly great we are. So you are really very special people. I wanted to say that before our little talk. And I appreciate the time you've given me. And boy, one day, one of you is going to be standing.
This morning, the president took to Twitter to criticize the media coverage. He tweeted, Republicans are doing so well in early voting and at the polls, and now this bomb stuff happens, and the momentum greatly slows. News, not talking politics. Well, this comes after he slammed CNN on Twitter in the middle of the night for criticizing him for the bombs. He says comparisons to 9/11 or the Oklahoma City bombing are ridiculous. Joining me now, Julia Manchester. She's a reporter for The Hill. Julia, thank you for joining us. I want to start on the president's latest comments today. He tweeted out a little bit earlier that the bombs were a terrorizing act, and he praised law enforcement. What stood out to you from his comments this morning?
You know, I think you're seeing really two sides of President Trump and how he's reacted to these developments over the past week. You know, we've seen earlier in the week when he first addressed the bombings at the suspicious packages, he essentially said, you know, he repeated this call to unify and that we need to tone down the rhetoric. However, he then appears at campaign rallies, which are really where he feels most comfortable, where he's unscripted, where he can say whatever he essentially wants, and he really goes after his critics and CNN, which is a news organization that has, you know, tangled with the president, and the two enjoy a very contentious relationship. So you're seeing two different sides of the president today, but it was interesting to watch these remarks today because he was calling for unity. He was calling for toned down rhetoric to really come together. However, he didn't really name anyone who was shipped a package over the past week who received these packages.
We want to interrupt our conversation to let you know that we are awaiting a briefing from federal officials on the suspect accused in a string of mail bombs. For more on this, we have Ron Hosko. He's a CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI, and our Jeff Pegues, CBS News Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent. Jeff, I know you're at the briefing right now, just about to take place any moment now. What are some of the questions that we hope might get answered?
Well, I think one of the important questions is what was the big break here? Tracking down this 56-year-old suspect. Of course, it happened this morning. He is under arrest, and you will have here a who's who of the American justice system. The Attorney General will be speaking, as well as FBI Director Christopher Wray, the Commissioner of the NYPD, James O'Neill, and many others as they discuss this big case.
And Jeff, as you talk about what we really want to know, about the suspect in more details, has law enforcement said anything about any more packages potentially still in the mail?
Well, listen, I mean, we're still hearing these reports of potential packages out there. And in fact, all week, federal officials have been warning to stay vigilant, and local officials in New York saying, if you see something, say something. So the concern is out there that there could be more suspicious packages in the system. And so we will ask them about that, too, whether people can rest easy that all of the packages have been accounted for. That's still an unanswered question.
And at this hour, Jeff, what do we know about the suspect?
Well, he's 56 years old. We're told that he lives in the South Florida area. Various reports saying that he lives with his mother, someone who is and has been at times into bodybuilding. And then you saw that van that was taken into evidence with all of those images on the side of the van with Vice President Pence as well as President Trump, and then mired in a swamp. In one of the images were Democrats. So that is another question that we have. What was the motive here? Was there a political motivation? There are many who've been following this case who say that, of course, there was. And so that will be one of the important questions that the Attorney General and others here will have to answer.
All right, Jeff Pegues at the briefing there. We expect more details. Jeff, thank you very much for joining us. I want to also bring in Ron Hosko, a CBS News security consultant and former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, at this point, how do authorities rule out whether or not the suspect had any help?
They're poring over his digital footprint right now, Rena. They are looking at whoever he has intersected with for the last several weeks and given more time for the last several years. I'm sure that they're going to satisfy themselves relatively quickly. Either they need to look at other people or that they're relatively sure that this is kind of a loner, isolated, not a big circle of friends. This sort of activity, I think alone is enough to deter other rational people and keep them away from somebody like this, assuming, of course, that he is the right person. But I think that the FBI, in getting a full assessment of what is his pattern of life, does he have employment, what's his circle of friends and circle of trust look like, I think they'll have pretty good confidence by the end of today that there are other people who need a hard look or that this is a lone actor.
And Ron, you have been very high up in the FBI, particularly in these types of investigations. What are you watching for? What do you hope might be answered in this press conference?
Well, like Jeff, I'm looking for a couple of basic questions that go to motive, capability, intent. Did he look at anything to build these devices? Was he technically proficient in any way? Or were these, in effect, Hollywood bombs made to look very, very threatening, and they certainly had the desired effect, but incapable of triggering themselves or being victim activated or actuated by some activity by somebody opening them up and triggering an explosion. So I'm looking for that. And I'm also interested in hearing more, because we've already heard inkling about this gentleman's competence, his mental competence, and what's going on in his mind. So I think there's a number of unanswered questions. Key among them, as Jeff averred, is there anything else that is in the mail system that is a threat to anybody who comes near it? Resolving that question, I think, is going to be very important.
Cesar Sayoc, the suspect, 56 years old, picked up in South Florida. What more stands out to you, Ron, about his background?
Well, a series of prior intersections with the law, There's reports of prior terroristic threats. We had talked before about the threat streams that the FBI is responsible to evaluate and very often investigate. The U.S. Capitol Police has a similar responsibility with their protectees. Secret Service the same, as do state and local law enforcement jurisdictions. So we've seen in his background, we don't know if it tracks this exact sort of activity where something is put in the mail. But here it looks like somebody capable of communicating in an ugly way and in a criminal way. That, for law enforcement, I'm sure got everybody's attention fairly quickly. The fact that he has a criminal record is very helpful in matching fingerprints, potentially DNA, because typically fingerprints are on file after a felony arrest or a felony conviction. So the FBI would have something to compare lifted prints, question fingerprints on the devices, on the packaging. And if they were to have a match of a fingerprint, that's pretty darn good evidence if you're talking about a lift from inside the package or on one of these devices matching to any individual in the United States. That's pretty darn good evidence that the FBI would be relishing.
We don't know, Ron, at this point what the probable cause might have been that was able to lead authorities to him at this point. But if you were to guess, we know that there was some sort of DNA match, we believe. We're going to get more details on that. But what do you think it might have been that led authorities to him?
Well, first, we should also, be, I think, crediting the media coverage of these events and the outreach to the public to raise awareness. And it could well be that a human actor, either a source that talks to law enforcement or a friend or a neighbor or a family member of this gentleman, made a call and said, hey, you guys need to put this guy on your list. That can be, and it very often is, a great starting point. It's a tip from the public. Maybe he was working his way up the law enforcement list already, but if you get a tip that really elevates it, particularly if the tip comes with detail, comes with some substance, and then you have a criminal record, so the person taking that tip or somebody else can run up a criminal record and say, terroristic threats, South Florida, location near some of these, the mail facility, near Debbie Wasserman Schultz, near to relevant places in the investigation. All that starts to warm you up. And certainly if you get DNA, you're racing toward probable cause right there. If you get a fingerprint, you're racing towards probable cause. And with a past and the van and what we know about this person so far, you're running right towards it. And if he was warming up as a subject yesterday, it's been reported that the surveillance was put on him yesterday sometime, rightfully so. That very often happens when you start to have a subject or multiple subjects that you start to like. The word is put out, put surveillance on them 24/7. Let's establish a pattern of life. Let's find out where they are, because if we get to probable cause, we want to be able to make a good decision. Do we stop them right now? Where do we stop them? How do we stop them? All of that comes into the judgments and the decision-making by the senior leaders.
Ron, it was Monday night that these first package was sent out, and Friday, by Friday morning, essentially, he was picked up. What do you make of the timeline of how long it took to catch him?
Well, I think it's great that, look, all of our expectations, I think, tend to get raised by a couple of things. One, speculation by folks who've come out of the law enforcement ranks saying, we're going to find him, we're going to get him soon. All of the resources, the collective resources of the Joint Terrorist Task Force, of the participants in that task force, you're talking about a massive amount of not only people, but technical resources for these devices to render them safe, to share intelligence across the best agencies in law enforcement in America. With this combination of folks. So I think expectations were getting raised as the days went by that we'd have a quick solution. I'm happy for all of the participants and for these victims, the targets and future targets, that we appear to have a quick solution. So good for all of them. I think law enforcement, in my estimation, during this has looked nothing but professional, capable, competent, ready to go. And going to get their man, and now it looks as though they have. My fear was the opposite of that we'd had, maybe a Ted Kaczynski, where this person had wiped all of the evidence clean. There was no digital footprint that was trackable readily to him, and we were in for a longer siege. With the holiday season, the package, sending season coming up, that would be a chilling set of circumstances. I was involved in a case like that several years ago here in the Northeast, and to significant distributors. It was an extortion case involving packages, and I'll tell you, as you're rolling into the holiday season, that is a daunting thought that we're going to potentially have people at risk while somebody is putting deadly packages either in stores or in the mail. So I'm happy for these guys that they got to it, and I'm of course thrilled by the timeline. I'm sure they are too, because I guarantee you there's a lot of tired people right now.
I bet you're absolutely right, Ron. When you look at sort of the charges, what kind of charges might someone like this man face?
Yeah, I think the composing, building, and putting in the mail stream a dangerous device, a destructive device like these devices, is going to bring a serious sentence. Let's assume that he is competent, fit to stand trial, and is duly charged and convicted. I think he can expect a significant sentence just because of the disruption. In part who the targets were, but just the disruption, the threat to the mail system writ large, that exposure would go way up if somebody lost their life as a result. And that would be somebody lost their life because of a detonation, or somebody lost their life responding to one of these incidents. I think his exposure would go way up. But I think he's in for a serious sentence that could be 10 years or more.
Ron, we are just getting a 2-minute warning, I'm told, from my producers for this live press conference. But I do want to ask you, Ron, when you look over this and the FBI deals with a case like this, how concerned are you with copycats at this point?
I think that will start to tail off. I've been very concerned about copycats in this sort of event, as well as with the active shooters. Sometimes you get the sense of that in their mind there's a competition, and it's a deadly competition. Threats seem to go up on the back of threats. Others who are misguided and acting criminally sometimes like to call in some copycat type activity to watch the show, to watch the law enforcement response. I hope this serves as a deterrent to others who might think about that law enforcement will track back to you and there will be a price to be paid for it. Hopefully there's a suitable deterrent there, and at least those who can calculate that say, yeah, this isn't for me, I'll do something else.
All right, Ron Hosko joining us. Ron, we are standing by. I see our Jeff Pegues there in the front row as the Department of Justice is going to be briefing us any moment now. When you look at this case overall, though, Ron, we talked about how this man was really very open in the sense he had a social media profile. You were talking about how you were worried that he might not have any sort of digital footprint. We heard from a lawyer earlier who represented him that he was very, you know what, Ron, I apologize. It looks like they are taking the podium at this point. We're going to take you to the Department of Justice right now, who we are hoping will give us new details, some more details on exactly who this suspect was, 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc, who was picked up at Plantation, Florida, and believed to be an important suspect, if not the suspect, in these mailing bombings. Let's listen to Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
Thank you all for being here. Over the past week, more than a dozen suspicious packages have been sent through the United States Postal Service to a media outlet, a Hollywood actor, and at least 7 high-ranking current and former political leaders in the Democratic Party. This is utterly unacceptable. Political violence, or the threat of violence, is antithetical to our vigorous system of self-government. It is a threat to that respect for law and process that allows our people to accept legislation, elections, court rulings with which they do not agree. This is the central feature of our system of government. You advocate for your beliefs enthusiastically, but we peaceably and lawfully comply with the results. Please know that from the beginning, this investigative team has made this matter a top priority, focusing their great talents and expertise on neutralizing this threat. They have moved swiftly and professionally, using extraordinary technical expertise to apprehend the one alleged responsible. This is a demonstration of the skill, capability, and determination of our American law enforcement, the best in the world. So I am pleased to participate in this announcement that a suspect is in the custody of the FBI. I want to remind everyone that the defendant in this case, as in every case, is innocent until proven guilty. He has been charged today with 5 federal crimes, including interstate transportation of an explosive, illegal mailing of explosives, threats against former presidents and certain other persons, threatening interstate communications, and assaulting current and former federal officers. For these charges, the defendant faces up to 58 years in prison. These charges may change or expand as the investigation proceeds. This is a law and order administration. We will not tolerate such lawlessness, especially not political violence. And so I want to thank FBI Director Wray and his team, all of our law enforcement partners who are here, ATF, Secret Service, postal inspectors, Capitol Police, and New York City Police Department, and the United States Attorney Berman of the Southern District of New York, and U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Alabama, Ariana Orsham. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officers from across this country responded immediately to the cause and contributed to this effort. We are proud of each one of them. I want to reiterate the defendant in this case is innocent until proven guilty. But let this be a lesson to anyone, regardless of their political beliefs, that we will bring the full force of law against anyone who attempts to use threats, intimidation, and outright violence to further an agenda. We will find you, we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And now Director Wray, who's done an incredible job leading this effort over the last few days, he will give us the details of today's important arrest. Chris?
Thank you, Jim. As the Attorney General has confirmed, we have arrested Cesar Sayoc in connection with this investigation. As our investigation is still ongoing, I may not be able to answer questions about his background or about his motive. What I can say is that this was a nationwide investigation of enormous scope and of the greatest importance. Our investigation ranged from New York to Delaware to Maryland to the District of Columbia to Florida to California. And as it always does, the FBI responded with every resource we've got, including our Joint Terrorism Task Forces, our Counterterrorism Division, and our world-renowned experts at the FBI lab in Quantico. But and I really can't underscore this enough, we did not act alone, as you can see from the agencies and departments represented up here today. A threat of this scope and of this magnitude requires all of us working shoulder to shoulder. And today's arrest is a testament to the strength of our partnerships and what we can do when we all work together. I want to acknowledge the many partners who helped in recovering and transporting these IEDs to our lab in Quantico. This is dangerous and highly skilled, specialized work that requires great care, and we're incredibly grateful to all those who helped us in that effort in getting those devices to our lab from around the country. We can confirm that 13 IEDs were sent to various individuals across the country. Each device consisted of roughly 6 inches of PVC pipe, a small clock, a battery, some wiring, and what is known as energetic material, which is essentially potential explosives and material that give off heat and energy through a reaction to heat, shock, or friction. Though we're still analyzing the devices in our laboratory, these are not hoax devices. I want to focus for a moment on the amazing work of our folks at the FBI lab. Based on their initial analysis, they uncovered a latent fingerprint from one of the envelopes containing an IED that had been sent to Congresswoman Maxine Waters. We have confirmed this fingerprint is that of Cesar Sayoc. There is also a possible DNA connection between samples collected from pieces of two different IEDs mailed in separate envelopes and a sample previously collected from Sayoc in connection with an earlier arrest down in Florida. This is phenomenal work with the greatest pressure under an incredibly tight time frame. We see unbelievable work like this on TV and in Hollywood, but to see it up close in reality is something to behold. And we are so proud of our team at the lab for their work in keeping people safe and helping us to find the individual responsible. Late last night, we also turned to our partners in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for confirmation of this DNA connection, and we want to thank them in particular for their very quick work. I also want to thank the men and women of the FBI's Counterterrorism Division who remained on high alert every day to try to keep the American people safe from harm, and who move quickly and efficiently into action every single time. Today's arrest doesn't mean we're all out of the woods. There may be other packages in transit now and other packages on. So we need the help of everyone out there, every citizen, everyone in law enforcement, everyone we've got to help with this investigation in the days to come. If you've got any information, please call us on our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or our email line tips.fbi.gov. No piece of information is too small. Every tip could be the one that leads to something very important. And of course, if you see something suspicious activity, please call your local authorities. We need all hands on deck. We need to stay vigilant. Finally, I want to thank our partners. Too many to name from across the country because we cannot do this work alone. Everyone up here today understands that, and we take that to heart every single day as we do the hard work together of protecting 325 million Americans. Now I'd like to turn the podium over to Commissioner O'Neill from the NYPD.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Of the men and women of the NYPD, and quite frankly, all the people in New York City, I want to commend and thank all of our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners in this effort, including the Attorney General's Office and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Our NYPD detectives, along with FBI and ATF agents, postal inspectors, New York State Police, and many others, they are one team on our Joint Terrorist Task Force. The JTTF in New York was the first of its kind in the nation. It's been in business since 1980. Today, there are 300 investigators from 56 agencies. 113 of them are New York City cops. When it comes to terrorism in New York City, the NYPD doesn't do anything without the FBI, and the FBI doesn't do anything without the NYPD. That's a partnership that was forged in fire. In my 36 years in policing, our relationship has never been stronger. This case told that story again. New York City cops were side by side with FBI agents and many other agencies in Florida this morning. Together, they brought justice, as they always do. The wide experience of our agencies, coupled with the individual expertise of the members of the NYPD Bomb Squad, our highly trained emergency service unit, our Intel Bureau, our Counterterrorism Bureau, our patrol cops, who were the first to respond to CNN, all helped lead to today's arrest. I couldn't be more proud of the work each of them did in this case and the work they do every day. We said from the outset that we would identify and arrest the person or people responsible for these acts. We can make that promise because of the confidence we have in our ability to investigate in a deliberate and precise manner. Today's arrest means that New Yorkers and indeed people across our nation are safe, but as Director Wray said, there might be more packages out there, so everyone still needs to take caution. And if you see something out there, call 911. And in New York City, we have a number also, 1-888-NYC-SAFE. I want to thank the members of the public who contacted authorities with information during this investigation. New Yorkers don't back down. They step up every single time. We've been through things like this before and much worse. I'm never surprised by the unmatched resiliency our city always displays. Thank you also to the media for broadcasting the photos the NYPD released, because it certainly helped workers around our city identify additional packages and help move forward with this investigation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Berman, United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. 5 days ago, on October 22nd, law enforcement recovered the first device from a residence of George Soros. Over the last 5 days, as more packages were found across the country delivered to former presidents, federal officials, and public figures, our law enforcement community, federal, state, and local, has worked day and night together with other prosecutors from my office to identify and apprehend the perpetrator that has now happened. Today, my office has filed a complaint against Cesar Sayoc, charging him with multiple federal crimes for his insidious conduct. Specifically, the defendant is charged in 5 counts that include illegally mailing and interstate transportation of explosives and threatening a former president of the United States. As alleged in the complaint, the defendant mailed destructive devices to citizens of this country who currently hold or have held our highest public offices: President Barack Obama, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, former Vice President Joe Biden, former Attorney General Eric Holder, Congressperson Maxine Waters, U.S. Senator Cory Booker, former CIA Director John Brennan, and former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper. The defendant's conduct as charged is cowardly and reprehensible and totally anathema to our democracy. And now the defendant faces a potential total of 58 years in prison. This is an ongoing and active investigation. We will not rest until these crimes are fully investigated and the defendant or defendants are brought to justice. I want to take a moment to thank our partners, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, the FBI, the NYPD, U.S. Postal Inspection Service, New York State Police, the ATF, the hardworking career prosecutors and investigators in the terrorism unit of the Southern District of New York, and I would also like to thank the extraordinary cooperation we received from the Southern District of Florida. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Barksdale, Deputy Chief, United States Postal Inspection Service. First off, like many of my colleagues, I'd like to thank all of our federal partners who participated in this nationwide investigation: the FBI, ATF, Secret Service, New York Police Department, and the many state and local law enforcement agencies who provided valuable assistance. Truly, I can say this is the way law enforcement is supposed to work. This was a massive investigation, was a collaborative effort, and was well coordinated with each agency bringing a special expertise to the table. But I would also like to recognize the many postal employees who we think of as our eyes and ears. We appreciate the diligence and awareness. In fact, it was a postal employee this morning that alerted us to one of these suspicious parcels. We in the Postal Inspection Service have a great deal of expertise in responding to and investigating suspicious mail. Postal inspectors are trained to respond and investigate dangerous mail items in the mail. These dangerous mail investigation specialists are highly proficient in the use of state-of-the-art equipment. Fortunately, in this case, none of the devices detonated, and there was no injuries. However, postal inspectors will remain vigilant and monitor postal facilities to determine whether there are additional mailings that have not yet been discovered. We will continue to work with our law enforcement partners to ensure the safety of the mail, our postal employees, our customers, and the American public.
Good afternoon. Tex Ellis, the Secret Service Director. Just as the other speakers have emphasized, I just want to comment on the importance of cooperation here. We were in the forefront of this with receiving early packages on Tuesday and Wednesday, and fully engaged with the Joint Terrorism Task Force and other federal partners, and just want to acknowledge the great work done by the FBI, ATF, the Postal Service and inspectors, New York City Police, Capitol Police, and then the different states involved, New York, Florida, California, Delaware, Maryland, and even the District of Columbia. So, and I also want to spend just a few minutes to emphasize how seriously the Secret Service takes these threats, how important it is to provide protection to our protectees, including former presidents and the current president and vice president, and just thank our agents and officers and analysts who not only investigate cyber and financial crime, but provide world-class protection to our protectees. I think they've done outstanding work here. I would just also remark that since Tuesday, along with Director Wray, this has been our #1 focus of the agency, is to find the perpetrators of these incidents and to bring them to justice. Thank you.
With that, I'll take a few questions. Pete?
Mr. Wray, can you tell us along the lines of how fast this moved, when did you or folks isolate the fingerprint?
So each of the devices was being brought through what are called total containment vehicles to our lab, and they were coming kind of seriatim. And we received some of them. The first 2 that we received were the devices that were sent to former President Obama and the D.C. package that was sent to Congresswoman Waters. And so the analysis began on that, I think, yesterday. And we were starting to receive information over the course of the last 24, 36 hours.
So it was found yesterday.
I don't know the exact time, but that's the ballpark.
Here.
A question for Director Wray and Attorney General Sessions. Can you describe your reaction to when you got word that there was a latent fingerprint that might lead you to a suspect? And also, could you give us a sense of why the devices may not have exploded?
So what was the second part of the question?
Any sense of why the devices did not explode?
So on the first part, my reaction to hearing that we had a possible match just validated my unbelievable faith and confidence in the men and women of law enforcement, and in particular of the FBI lab. There's a reason why the FBI's lab is known as one of the very best in the world, and the folks who work there are extraordinary. And once I knew that they had a print, I was pretty confident that we'd be able to find the right person. As far as the devices themselves, it's important to say, as is in the complaint, that even if the devices, and we're still trying to determine whether or not they were functional, as they say, so we're doing all kinds of analysis on that to make a definitive determination, but they did contain energetic material, which, if subjected to the right combination of heat or shock or friction, could be dangerous to the public, and the public should treat any device like that accordingly.
Jeff.
Attorney General Sessions, could you tell us plainly, why was he targeting Democrats?
I don't know, other than what you might normally expect. He may have been appears to be a partisan, but that would be determined by the facts as the case goes forward, and I'm not able to comment on that.
Is he cooperating?
We're not going to be discussing where the investigation stands at this time.
Pamela, can you?
I'm just curious what role you think the rhetoric in the political arena might have played in this, and is that giving you more work?
We're focused not on the talk, but on the work of the men and women of law enforcement here, and the work that was done over the last week is something that should make every American proud and grateful, and it's too early at this stage for us to be discussing motivation in this particular case.
But just to follow up, are you concerned that nasty political rhetoric might motivate someone who's predisposed to violence to act out?
We're concerned about people committing acts of violence under any motivation.
Kevin.
Director, do you believe that he's the only one involved in this campaign? And you continue to make reference to other devices that might be out there. Do you have any sense of how many that are still in the stream?
So, as I said at the outset, and I think the Attorney General said as well, this is very much an active and ongoing investigation. We do believe that we've caught the right guy. But we also know that this is an ongoing investigation, and there's a lot of work still to be done, which means there's still plenty of unanswered questions.
We'll do last question, well, that my question. Yeah, that was my question.
When did you first brief President Trump on having a suspect in custody? And if you can say, what was his reaction?
I'm not going to get into our discussions with the President. I will say that I received a very nice congratulatory call from the President shortly before heading over here and saw his remarks that he made at the White House. And I think he, like every American, is and should be proud of the unbelievable work that was done not just by the FBI, but by all of our law enforcement partners across multiple states in this. I think Commissioner O'Neill said it well. The partnerships that exist in the law enforcement profession right now in this country are extraordinary, are better than they've ever been, and it's exactly what the doctor ordered for this country at this time.
Thank you so much. Do you think the suspect intended for the bombs at all?
The FBI narrows it down to a fingerprint on a package that was intended for Congresswoman Maxine Waters. That's how they believe they were able to get to the suspect, Cesar Sayoc. And they also said that this is a man who could potentially be facing 58 years in prison. The FBI confirming that each of the 6 devices had there were 6 PVC pipes, clocks with batteries, a battery in them, some sort of an energetic material that gives off heat and energy that was reactive to heat. These were not a hoax. They were not hoax devices, they said. And they said it was a relationship forged in fire. The FBI working side by side with NYPD and various law enforcements throughout the country, saying that this was an expansive investigation and that they're grateful to all the law enforcement who helped to put this together. 13 IEDs that were sent to individuals is what they're saying, and that the FBI responded with every resource available to them. They did warn that there is the potential that there could be more mailing of these bombings still out there. They are trying to track down exactly what might still be remaining. They also looked at the fact that the suspect is innocent until proven guilty. They made a point of saying that as well. I want to bring in Ron Hosko, who joins us now, CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, your take on today's press conference.
Well, pretty buttoned up as we would expect. I think there were notes of by multiple speakers of the joint effort here, the expansive nature of the effort, the professionalism that everybody involved exhibited. This, even though Rena, this was a pretty quick solution. This is no easy task to coordinate the activities of dozens, if not hundreds, of investigators in New York City, in Delaware, in Washington, D.C., in Florida, out on the West Coast, to make sure the information, that the evidence is getting where it needs to go as quickly as possible, that information and intelligence is being exploited within each agency and then across the Joint Terrorism Task Force participants, and certainly other agencies that were not law enforcement or JTTF participants. So it is a big task here to coordinate all of that, make it seamless, and get to the right result. It was, of course, nice, and the director tipped his hat to all the hard work done down at FBI Quantico, the FBI laboratory. That work could have come up dry. You might have great descriptions of the components, but no name to be associated with it, or no face. And here, that basic police work done well recovers a latent fingerprint. Basic police work done well in South Florida had fingerprints on file for the FBI to compare this subject to, and came up with a hit within just a few days here. I think this is great law enforcement work. It's what we expect. It's what we want. You can't say you're going to get it every time. You certainly can't get this result every time. Too often I think we compare what reality is out there for law enforcement to what's playing out on our TV screen at night when we see shows like CSI and other crime shows with this, heightened expectation that every piece of technology is available on every case. Mm-hmm. It's all seamless and it'll be resolved within 45 minutes or so. Not always the case. here, these guys really came together and got it done, and I think the comments reflected that today.
I mean, you look at how expansive, we're looking at the map here, just how expansive this was from East Coast to West Coast, from Florida to New York to California. I mean, it's just remarkable how many agencies had to be coordinated in this. What struck me, Ron, I remember from earlier in this week when there was this bomb threat to CNN, and I was on the sidewalk coming into CBS, and a person from the bomb unit, I overheard a conversation saying to the other bomb unit member, you know, I didn't know, was this real? Was this real? And it was really legit. And it strikes me that this comment today from FBI Director Chris Wray, these were not hoax devices.
Right. It is very real. If you're in one of those buildings or you're passing by, there is a risk of detonation with real devices. It would have been disruptive and anxious enough had it been hoax devices, but he is saying these were the real thing. There was energetic material inside of these devices. That energetic material, if mishandled, can detonate. Remains to be seen, and we will hear more from it as this case proceeds into the criminal justice system, the details of the devices and their construction, and whether they ever could have exploded by accidental victim action or by timer. It sounds as though not. That doesn't matter. If something is capable of detonating, whether it's by a mail machine handling something and some sort of compression or shaking or concussion, detonates it and somebody gets hurt nearby or maimed or killed, that's why we have these federal charges today that total up to 58 years of exposure for this gentleman if he's convicted.
Ron, what does it mean when they say that these packages had energetic material that gives off heat?
So it can give off heat depending on the circumstances, and that when you're talking about something like black powder or gunpowder or pyrotechnic powder, it's not giving off heat on its own while it's sitting in a capped PVC pipe. But if you do something that generates heat, like put a spark to it or put some energy through it, it starts to expand and expands very quickly, and then you get an explosion from that expansion, from that burning of the material. So it is energetic material in that way, and that's what generates an explosion. Whether it's PVC pipe or galvanized pipe or black pipe, you know, typical pipe bomb material, it is energetic and it can be deadly, and it can do great harm to somebody in the immediate vicinity. That's why we saw example after example of law enforcement treating this with such sensitivity, cordoning off streets, emptying out buildings or parts of buildings, bringing in these total containment vessels. That's all about you, the passerby on the street, too, that they don't want a detonation inside, some mishandling, some activation of the device by timer or otherwise, and all of a sudden windows are blowing out and people are being, covered with shards of glass. They were serious about taking the right precautions. They cleared streets. They moved it to this total containment vessel. In between, they were handling these devices very gingerly. I'm sure most often with a robot where they can X-ray it remotely, examine it, do some diagnostics on it, move it to the total containment vessel, and keep folks like you and I safe as we pass by or we're working in that building.
Ron, when you look at these sort of large-scale investigations, whether it's 9/11, Unabomber, the Boston bombings, there must be some sort of takeaway the FBI gets or multiple takeaways from these large events. What would you say that we've learned from this particular one?
Well, there are always takeaways, and to their credit, I think in the last 20 years or so, I was involved with crisis management in my time in the organization. As you're an executive, you get to, you better embrace crisis management because it's going to come your way. And law enforcement's pretty good about doing after actions. They sit down, whether it's chief executives and a principal, somebody who is closely involved in the investigation, they're always doing takeaways and documenting them so that the collective law enforcement body can learn from it. I know we did that just a number of years ago when I was in the FBI on the active shooter phenomenon. We were talking about Aurora and some of these other big events where multiple agencies, just like this, are coming around a threat. And the idea is to take away best practices and to identify poor practices or those things that limited success or may become tragic in some way. And you see that with active shooters, where you have a lot of different agencies, not always on the same radio network, moving very quickly to an event to try to mitigate the threat and resolve it. Sometimes communications can get jumbled. So that's always the number one issue, is communications. How come we couldn't talk to each other? We can't talk to each other effectively. Trust me, it's very, very difficult to do when you have dozens of people on a radio channel or two. Many of them have something important to say. Not everybody gets to say it. Not everybody can hear it because you very often have multiple voices trying to talk at once. So my guess is here communications will be the number one issue as it comes out of this. But I have to say, and we don't know what the issues will be, I'm sure this group will gather again, the senior leadership will gather and try to deconstruct what went well, what went poorly, what do we got to do better. Communications will jump to number one. That's always important. It's often very difficult to resolve. But the more they do talk, the more they have these after actions, the better they will become the next time around.
Ron, if you could stand by, I want to also bring in CBS News Chief Justice and Homeland Security correspondent Jeff Pegues. Jeff, we heard from FBI Director Wray there. A lot more details, but he also says this doesn't mean we're out of the woods.
Yeah, and that stood out to me because obviously he's talking about this possibility that there could be more suspicious devices in the system, and that is concerning. You know, to this point, of course, there have been no injuries, and of course that's good news, but if there are more potential suspicious packages out there, obviously law enforcement spoke here today, they're concerned that there could be injuries because the components there raise the possibility of there being some potential reaction that could cause injuries. So yeah, you know, the reality is that they can't know for sure that all of these suspicious devices are accounted for. I asked the Attorney General and frankly the FBI Director as well whether he was cooperating because, listen, if he is talking to investigators, maybe he's telling them, well, that's it, I only did 13. But, you know, they wouldn't elaborate on whether there is any cooperation at all, whether he's talking to them. We know that he's had an attorney in the past. And so the question is, how will they know when the system is out of this danger with these potential suspicious devices floating around in the system that they're still concerned about?
And Jeff, as we're looking at that van in particular, you know, it was sort of one of the big focal points. What more do we know about the suspect that we didn't know before this briefing?
Well, 56 years old, you know, someone who, you know, based on what we're hearing from our reporting on the ground there in South Florida, he lives with his mother. You know, people describe him not necessarily as a loner, but someone who they described as a little bit, you know, weird were some of the words that we were hearing thrown around about this suspect, but someone who was sort of erratic in his behavior, you know, was hard to predict what he would and would not do. And then you, of course, see the van, and what stood out to me is how many people now remember seeing that van, because it is unique. I think in any community, not just South Florida, but any community, you see a van like that and obviously it's going to catch your attention. And so that's what was happening here with this suspect. Now the question is, how soon, and we didn't get this answered by the way, how soon did investigators have him under surveillance? How long did it take them to get him into custody? Those are some of the questions that I wanted answered, and we're just going to have to keep asking about.
He did say that this does appear to be the work of someone who is partisan. We also heard a little bit more as well about exactly what these mail bombs contained. I want to play a bite for you from FBI Director Wray.
We can confirm that 13 IEDs were sent to various individuals across the country. Each device consisted of roughly 6 inches of PVC pipe, a small clock, a battery, some wiring, and what is known as energetic material, which is essentially potential explosives and material that give off heat and energy through a reaction to heat, shock, or friction. Though we're still analyzing the devices in our laboratory, these are not hoax devices.
13 IED devices. Jeff, what did you make of his description of what was in those bombs?
Well, listen, these are press conferences that are highly choreographed down to where people are standing here. So the fact that the FBI director used that term, IED, it says something. It says that he's trying to communicate, how dangerous this could have been. These are improvised explosive devices. It's a term that we've come to know over the years of war in Iraq. And he didn't have to use that term, but he did, in part to convey how dangerous it is and how dangerous it could have been, and especially given that they think there is the potential for more of these suspicious devices being out there in the system. But there was a reason why he used that term, and it's the kind of term that sticks.
It certainly is, Jeff. I want to thank you so much. CBS News national correspondent Jeff Pegues, Homeland Security. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to now actually bring in CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bojorquez, who's outside of that AutoZone facility in Plantation, Florida. What more do we know, Manny?
Well, we spoke with a witness who was across the street when all of that went down this morning and said that he saw what appeared to be undercover officers with their binoculars trained on that van that was in this parking lot. And then just moments later, he heard a flashbang. That's the type of device police use to startle and then subdue a suspect, which is what happened in this case. I asked this person if he was able to get a sense of the suspect's demeanor, and he said he could see him. He wasn't putting up a fight. He just appeared to be almost, he would say, thinking that, well, the time has come. A lot of people have questions about why he was in this area, in this parking lot. The FBI not willing to elaborate on this point, at this point, on why he may have been here. But some of the items that the director of the FBI talked about as being components of those IEDs, batteries and wiring, well, you could very well find those at a location like this. Again, the FBI not saying anything about that right now. We do know that FBI officers were seen inside of the store as part of their investigation. It remains closed right now. But that van, Rena, so many people here in South Florida talking about the fact that they've seen it. We've seen the posts on social media of many people who had taken pictures of it before at stoplights because it'll grab your attention. All those stickers, of course, of the president, the vice president, and anti-mainstream media. But a lot of people clearly surprised by the fact that this nationwide manhunt ended right here in Plantation, Florida, and also clearly relieved.
Yeah, I bet there must be a sense of relief. Manny, you mentioned this van and how so many people were very familiar with this vehicle. Has law enforcement in Miami-Dade, in that region, have they spoken out about this, about maybe other people? Had they flagged this van before?
We're not sure as to specifically of the van, other than people commenting that they had seen it driving around this area before. The only real sense of interactions between this suspect and law enforcement here in South Florida that we're getting at this point are the records, the arrest records that show that he does have a criminal history here in South Florida, including an arrest for making a threat about a bomb back in 2002. According to records, he called the utility here, Florida FPL, is what it's called, and he said if they threatened to turn off his electricity, that he would use a bomb, and said something to the effect of it would be worse than 9/11. Again, that is according to the arrest records in that case. So clearly this is someone who has had a history with law enforcement here before. We have not yet heard publicly from law enforcement officials in Florida to say how much of that history was helpful to the federal authorities in connecting all those dots and bringing it right here to Plantation, Florida, where the arrest happened.
Manny, I'm so fascinated. You live down there. You know this area very well. What's the mood been like? We got word, I believe yesterday, potentially, that there could be some sort of activity in Florida, some sort of link to Florida. We didn't know exactly what. But how was it received by people down there in South Florida?
Well, clearly a lot of concern. The person we spoke with out here who saw the arrest said, you know, we were starting to see that this wasn't just focusing on politicians or former politicians, but also reaching civilians, clearly actors and billionaires and millionaires. But there was a sense of how far is this person willing to go, and this sense of unease, especially as the investigation continued to zero in on Florida. We were at that mail processing facility yesterday where we saw police activity as they were conducting a sweep, and come to find out this morning that indeed they did find a package similar to all those others that was addressed to Senator Cory Booker in that facility. So you can imagine, not only for people at large here, but for anyone who works in the Postal Service, not only at that facility in Opa-locka where we were earlier, but just in general, wondering what might be in the mail. And so clearly that gives you a sense of how happy people were to see an arrest today, how relieved they are. In fact, the witness we spoke with today told us that he actually clapped as the man was being taken into custody.
Incredible. Manuel Bojorquez coming to us from South Florida. Manny, thank you very much. I want to turn now to CBS News White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She joins me now from the White House. Weijia, Attorney General Jeff Sessions said very clearly the suspect was a partisan. I want to play a bite for you from him about what he said when asked why the suspect was really targeting Democrats.
I don't know, other than what you might normally expect. He may have been appears to be a partisan, but that would be determined by the facts as the case goes forward, and I'm not able to comment on that.
Weijia, what's the White House been saying?
Well, President Trump is celebrating this. Today, we heard from him one time in public. He took a victory lap almost as he was addressing young African-American leaders at a summit that he is hosting here. And I'll tell you, it kind of felt like one of his rallies because the president would make a statement. There was cheering and clapping, and he very clearly treated this as a big success and congratulated law enforcement officials, as he should, given the quick turnaround that they performed in apprehending a suspect. But they are not commenting on what may have motivated the suspect, because, of course, this is so early on in the investigation that no agency is going to talk right now about those specifics. But we can look at what we know so far, and we've seen the suspect's van. It was plastered in Trump stickers, pro-Trump stickers. We know that he was a Trump supporter, that he went to rallies. He is a registered Republican with the Florida GOP. And so that cancels out this false flag narrative that was out there. There was a conspiracy theory that perhaps it was Democrats behind this right before the midterms, that they themselves were attempting to make the GOP look bad by sending out these bombs to Democrats, to prominent Democrats, to critics of President Trump. But it appears, at least on the surface, that this suspect is a Republican and is a Trump supporter. Now, President Trump, I have to say, during his last remarks, said that there is no room for political violence. He condemned that. He also said he would spare no cost in finding the suspect, and that the Americans must unify, that the country must come together. But Rena, you know, the country is not only looking at what he says most recently in his public remarks, but also the other things he has said, the things that he has tweeted. And early this morning, actually less than 1 hour before we first learned about this arrest, he was talking about quote unquote bomb stuff, saying this bomb stuff is, you know, could slow the momentum of the midterm elections. And so we will see the president once more again today in public, at least here at the White House, when he leaves for another rally in North Carolina. And if he chooses to take questions or make remarks, that is certainly one at the top of the list that I know we will press him about how he can reconcile the things he has been tweeting with what he has been saying.
Weijia Jiang coming to us from the White House. Weijia, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break. We've got much more coverage on the arrest when we return. You're streaming CBS app.
These are Asian carp.
Oh my God.
You're gonna get hit. Oh.
Some took them in as pets, but were overwhelmed and set them loose in the Everglades.
Ooh, we got one! Woo-hoo! Ready? Go for the grabs.
This is actually very, very good.
You got that on the camera?
Today's arrest doesn't mean we're all out of the woods. There may be other packages in transit now, so we need the help of everyone out there, every citizen, everyone in law enforcement, everyone we've got to help with this investigation in the days to come. If you've got any information, please call us.
That was FBI Director Christopher Wray addressing the arrest of the serial mail bombing suspect. He's 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. He's charged with 5 federal crimes that carry nearly 60 years in prison. Ron Hosko is with us again. He's a CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, we heard exactly what charges are against him and also how many years. What do you make of what we've seen today?
Well, here's a man facing what could be the rest of his life in federal prison. His exposure is longer than his current age is. I am pleased and appreciative by the speed with which this team was able to identify this subject. It certainly seems from all the indicators that we've heard so far that they have the right guy. It is a little bit worrisome, Chris Wray's words right there, that there's still more to go. We still need continuing vigilance. And he did shy away from comment on, has this subject been cooperative? So it could be that law enforcement is not getting his cooperation on other remaining devices. It could be they don't have his cooperation on where he built these devices, and there's always more work to do. There'll be a lot of forensic work ongoing here, and this isn't just tying up loose ends. There's a lot of work yet to be done, but it is worrisome that if we don't know yet, are there other devices? Is somebody still potentially at risk in a mail handling facility at some destination where a jostling or concussion or crushing or dropping a package might end up in an accidental detonation? So we all ought to heed Chris Wray's words and be particularly vigilant until the FBI and this joint group can come back and tell us there is no more threat. We ought to assume that there is a continuing threat based on what we just heard. But I think overall, great success for what appears to be a very, very skilled, professional, and dedicated team.
Absolutely right, Ron. FBI Director Christopher Wray said he could not speak on motive at this point. Does motive really matter?
Well, ultimately, that motive is something you want to prove at court. You want to be able to tell a jury, here's why he did it. Juries want to hear that. The fact that he did it may well be enough to secure convictions. But, I think for the rest of us, we're kind of thirsting for that information. It could be as plain as the nose on our face that his motivation is he is a Trump supporter, very, very, right-wing, conservative. Doesn't like a lot of these people. As we were in the break, we had pulled up in the studio here the image off the side of this van, that the image that's labeled The Swamp, and a number of these victims are on these images. They're on this side of the van with some of them with crosshairs on them. So, this is an important step forward for law enforcement. There is remaining work to be done, but I think, a big victory for them here late in the week on week 1 with expectations so high that this has to stop. And fortunately, it's stopped without loss of life or bloodshed.
Attorney General Jeff Sessions came forward saying that this is a suspect who is innocent until proven guilty, but he did outline the 5 charges he faces against him at this point.
So I am pleased to participate in this announcement that a suspect is in the custody of the FBI. I want to remind everyone that the defendant in this case, as in every case, is innocent until proven guilty. He has been charged today with 5 federal crimes, including interstate transportation of an explosive, illegal mailing of explosives, threats against former presidents and certain other persons, threatening interstate communications, and assaulting current and former federal officers. For these charges, the defendant faces up to 58 years in prison.
Ron, given the DNA fingerprints, do you think this will be an easy one to prosecute?
I do. I think most prosecutors would be licking their chops at getting this case, at being a participant in this case. I think based on what we heard, particularly on DNA and fingerprints, if DNA comes back and the DNA examinations are not over, the fingerprint examinations, I'm sure, are not over, if there are other prints that match up to this subject's prints and or DNA matches to him as well, that is very, very difficult evidence to overcome. I can't imagine a federal jury in America acquitting really just based on that and what little we've seen and know about this this person already. I think this is a pretty darn solid case.
What's your sense, Ron? Do you believe they were very quick not to mention whether or not the suspect was cooperating, but based on what you know and what we know about this suspect, do you believe he is cooperating? And what do you think investigators will be trying to get out of him at this point?
Well, that was not the indication that I took from the director's comments. If he was, I think we'd know whether there were 14 devices, 16 devices, there are 6 more in a storage facility or at Mother's house or in the van. So I think we'd maybe have a better sense of cooperation right now, and I did not get that vibe. I hope that maybe with the benefit of counsel and he realizes how strong the case is against him, that very quickly he decides to kind of change course and to start to cooperate here. But I did not get that sense, and it's concerning. But I think that with the pace of this case, particularly the lab examination and what's going on with the Postal Inspection Service, I think we're going to hear other pieces of the case develop over the weekend. There will be no let-up, particularly in those 2 respects and what's going on in South Florida. You can be assured that search warrants will be getting executed in South Florida. Additional relevant evidence will be discovered. They will continue to look for points of purchase, points of delivery, document all the above. So this case is only going to get stronger. Hopefully, some or all of that will coax this person into greater cooperation with law enforcement.
Ron Hosko, Ron, so grateful you could join us throughout the afternoon to give us the latest.
Happy to help.
We'll have more coverage after a short break. You're streaming CBS 10. We are continuing to follow the investigation into the bombs delivered to top Democratic political figures and critics of the president. Today, speaking at the White House, the president called the mailing of bombings terrorizing acts that have no place in our country.
I'd like to begin today's remarks by providing an update on the packages and devices that have been mailed to high-profile figures throughout our country and a media organization. I am pleased to inform you that law enforcement has apprehended the suspect and taken him into custody. It's an incredible job by law enforcement. We've carried out a far-reaching federal, state, and local investigation to find the person or persons responsible for these events. These terrorizing acts are despicable and have no place in our country. No place. I've instructed authorities to spare no resource or expense in finding those responsible and bringing them to swift and certain justice. And we will prosecute them, him, her, whoever it may be, to the fullest extent of the law. We must never allow political violence to take root in America. Cannot let it happen. And I'm committed to doing everything in my power as president to stop it. And to stop it now. To stop it now. I have just concluded a briefing with the Department of Justice following the apprehension of the suspect. I want to applaud the FBI, Secret Service, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, the NYPD, and all law enforcement throughout the entire country, incredible partners. These people have worked so hard, and to have done it so quickly, it's looking like it's a needle in a haystack. How do you do this so quickly? They've done an incredible, incredible job, and I want to congratulate them. But the bottom line is that Americans must unify, and we must show the world that we are united together in peace and love and harmony as fellow American citizens. There is no country like our country, and every day we are showing the world just how truly great we are. So you are really very special people. I wanted to say that before our little talk. And I appreciate the time you've given me. And boy, one day, one of you is going to be standing.
This morning, the president took to Twitter to criticize the media coverage. He tweeted, "Republicans are doing so well in early voting and at the polls, and now this bomb stuff happens, and the momentum greatly slows. News, not talking politics." Well, this comes after he slammed CNN on Twitter in the middle of the night for criticizing him for the bombs. He says comparisons to 9/11 or the Oklahoma City bombing are ridiculous. Joining me now, Julia Manchester. She's a reporter for The Hill. Julia, thank you for joining us. I want to start on the president's latest comments today. He tweeted out a little bit earlier that the bombs were a terrorizing act, and he praised law enforement. What stood out to you from his comments this morning?
You know, I think you're seeing really two sides of President Trump and how he's reacted to these developments over the past week. You know, we've seen earlier in the week when he first addressed the bombings at the suspicious packages, he essentially said, you know, he repeated this call to unify and that we need to tone down the rhetoric. However, he then appears at campaign rallies, which are really where he feels most comfortable, where he's unscripted, where he can say whatever he essentially wants, and he really goes after his critics and CNN, which is a news organization that has, you know, tangled with the president, and the two enjoy a very contentious relationship. So you're seeing two different sides of the president today, but it was interesting to watch these remarks today because he was calling for unity. He was calling for toned down rhetoric to really come together. However, he didn't really name anyone who was shipped a package over the past week who received these packages. You know, he referred to them as public figures. He referred to CNN CNN as a media organization. So very interesting how he would address that. And it would be, I would wonder how that would play out if it were Republicans or a more friendlier news organization to the president who had received such packages, how that would play out with him.
The president didn't really go into detail about the suspect, the images on the van that were taken by the feds, the images of him at a rally that show him side by side, right behind him. What questions does that raise? And how much liability, if anything, should the president of the United States have for a man who randomly shows up at his rally with a white van of images?
Well, clearly the president can't control every single person who appears at his rallies. However, he probably doesn't want to, for political and publicity purposes, really tie himself to this person or give any illusion of connecting the two. He doesn't want to publicize those connections. So I'm not surprised the president didn't bring that up, because I don't think it would play well for him in the public eye.
You mentioned that you don't think it would play well in the public eye, and that could be a reason why he's not mentioning this. But do we have a sense of how an event like this, a person who really feels, identifies closer with the Republican Party, appears to have some animosity towards Democrats, how can that affect midterms at this point?
I think it really shows how divided this country at this point, and it's nothing new. We saw that with the congressional baseball shooting over a year ago. That was violence from the other side. So I think these events show how deeply divided our country is and how visceral I think politics has become to so many people. So, it'll be interesting to see how voters approach midterms. I don't think this is going to necessarily drive down turnout, but I think it's going to be eye-opening for a lot of voters who, might be sick of the constant, intense negative rhetoric coming out of our political discourse these days. I think they're going to take note of that.
The two bombs that were found today were addressed to James Clapper and Democratic Senator Cory Booker. When you look at all of these different mailing bombs, what are really the targets here? Are they similar to the other packages that were sent?
Yes, they are similar. In these, James Clapper and Senator Cory Booker have been critical of the president publicly, and the president has been critical of them. This is what all of these recipients of these packages have in common, whether it's the former president, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, as well as the Obamas and the Clintons, as well as, other James Clapper, John Brennan, Eric Holder, Maxine Waters. They all have that in common. In terms of CNN, clearly the president, as I said before, enjoys a very contentious relationship with the network. So these are figures in an organization that has more so of a negative relationship with the president.
The Attorney General vowed to dedicate every available resource and bring those responsible to justice. So through all of this, have we seen a confident administration response?
I think it depends who you would speak to on that. At times when President Trump is calling for unity and more of his scripted responses, I would say that's more of a confident response. Clearly, the Justice Department is giving a very different response. However, it really does not compare to the president's response to all of this on Twitter, calling it the bomb thing, saying it could distract from midterms and it's distracting from positive coverage to the Republican Party. That really plays differently from the rest of his administration's responses. So once again, you're seeing two different sides to the administration's responses. It's the formal response and the Twitter response.
I want to play some sound for you from Democratic Senator Mark Warner. This is what he had to say on CBS this morning.
I've been very concerned about the president's tone, not being willing to call out and call up, for that matter, the two former presidents who were going to be victims of this kind of attack. And one of the things about this president is I don't think he understands that words matter.
You say words matter. The president's critics have really been critical that they wanted to see more of a response. Could phone calls to Obama or the Clintons have really made a difference here?
I think it would have shown an attempt to unify and an attempt to really reach across the party lines. However, we understand that the president has a very negative relationship with former President Clinton and former President Obama. There's a lot of bad blood, especially, I would say, with the Clintons and coming so close off of the 2016 elections. So it's not, to me, we haven't really seen the president reach out to them much over the course of his administration, so this isn't surprising. However, with something that could have been, I say could have been, the attempted assassination of two former presidents of the United States, that's something that's very serious, and I think with another administration, you would have seen more of an outreach.
Julia Manchester, grateful you could join us to discuss all of this. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up in our next hour, the man accused of mailing a string of explosive devices to former president, top Democrats, and more has now been charged with 5 federal crimes. Attorney General Jeff Sessions says the U.S. will not tolerate political violence, but says he doesn't know why the suspect targeted Democrats. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
I'd rather have the federal government focused on other things.
Face the questions you want answered.
That is a very fair question.
I can't answer that question.
Thank you for asking that question.
Face the Nation, Sundays.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rena Ninan. Thank you for joining us. Attorney General Jeff Sessions announced charges today against the man accused of mailing bombs to prominent critics of President Trump. The suspect is 56-year-old Cesar Sayoc. He was picked up at an AutoZone in Plantation, Florida. Sayoc is charged with 5 federal crimes and faces up to 48 years in prison. Sayoc has a criminal record, including charges related to a previous threat in 2002 against a power company. CBS News can confirm that 14 packages were sent. Just today, the FBI found suspicious packages addressed to billionaire and Democratic donor Tom Steyer and California Democratic Senator Kamala Harris. FBI Director Christopher Wray confirms that these devices were not hoaxes.
We can confirm that 13 IEDs were sent to various individuals across the country. Each device consisted of roughly 6 inches of PVC pipe, a small clock, a battery, some wiring, and what is known as energetic material, which is essentially potential explosives and material that give off heat and energy through a reaction to heat, shock, or friction. Though we're still analyzing the devices in our laboratory, these are not hoax devices.
The suspect van was covered with pictures of President Trump. Today, Attorney General Jeff Sessions was asked if he knew why the suspect targeted Democrats.
I don't know, other than what you might normally expect. He may have been appears to be a partisan, but that would be determined by the facts as the case goes forward, and I'm not able to comment on that.
I want to bring in Ron Hosko, who joins us now. CBS News security consultant and a former assistant director of the FBI. Ron, your take on today's press conference.
Well, pretty buttoned up as we would expect. I think there were notes of by multiple speakers of the joint effort here, the expansive nature of the effort, the professionalism that everybody involved exhibited. This, even though Rena, this was a pretty quick solution. This is no easy task to coordinate the activities of dozens, if not hundreds, of investigators in New York City, in Delaware, in Washington, D.C., in Florida, out on the West Coast, to make sure the information, that the evidence is getting where it needs to go as quickly as possible, that information and intelligence is being exploited within each agency and then across the Joint Terrorism Task Force participants, and certainly other agencies that were not law enforcement or JTTF participants. So it is a big task here to coordinate all of that, make it seamless, and get to the right result. It was, of course, nice, and the director tipped his hat to all the hard work done down at FBI Quantico, the FBI laboratory. That work could have come up dry. You might have great descriptions of the components, but no name to be associated with it, or no face. And here that basic police work done well recovers a latent fingerprint. Basic police work done well in South Florida had fingerprints on file for the FBI to compare this subject to, and came up with a hit within just a few days here. I think this is great law enforcement work. It's what we expect. It's what we want. You can't say you're going to get it every time. You certainly can't get this result every time. Too often I think we compare what reality is out there for law enforcement to what's playing out on our TV screen at night when we see shows like CSI and other crime shows with this, heightened expectation that every piece of technology is available on every case. Mm-hmm. It's all seamless and it'll be resolved within 45 minutes or so. Not always the case. Here, these guys really came together and got it done, and I think the comments reflected that today.
I mean, you look at how expansive, we're looking at the map here, just how expansive this was from East Coast to West Coast, from Florida to New York to California. I mean, it's just remarkable how many agencies had to be coordinated in this. What struck me, Ron, I remember from earlier in this week when there was this bomb threat to CNN, and I was on the sidewalk coming into CBS, and a person from the bomb unit, I overheard a conversation saying to the other bomb unit member, I didn't know, was this real? Was this real? And it was really legit. And it strikes me that this comment today from FBI Director Chris Wray, these were not hoax devices.
Right. It is very real. If you're in one of those buildings or you're passing by, there is a risk of detonation with real devices. It would have been disruptive and anxious enough had it been hoax devices, but he is saying these were the real thing. There was energetic material inside of these devices. That energetic material, if mishandled, can detonate. Remains to be seen, and we will hear more from it as this case proceeds into the criminal justice system, the details of the devices and their construction, and whether they ever could have exploded by accidental victim action or by timer. It sounds as though not. That doesn't matter. If something is capable of detonating, whether it's by a mail machine handling something and some sort of compression or shaking or concussion, detonates it and somebody gets hurt nearby or maimed or killed, that's why we have these federal charges today that total up to 58 years of exposure for this gentleman if he's convicted.
Ron, what does it mean when they say that these packages had energetic material that gives off heat?
So it can give off heat depending on the circumstances, and that when you're talking about something like black powder or gunpowder or pyrotechnic powder, it's not giving off heat on its own while it's sitting in a capped PVC pipe. But if you do something that generates heat, like put a spark to it or put some energy through it, it starts to expand and expands very quickly, and then you get an explosion from that expansion, from that burning of the material. So it is energetic material in that way, and that's what generates an explosion. Whether it's PVC pipe or galvanized pipe or black pipe, typical pipe bomb material, it is energetic and it can be deadly, and it can do great harm to somebody in the immediate vicinity. Mm-hmm. That's why we saw example after example of law enforcement treating this with such sensitivity, cordoning off streets, emptying out buildings or parts of buildings, bringing in these total containment vessels, that's all about you, the passerby on the street too, that they don't want a detonation inside, some mishandling, some activation of the device by timer or otherwise, and all of a sudden windows are blowing out and people are being, covered with shards of glass. They were serious about taking the right precautions. They cleared streets. They moved it to this total containment vessel. In between, they were handling these devices very gingerly. I'm sure most often with a robot where they can X-ray it remotely, examine it, do some diagnostics on it, move it to the total containment vessel, and keep folks like you and I safe as we pass by or we're working in that building.
Ron, when you look at these sort of large-scale investigations, whether it's 9/11, Unabomber, the Boston bombings, there must be some sort of takeaway the FBI gets or multiple takeaways from these large events. What would you say that we've learned from this particular one?
Well, there are always takeaways, and to their credit, I think in the last 20 years or so, I was involved with crisis management in my time in the organization. As you're an executive, you get to, you better embrace crisis management because it's going to come your way. And law enforcement's pretty good about doing after actions. They sit down, whether it's chief executives and a principal, somebody who is closely involved in the investigation, they're always doing takeaways and documenting them so that the collective law enforcement body can learn from it. I know we did that just a number of years ago when I was in the FBI on the active shooter phenomenon. We were talking about Aurora and some of these other big events where multiple agencies just like this are coming around a threat. And the idea is to take away best practices and to identify poor practices or those things that limited success or may become tragic in some way. And you see that with active shooters where you have a lot of different agencies, not always on the same radio network, moving very quickly to an event to try to mitigate the threat and resolve it. Sometimes communications can get jumbled. So that's always the number one issue is communications. How come we couldn't talk to each other? We can't talk to each other effectively. Trust me, it's very, very difficult to do when you have dozens of people on a radio channel or two. Many of them have something important to say. Not everybody gets to say it. Not everybody can hear it because you very often have multiple voices trying to talk at once. So my guess is here communications will be the number one issue as it comes out of this. But I have to say, and we don't know what the issues will be, I'm sure this group will gather again, the senior leadership will gather and try to deconstruct what went well, what went poorly, what do we got to do better. Communications will jump to number one. That's always important. It's often very difficult to resolve. But the more they do talk, the more they have these after actions, the better they will become the next time around.
We want to interrupt to take you now to Milwaukee, where former President Barack Obama is campaigning for Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin and other Democratic candidates. This rally, of course, comes after a bomb was mailed to Mr. Obama's D.C. home. That was on Monday. Let's listen in.
They're little guys, but they're getting bigger all the time, which is why I try to beat them at basketball now before they can beat me.